Benetti, Simo, and the word all-star to describe Riley Green.
Mm-hmm.
John, the second part of that is the word star. Are we watching the ascent of a star? This is the third year of professional baseball for Riley Green. He is the AL leader in WAR right now because he walks, because he's hitting for power, because he's making plays in the outfield. He's a good base runner. Do we have a budding star in Riley Green?
I think we do, because I think you get the sense that every time he's at the plate, something good could happen for us. Whether it's a hit, it's a walk, something happens. And then when the ball is hit the outfield, we heard AJ, I don't think it was on us, I think he was talking to Dan on one of the pregame shows, that the way that he is playing in the outfield right now is defensively at an elite level.
So then my second question is, who are the stars right now in Detroit? How many stars do we have?
Well, this will be a good debate because it's going to come down to what is your definition of a star. And some of it could just be, I simply feel like he's a star.
It's a feel thing. You know it when you see it.
And so I don't know. What do we have? I would say in the range of 4 to 6 stars.
I don't know if we have that many.
Okay,
I'm curious to see.
This will be the definition of a star. All right, so are we putting Riley Green in that category? Since we started this conversation
I think he is maybe the line that we judge. If you're over Riley Green, you are a star. If you're below Riley Green, you're not a star. I think it's still, it's early.
Right.
It's still early enough in the season and in his career. I think he's entering the conversation. If he finishes the year the way he's playing right now, yes, I do think he's a star. He will be in the All-Star game. He will be one of the best players in the American League. He will be a star.
Do we get 2 this year?
Lucas Skubal?
Yeah. So that's Skubal, star.
Yes. Skubal's a star.
I'm disappointed that you were slow at saying
Sorry,
yes.
I was just...
You're the one that came up with the topic earlier in the season. Is this guy going to be the Cy 1 award winner?
Cy Skubal, that's his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
So, star.
Best pitcher in the American League, sure.
Right, so 2. And I said, 4 to 6? And you're telling me we're going to see how we're going to get there?
Okay, yeah.
All right. Penei Sewell.
In most cities, no. In this city, yes. Offensive linemen typically aren't stars. I think here we appreciate him, and he is every bit as dominant a player in the NFL who's not a quarterback. Yes, Penei Sewell's a star. Are you taking issue with the fact that I said offensive linemen aren't typically stars?
Okay, this gets to the definition. Is he, let's just say, let's give some other tackles in this business a little bit of credit. Is he top 3 in the NFL?
I think he's 1, but yes, he's definitely top 3. Yes, he's a star. I said he was a star. I just said I don't know that offensive linemen are typically regarded as stars.
It has to be so difficult for you to give some of the big guys. As a former offensive lineman yourself.
I know. Look at him. He's trying to guilt me. I am telling you, Penei Sewell is a star.
Why can't it just simply be, yes, he's a star?
How many offensive linemen are stars? And I know I'm asking the wrong guy, but my point is I don't think very many qualify as stars. They're not being used in promotional material. They're not tip of the tongue of the casual fan. They're not a face of a franchise. Sewell qualifies because he is those things in Detroit, in addition to being a badass dude and a great football player.
So we're just going on marketability. That makes a star.
Some of that is stardom, yes.
Okay.
I'm getting some nodding behind the glass. I don't think I'm way out of line here. Okay, so Sewell.
3 so far.
Sure.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yes.
Very marketable, this man is. So he must be a star. That's 4.
And he's an all-pro.
Right. Now, here's where I think we're going to start to get into the gray area. Because we've made this reference before, and I think this is not yet a star. Lucas Raymond.
Not yet. I agree.
Okay.
And maybe the hockey people will fight with us. I'm not trying to start a fight with them. I loved what Lucas Raymond did this season. But he's like a 70, 71, 72-point guy. We talk about now he's primed for that 85-point per game. Yep. Then you're a star. He was clutch at the end of last season. He's on the star trajectory.
Okay. Mo Sider.
I am higher on him than most, but I don't think he's a star yet.
I agree. I mean, marketability, right?
He's German. He's got great hair. I mean, there's some marketability there.
Great hair.
His teammates say so. I don't know. I probably consume too much Red Wing content.
All right.
But I don't think like Larkin. I don't think is a star.
I agree. So what we're basically saying is there's not one on the Red Wings.
Kane would qualify, but he's currently a free agent, right?
I think he was.
He was. Yeah, when
I don't know
Showtime.
Yeah, I don't know that he is anymore.
Okay. So none in hockey.
None in hockey.
Basketball. I mean, come on. Cade is, I guess, the question, but not enough, right?
Yeah, and this is where I think we're going to get some pushback because I would say no. There's been no winning that came along with him scoring baskets.
I'm going to say don't let the Pistons' patheticness create your opinion here.
All right, so
All
let's
right,
go Jim Costa theory here. Is there anybody in Southern California, if you say the name Cade Cunningham, unless they're a basketball junkie, are they sitting there going, oh, yeah, he plays for the Pistons. He's really good.
More people know who Cade Cunningham is in the United States than Riley Green and even probably Tarek Skubal right now. Yeah.
Because of the sport?
Sure, it's the
Yes.
sport. Yeah,
no, but he's played in rookie games. He's, and he had coming out, he was a pretty
He was
highly
number one
regarded
overall
guy.
pick. Yeah.
He was higher regarded than most drafts, but he wasn't in the generation conversation.
He wasn't, your LeBron Wembanyama number one.
I mean, there was a
pick.
little debate on should he go number one. I mean, it was small, but there was at least the question there by some people.
So I think Star has to be productive and noteworthy, right? Like,
Okay.
Cade is noteworthy, right?
Well, what
he is the best player in an NBA franchise. He's a former number one pick. There's upside. But, like, if I'm saying Raymond isn't a star yet, like, what has Cade done to grab the mantle of stardom from a performance standpoint? I don't think he has.
I think you answer this by only injury will derail their borderline greatness. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a Skubal question right now. Skubal is performing like a all-star pitcher. When he's healthy, he has now for 2 years or so. But injuries are the question mark. Can he hold up this year? Same thing with Green. I think the great thing about Riley Green is he just balls. He goes all out. You can see he has God-given ability, and he just plays. He's fearless. He is. He doesn't think. I think that might be sometimes. I think baseball players think too much. Literally,
they
he just
have the
goes up
time.
there. He goes up there, and he just sees the pitch and takes what he gets.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but I think we're saying Riley Green is kind of on the Raymond track, ascending.
Yeah.
Kind of the line has to finish it. If Riley Green doesn't qualify, could we say Skubal has to round out a Cy Young season to qualify? That's what I say. Like, how many do we actually
he doesn't have to win the Cy Young.
No, but like round out a
Right.
full, complete season where he's in contention.
So far we've agreed on 4.
Well, I'm saying I don't even know if we should count Green or Skubal yet, based on they have to round out a full season to doing it. So then really it's just Sewell, St. Brown, and the ticket texters are bringing up a football name that we haven't yet.
Goff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the next one. I was kind of saving him for the end.
You want to see if I would label him a star?
Oh, no, that's if you're going to call for Hendon Hooker.
Oh. What about St. Brown over Goff, though?
Oh, I think that, who's the biggest star in Detroit? It's between the 3 Lions.
Oh, there's no questions between the 3 Lions. But if you're going to say just in Detroit,
Yeah, who's the biggest star?
Well, we don't get St. Brown chance.
It's Goff. Goff is the
it's got
biggest
to be
star.
Goff. I mean, Goff is the one, they're chanting his name at other events.
I think it's because his name is easier to chant. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a harder chant. Penei Sewell, a little easier.
ASB. I mean, like that could be.
Sun God.
Everybody knows what you're chanting at that point.
Sun God, Sun God, Sun
Yeah.
God.
But Goff is definitely on this list.
We have fewer than 5, I would say, and it might only be the 3 Lions, unless the Tiger players round out the year. Raymond takes a leap next season. Sider takes another leap next season.
We have some star potential.
Yes.
We have some stars, but I think to be that star category, you do have to keep it elite.
Yes, you have to continue
You
to perform.
can't just but you can't just include everybody because you could start if you're talking about popularity here in Detroit, you could say Aiden Hutchinson.
We got it on the ticket text. What about Hutch?
Yeah, I think he has star potential, and obviously here in Detroit, if you're talking about the most popular
Marketability.
Lion, yeah, I mean
his face was the one on the building in downtown Detroit for the draft.
Yeah,
but he's a star.
Not like
he's close.
Not like Sewell. All right, because Sewell is
an all-pro.
He's the highest paid at his position, and I know you don't necessarily give linemen the credit they're due, but
I'm trying
he is
to.
a star.
John, you misconstrued. I will stick up for offensive linemen, but we live in the world where offensive linemen are often discounted. You know that.
I do.
It's not the glitz and the glamour position. You know what you signed up for.
But if you're good, you're celebrated.
And you stand out.
Yeah.
And so that's what makes Sewell so unique, is that he stands out in we have a really good offensive lineman way, in a,
Right.
oh my gosh, the way this guy dominates. The NFC Championship game, he was noticeable. The way he was mauling people and moving the sticks and
Yeah.
decapitating second-level players on a good San Francisco defense. You guys can weigh in. We got to get phone calls and ticket text 248-539-9797. We want to hear from you guys. How many Detroit Stars do we have? Riley Green being used as kind of a barometer. Benetti says he's playing like an all-star right now. It's 97-1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. And whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you questions, get to know you, and then they're going to build a financial plan that fits your situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community because they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
That's that's Dan Dickerson.
Thank you.
And let's go.
I knew it when he said it because I looked at Greg. I didn't even ask Greg. We just had the eye contact.
You guys. Trying to, compliment a professional athlete around here.
Yep.
Be serious, get a good sports topic going, and
Outstanding. That's beautiful.
Yes.
Hey, 9:02. If you're looking to get revved up this morning, John Jansen, don't miss it, 9:02. We have a football question. We are 1 week away from another one of those milestone moments in the NFL offseason. We will get to that top of the hour. You heard Riley Green's home run in the update. Jason Benetti said he's playing like an all-star. Star being the operative word.
Yep.
He's not a star yet, but he is on his way. So I thought it's a good time to check in and see who are the actual established stars in the city of Detroit. As our teams get better, as they get more established, as these young players that we've been talking about for years start to cement themselves, who are the stars in the city of Detroit? And we said 100% agreement on Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They're chanting Jared Goff's name. Jared Goff is on that list too. Raymond, not yet. Larkin, no. Can be beloved, but not a star in the game.
Right.
Cade, not yet. Start looking around. Skubal, but there's a real question about Skubal. He hasn't put together a full season, but the dude's like filthy. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball, maybe the best in the American League. It's Cy Skubal. You guys tell us what you think. Let's get to Alex in Berkeley. Alex, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Really cool debate. I've got two tiers. I've got tier one, guys that have already made it objectively, stars in the game as a whole, not just Detroit. Tier two, right on the precipice. I've got two names, tier one. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell. And as I've been listening to you guys, tier two just keeps filling up. So you got the Raymonds, the Siders, Riley Green, Tarek Skubal, but Brian Branch, Jahmyr Gibbs. These guys that are right on the precipice of breaking out. Not yet stars. Maybe stars in the eyes of Detroit, but not on the national stage. And one counterpoint for you, Jim, offensive linemen. I know they don't get the love they deserve, but when they brought out the new jerseys, he was one of the first off the board to sell out.
Yeah, I think he qualifies. I think he is an outlier in that way. He is celebrated in a way that few offensive linemen are, and he deserves to be celebrated that way. Plus, John, you brought this up. The black is more slimming, so if you're going to bring a guy out in the black jerseys, Penei Sewell can go out there and flex, and it doesn't show all 300-plus pounds the same way the white jerseys do.
You're correct.
So I think the next person to break into that upper echelon of stardom is Mo Sider. Riley Green's looking real good. Tarek Skubal's looking real good. He's got to show that he can do a full season of health. But things are looking good here in Detroit, boys. We haven't had this kind of conversation in quite a few years.
Yeah, it used to be like, who are the best players under 22?
Yeah.
And they're
or
all
we
prospects.
were talking about like who has the best ability to be the next star.
Could be, maybe, someday.
No, we actually have some bona fide stars.
Yeah.
So you've taken shots at offensive linemen twice here. I mean, you basically said Sewell's fat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's a large human being. He's actually...
Well, you said he's fat, and if he wore... They put him in the black jersey because if he wore the white one, it would have been too much.
Yeah, you did say that.
I did say it. We can play the tape. You have said it. I lean on you, the guy...
I've said that about me.
You've said offensive linemen.
I haven't called other people fat.
Jim's fat shaming.
You really questioned at the beginning of this, can an offensive lineman even be a star?
I said Detroit's a place that appreciates a great O-lineman and Sewell's a cut above. You guys are twisting my words.
Well,
which I'm used to, I guess, at this point.
No, I mean, I have said before when I've worn the all-whites in Washington, I look like either the Michelin Man or the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I never said that about any of my counterparts on the offensive line.
What were you listed at, John, when you played?
It was probably 305, 310.
What do you think Penei Sewell's listed at?
325, 330.
Right. So, I mean, body type, bigger dude.
Can't you just be big?
Yeah, it doesn't mean he's fat.
Did I say fat?
You said that
large.
The black
hefty
uniforms made him look slimmer.
Yes.
Why can't we just look at him for what he is? Why do we have to judge his size?
I mean, yeah, you bring up the guy's weight then. Does it matter what I was listed at or what he's listed at?
I'm just trying to give a frame of reference, John.
We haven't brought up Riley Green's weight.
People. Yeah, I mean, what's Riley listed at?
What is this, like a weight to be a star? You got
to look a certain way, apparently, according to you.
There we go.
Or wear a certain uniform so you don't look a certain way.
Oh, boy. We have some ticket text. Sam Laporta is a star and has the stats to back it up already. What do you say, guys? Got to do it more than 1 year?
Well, I believe he will do it more than 1 year. So, I mean, you certainly can be a star in your first year.
I think he's a fan favorite, right? Gutting it out in the playoffs, catching a touchdown.
Goes to you. I mean, if he sells jerseys for you, it must be a star. And he's got the numbers to back it up.
And best
now
rookie
the question
tight end season
is, and okay, we use different numbers, and it's going to vary by position. It's not fair, but we talk. I think a star for a wide receiver. Are you do we say a top 5, top 7 guy?
Sure.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is there. Plus, he's got that star power. Penei Sewell, we talked about it. I asked you top 3 offensive linemen. You said, yeah, he's probably the top 1, even though he only looks good in his black jersey. That's where it goes to. And then if you talk about quarterbacks, we always talk about top 5, top 10. Jared Goff, we put him in the star category. Some of it is that because of the position, but is he a top 5 or a top 10 and still have that star potential? But then you're looking at Laporta. Okay, where does Laporta fall in the hierarchy of tight ends?
Top 5?
I would think so.
Because Kelsey
so why
won.
does not? Yeah, Kelsey, Kittle, Andrews,
Hawkinson.
No,
I just needed that. I needed your reaction. He's right there.
With Laporta, he's got the potential to actually maybe be the biggest star on this team because the tight end position, if he's kind of the goofball or whatever, like the tight end position has become in this league to a degree, they show a lot of personality. The Kittles, Kelsey has. I know some people are annoyed with the Taylor Swift. Even before that, Travis Kelce was kind of a goofball. Tight ends have taken on that persona to a degree.
But he doesn't seem like a goofy guy.
Well, we don't know yet. I mean, once more starts coming out, I mean, look, when you go into a Lions locker room, who are you talking to right now? You got a list of about 15 people, right?
Yeah, and as a rookie, seen and not heard.
But he last year, the rookie records that he broke and challenged, he starts to do that again and a couple Pro Bowls. You could really see a lot coming out.
Well, and he can wear all 3 jerseys and still look good.
Yeah.
Texter says, Costa, he's just big boned.
Big boned. One of my favorite descriptors. That was my selling point.
And the one thing is, Goff does have that gumpy QB body. Can he really be a star?
248. People say Dan Campbell is our biggest star.
Can we include coaches? Come on, say it.
It doesn't work. I'm hitting it. There we go.
There we go.
Delayed gratification.
Hit it harder.
He didn't want to. He didn't want it to work.
No, he probably is the biggest star for counting coaches.
Yeah. I mean, definitely not Monty Williams. AJ.
Good manager. He's not a star.
Good manager. Well, he was. Then it was shot down.
You're
and
talking
then
about the Astros?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he was, World Series coach, manager.
Yeah.
And
I still don't think that makes you a star. Like in most cities, the coach isn't.
Well, Sparky was a star here. I mean,
yes. But you almost have to be like a cultural phenomenon the way Sparky or Campbell are, right?
Yeah. And Derek Lalone is not, but I mean, are we going to put this to GMs as well?
Steve Yzerman?
Steve Yzerman?
Without.
Brad Holmes?
Yeah. Brad, probably, right? Chef hat and all, let him cook.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, how high do we go?
Owners?
Sheila?
Oh, come on. She's not like the other Fords. 248-539-9797. Some more ticket text coming in on stars. Who qualifies in the city of Detroit? Benetti says that Riley Green is playing like an all-star. Not quite there yet, I would say. You got to finish it out. But who are the stars in the city of Detroit? 248-539-9797. The NFL schedule comes out a week from today. We're not going to go through all of it. Speculate on all of it. Just want to focus on the opener, the tone setter. Who do you want? It's 97.1.
After their best month of April since their last championship season, the Tigers begin May with a bang as well. A 4-1 win at Comerica Park yesterday over St. Louis. 8 hits spread among 7 different players. The bullpen preserved Kenta Maeda's quality start for the victory. AJ Hinch said it was Maeda's best fastball in terms of location and velo so far. Detroit is now 18-13, though they do still trail the Royals and the Guardians, who continue to win games themselves. And Minnesota right behind them as well. They're the hottest team in baseball with 10 straight victories. WNBA star Brittany Griner opening up about her imprisonment in Russia with ABC, saying that she contemplated suicide multiple times, thinking she'd never make it out of those work camp conditions. Yeah, sounds lovely. Griner spent 10 months in a detention facility after being arrested and found guilty for drug possession. More teams moving on in the postseason in both the NBA and NHL playoffs. The Celtics took care of Miami 118-84. Tatum and Brown able to rest the entire fourth quarter of that game. The Mavs are 1 win away from also advancing as they beat the Clippers 123-93. In hockey, the Kings were sent packing. The Oilers took them out 4-3, and the Stars go up 3-2 in their series against Vegas as they beat them in Dallas by a score of 3-2. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Oh, we have a page worth of ticket text on fat shaming that was just run in. Let me read a couple of these. We'll talk football schedule.
Please do.
1 week away. Who do you want the Lions to play in week 1? No shortage of juicy matchups. We'll each weigh in and, of course, open up the phones and ticket text for you guys. Costa is writing checks disqualifying linemen and calling them tubby. Wait for them receipts, Jim. That's not what I said. John, I love that you have Cookies back on his heels this morning. Keep up the bull rush, Joe in Farmington Hills.
Yeah. Well, it's us larger people have that ability. I mean,
you just start throwing your weight around.
Yeah.
You just fat shamed Penei Sewell and got checked in real time, you dumbass. This is the greatest morning you guys have had yet, Joe in Fenton. Good morning, John. You have lied in the past. You said you never called anyone fat. You called TJ Lang fat just last week.
Oh, yeah, you caught me in that one.
He says he
I
adds,
did, and I've done it more times than once. That's a repeat. I'm a repeat offender on that one.
And he says, I think you secretly think this of all guards.
No.
Hold on. I'm trying to think of one that's not.
Let's face it. I mean, we're just being real here. John's not fat.
No. Penei Sewell is not fat either, by the way.
TJ
He's
kinda.
a large human being.
TJ's got a little gut.
TJ, it's been a few years since his playing days.
TJ is as wide an individual, but he was that way at his peak as well. He was built wide.
Big boned.
Big boned. Love that one. Yes.
Sergio, you want to weigh
Broad
in
at the shoulders, narrow at the hips.
Sergio, Stars in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on Sam Laporta being a star or not. I think he had an incredible rookie season. We were down there day one for the draft, and the crowd obviously was full of all kinds of jerseys, not just the Lions. Sam Laporta came and threw the crowd on a golf cart, kind of incognito, no jersey on, and he was pointed out by a young fan wearing a Kansas City Chiefs jersey. Once he did, the flock of a variety of jerseys that came to see him, I mean, I think justified him being a star in the city. And not just in the city, but in the NFL in general.
Yeah, I the more I think about it, the more because the records that he broke and just the big plays that he had throughout the course of the season. It's, and you cannot break records. Obviously, there's been a lot of people that have not done that and had big moments. He's had the big moments.
Third downs, picking up first downs,
Touchdowns.
red zone, including what was the deciding play when you look back in their playoff win. That game was about red zone and field goals, and they went for it on a fourth down right on the goal line, and it's Sam Laporta. You catch it, you win. I mean, that was first half, but like it sets kind of the tone. They're kicking field goals later. You got that touchdown in your back pocket. And it was Laporta playing, gutting it out. He got injured at the end of the regular season. Okay, more ticket text backing up Laporta. One says Hutch is the biggest star in Detroit, hands down. Maybe not the best player, but he moves the needle more than anybody else. That's DJ at work. And another vote for Hutch says 11.5 sacks. PFF lists them as a top 5 defensive end pass rusher. What more's the guy got to do?
B1.
Be the number one pass rusher?
Not to be a star, but, he's had some. I think everybody is waiting for. We saw it in Chicago where the team needed a sack to put away a game. And it felt like on that play, he just took over the game and won it. We just need more moments like that.
Tom in Flat Rock has a good point. He says the only undisputed stars are the Lions. Hutch, St. Brown, and Sewell. The guys on the verge of stardom are the Greens, the Scoobles, the Raymonds, Laporta, etc. I think we maybe throw Goff in that first tier too. But everybody else is kind of breaking out or starting to turn that corner. I think I agree with them. The only undisputed stars in Detroit are the Detroit Lions players we've highlighted.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of the Lions, we're going to find out a week from today.
Mm-hmm.
The full schedule. But let's just start with the tone setter, the week 1 game, the matchup that you want the Lions to begin the season with. They've got 9 home games, 8 road games, some big-time matchups looming this year. John, the best week 1 matchup is?
There's a lot of good options. When you look at, because they're playing that first place schedule, they could be, there's a number of top-tier teams, home and away, that they could be playing. Some rematches from last year that they could be playing. But I think the one that I want to see is in division, and I want it to be a home game. I want this team, this organization, this city to be able to open it up at home and celebrate going to the NFC Championship game, being kings of the North, crushing the NFL draft, open this season up at home in front of your fans. Ford Field, they're going to blow the roof off of it, and the way they do that, the reason they do that is because little old Caleb Williams comes to town, and you welcome him to the NFL. It's all about their roster. And, yeah, I know DJ Moore is a good player. I know Keenan Allen is a good player. We think Rome Odunze is going to be a good player, but it's TBD. We think Caleb Williams is going to be a good player, but it's very much TBD with the giant question mark. And whether he is or not, this is an opportunity to set the tone for the rest of the season, for the rest of his career. I loved the first play of the game because it was my opportunity to let you know you're going to be playing a long day. There's a lot of pain in store, and do you really want it? This is for Caleb Williams. When he comes to Ford Field, does he really want it? This first opportunity, you set the tone for that game at Soldier Field. You set the tone for the rest of the year because he knows when he makes that short trip, it's going to be a long ride home because you're going to hit him right in the mouth. And every time he takes the field wearing a Bears uniform, you are going to crush his heart, his soul, his mind, and you are going to roll through him every single time like crap through a goose. Now let's go. Give me the Bears on opening night.
Crap through a goose? Is that a common saying?
Yeah, don't you watch Patton? One of the greatest speeches of all time.
That's outstanding, though. That's beautiful. Okay. I see it. And I think the league could see it because they might want to draw the connection from the draft where Williams was and where the city of Detroit was.
Yeah.
Hey, you got plans? Let's meet up week 1. Do this again. Only now they get on the TV broadcast. How about the city of Detroit? They love football. Here are all the shots of the crowds. Here's Caleb Williams walking on the stage. And now we play football.
Mm-hmm.
Bears in town. Tone setter. Think about this. They're going to be talking a lot. We got our quarterback. We're headed in the right direction. Division is ours sooner rather than later. The city, the Windy City, is going to have a lot of hot air coming out of it, and you have a chance to snuff it out week 1 against the Chicago Bears. If not the Bears, could I make a secondary suggestion?
Sure.
San Francisco 49ers. Place where it ended last year. The game this year is back out at Levi Stadium. It would be some symbolism, too. Dan Campbell's very first game coaching the Detroit Lions was against the San Francisco 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
It was Goff's first game as a Detroit Lion. It was Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown's first games as Detroit Lions.
Mm-hmm.
My, how far they've come. The game they should have won last year, the game they can win, should win, will win this year. tone setter the same way last year against Kansas City was. Who's the best team in the NFC? Yeah, we'll go to their place, start the season, beat their ass, and be 1-0. That, to me, is the alternative to the Bears, which is a rich storyline, right. a division game, a home game, a reward for the fans. I would submit to you the San Francisco 49ers offer satisfaction in a way the Bears game can't. And in a way that only a couple opponents can. I mean, Dallas may offer you satisfaction, too, because, well, you go there and, hey, here's what should have happened. 248-539-9797. John's all fired up. On May 2nd, we don't have a schedule for a week. We don't play games for months. But this is the beauty of football. This is what the NFL does. They litter the offseason with little dates and milestones and the schedule release. Think about it. We had 750,000 people to hear names read on a stage. Mm-hmm. People are going to be... We know how next week's going to go when the schedule comes out. We're going to be diving all the way in. All the primetime matchups. Who's Thanksgiving? Is it 5 primetime games? 6 is the max. Could the Lions have 6? We know they're a TV draw. We know they're a football powerhouse. We know the fan base is as legit as anybody in the league traveling to all these road sites. We get to find that out in a week. But we're just starting to whet the appetite. The week 1 opponent you want to see is 248-539-9797. Some of the early ticket texts coming in.
Oh, yeah?
Green Bay or Chicago. Let them chumps know we still run the North.
That's right. Kings of the North.
Give me the Rams week 1 so I can boo Kelly Stafford and her kids some more. That's right. San Francisco is going to be week 1, reads the ticket texter. How about J.J. McCarthy coming back to the state? The Minnesota Vikings week 1.
So some people have texted me that as well. Here's my thought on that. I think we all believe Caleb Williams is going to beat out Tyson Bagent and Brett Rippon. Mm-hmm. And in the long run, we believe JJ will probably beat out Sam Darnold. But Caleb Williams was the number 1 overall pick. He's going to be starting week 1 for the Bears. I don't know that it's set in stone that JJ McCarthy will be starting week 1 for Kevin O'Donnell. I think Kevin O'Donnell has Kevin O'Connell has enough cachet in Minnesota because what he was able to do with 4 quarterbacks last year and just his track record there, that he shouldn't feel the pressure of having to start their first-round pick, who was a top 10 pick, not a number 1 overall pick. So if that happens, I'd rather see that one last week of the season versus first week.
Ticket text, greatest speech ever. Give me Chicago, Jay, in a car.
Let's go.
Holy hell, I need John to be my weight loss coach. I'm ready to destroy Caleb Williams, and I'm a nobody. One more, John. For the first time ever, you got me all fired up, all caps. Couldn't agree more. The Bears would be great to get Williams and get in his head early. We could nip it in the bud right away. Let's do it, John. Marcus in a truck. More of your response. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, in an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It's a must to hire the right lawyer who will make sure that the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Feminino and his team have been making insurance companies pay for almost 30 years, and he can help you with your injury case as well. David is ready to speak with you personally right now if you call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, First Merchants Bank. When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you questions, and get to know as much about you as possible, and then they're going to work with you to build a plan that fits your situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's where they live, they work, it's where they're from, and it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes on a regular basis to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. All right, this one will be a challenge. Founders, 9559. Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years with a focus But I don't disagree that it would be a great matchup because it is. Two teams that have been downtrodden, longer for the Lions than Houston, but Houston went through a lot with the whole Deshaun Watson, and now all of a sudden they've got C.J. Stroud, rookie quarterback, new coach. They make the playoffs, they get ousted, and obviously we know what the Lions did. I think it's definitely one that they could sell.
So there are some similarities. They both moved on from a quarterback, different circumstances, and used that haul to better their team, right? I mean, the Deshaun Watson trade helped them fuel some of what they're doing now. They both won a playoff game last year. Lions won 2.
Yeah.
It's not a matchup I'm itching to see week 1, but it is maybe an underrated game on the schedule once it comes out. Like, I don't know if that'll be a prime time or if that's just one of those, like, hey, 1 o'clock on a Sundays. But either way, yeah, those are teams in a similar tier.
I think you could also, there's a number of really good games on the schedule, but you could also go and reverse engineer this one and say, all right, what are the games that are just kind of meh? And you don't want to have a primetime start the season game with. And I would probably say Indy, not that they're a bad team, but it just doesn't do anything to, raise the blood pressure a little bit, rise in the emotion. We already talked about San Francisco, Dallas, Arizona.
Nah.
Yeah. Minnesota, Chicago, Green Bay, and then obviously home. The Rams, not Seattle. You could generate some excitement there
because of the success they've had at Ford Field, and you're trying to, again, kind of swing back the other way.
I think the only other 2 games that you would be like, meh, would be Jacksonville and Tennessee.
Yeah, but there's a world where they know week 1 we've got you. It's the first week of the season. You're going to be excited for football no matter what. Hey, guess what? We're going to put 2 NFL teams on a field. We're going to keep score, and it's going to count towards their record. You've been waiting all offseason. We could put anybody out there, and it's going to do very well. There could be an NFL scheduling thought that we don't have to start with our best game first.
Well, technically, they want to have the best game.
Well, they will for the Thursday night.
Game.
But like the weekend itself, they don't have to stack all the marquee matchups right away out of the gate. They got to space them out. Like last year when the Niners and the Ravens played, it ended up being 2 teams with the 1 seeds attached. Potential Super Bowl matchup didn't work out that way. They might do that with certain games for the Lions going, oh, we know the Cowboy game has a baked-in storyline. We know the Niner game has a baked-in storyline. And there may be seeding in the NFC, so that becomes a second half of the season kind of schedule.
Yeah, but it could also, it's all a gigantic formula that they're going to plug in. And if they see some tweaks that they can make, can we move this game here? What do they have going on in that city? Does it work with the rest of the schedule? That's where it's going to be unique, because I think the NFL, not only do they want to have a monster first weekend, set the tone for the rest of the year, but I think they want to have as many good matchups, because you can then hide a Detroit versus Tennessee matchup on a day where it's going to be, Pittsburgh and Cincinnati.
You're right. It's a giant puzzle, and we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves. We got a week.
There are other cities that play football other than the Lions.
It's news to me. Ticket texter, I want the Niners, Cowboys, or Rams. Give me the Niners for the opener. Let's run it back at their place and finish this time. We want Chicago game 1. Welcome the number 1 pick the right way.
Yeah, put that helmet right under his chin strap.
Bears week 1, please. Another vote for the Bears. Give me the rookie. I want to knock his head off. Ryan in a truck, 17-0 Lions. Costa, why do you want the Niners week 1? That's a loss. No, we don't think like that anymore. We don't, like last year. Remember last year I was like, hey, I don't know if they're going to win in Kansas City. We don't think like that anymore. They proved it. Come on, people.
Hey, guys, since they go to Dallas, every time if you play the Cowboys, you're not going to play there as the Lions on Thanksgiving. The Cowboys always play the Thursday after Thanksgiving, too.
So they could
Amazon?
Yeah.
Would you want that? 2 straight Thursdays? They did it once. That was the Aaron Rodgers.
It doesn't make a difference, right?
Yeah, it's no different than Sunday to Sunday.
Right.
Oh, I know. I'm just asking just as a football fan.
Right, and the delay,
Sorry.
There's still a... You don't have to apologize. The point is, sometimes Thursday...
That was okay. I still like hearing it.
The Thursday game, you have a short week, but you got to pay that off at some point. So whether you delay it 2 weeks from Thanksgiving or the week after Thanksgiving, you still have to deal with the short week leading up to it, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a short week, but then on the flip side, I keep saying this, you have that short week, but then you have basically a built-in extra bye week,
3
following
days.
that.
Yeah.
10 days.
Yes.
You know, they
Extra
can go to
few.
Dallas. They wear the whites Thursday night, Lions in black.
Oh,
Sewell's
wow.
looking slimmer.
Looking slim, looking badass.
Speaking of that, calling TJ Lang fat doesn't count. The dude's a meatball, reads the ticket texter.
His does have meatball traits.
And this one says, Jim might watch that movie. It depends how much the goose weighs.
That's right. Can it actually fly?
Someone who listens to 2 minutes of the show today is going to have a very different image of me.
Well, you could have listened to the whole thing and maybe come away with the same image.
Oh, I don't know. I think I've been done dirty by the people around me. I think this is a slanderous attack of my character and who I am as a person.
Oh, come on. You kind of set yourself up on that.
I always do.
You know. How's the AC? Excited about the warm weather?
I'm not. It's not supposed to be too warm, though. Got someone coming out today to look at it.
Well, now it's not too warm. Before it was, 70 degrees, and you got to turn your AC on in March.
John, you know how this
Now,
goes.
now you don't even know if it was working. It was so cold outside.
You have to, mentally, I have to tell myself it's not going to be too bad.
Yes.
We got the windows cracked open. We'll run some fans. We'll slum it. We don't have the AC.
The
I get
worst
it.
part is when you don't have the AC and it's hot and muggy outside, and then all of a sudden you get a thunderstorm that rolls through, and you got to close the windows so it doesn't rain on the inside.
And you have a swamp.
Yeah. Then all that hot air, stuffiness, mustiness, all stored inside.
For people who want to know what we're talking about, we talked appliances. 2 are not working in my house right now. Worst appliances, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind, or it will be podcasted.
Take a text. Guess which one that's not working.
You got 1 or 2. Texter says they need to travel to Dallas to open the season. It would be unbelievable. Cement Detroit as new America's team when they win by 3 touchdowns. Joe in Fenton. Yeah, fired up today. Hey, speaking of situations at home, you have one that we're going to get to coming up next.
Oh, yeah.
This is an issue that guys run into. Question of priorities. John's going to get out of here and go deal with that. We'll get to it next. It's 97.1. It's May. Why would you turn your air conditioner on? Reads a ticket texter. And my response is because I want to be comfortable.
You could be comfortable without AC.
It's a challenge, John. Anyway, I'll
apparently.
deal with that challenge later today.
It's all of mine.
Okay. Later today for you. This is something guys deal with, and you got to figure out where your priorities lie. You are in a time crunch. Set this up for people.
Yeah, Lisa and Teddy been gone for about 6 days. Right? We know when the wife leaves. There's different rules at the house. Yep, Greg's doing it right now. Feet up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, shoes don't come off. Like there's a lot that goes on. Dishes may not be done the same way. Laundry's probably not done. It's just. And I mean, floors are one thing that I have kind of a thing about. Floors need to be clean.
Sweep them.
Yeah, and because it's kind of one of the most noticeable things. Like you walk in, you're like, that's a dirty floor. You see it right away. But she's coming back this afternoon, and I have a 1 hour window when the show's over because Lucy's graduating. Congratulations, Lucy.
Congrats.
High school, and she's got an event that I need to be at this afternoon. I'm going to go right from that to the airport to pick up Lisa and Teddy. And when they come in and walk in that door, we all know, whether it's intentional or not, there will already be judgy eyes.
You're right.
All right, and whether or not she says anything, I know she's going to be looking around. How was the house kept? What's been going on since I was gone? And since she was gone, I talked about it earlier in the week. I've been refinishing our cabinets. So I get a pass because it's something that she wanted as well as I did.
Oh, so the kitchen's a work zone. You're good.
Yeah. Well, okay. The cabinets are a work zone. The sink is not part of the work zone, so it can't be loaded full of dishes. I checked that box right now. I know that, and the order for the kids was make sure you take care of the dishes before you leave for school. But what is it that either your judgy eyes will give away, or your wife will actually verbally say, well, I can't believe you didn't do the laundry.
I think the laundry's not. Is that how she sounds?
No. She's out of town, so it's okay.
They don't have internet where she is? No, I would. Okay, laundry. You bring up laundry. I don't think it's near the top of the list because it's not one of the first things you notice. Like you want someone to come home from a trip and not be greeted to filth.
Yeah,
and they're not going to notice laundry right away. I think in a time crunch with only an hour. I mean, yeah, if you got clothes laying around, pick them up, throw them in a basket, and get them out of like plain sight. But you don't have to like run the laundry in your hour. I don't think that's a good use of your time.
Well, I mean, running the laundry, it's not really my time.
Right, I guess the machine's running.
Yeah, if your washing machine works.
Well, that's another
so it's your
point.
dishwasher.
Yeah.
Mine's coming back. Anyway, when you're talking about your wife who's been gone, and sometimes it varies on the length of time they're gone. Obviously, the opportunity, if they're gone longer,
it's been a whole week,
I can mess things up a heck of a lot more.
Yeah.
And obviously it's spring. Gunner right now is shedding like mad. So dog hair can be an issue. It's the kitchen. I always make the bed.
Yeah.
And so I do that every morning anyway. So that's not for me something, but I want to know from the dudes out there, or even from the women.
What are you looking?
What are you looking for when you come home from being away? It doesn't even have to be vacation. It could be a work trip. You come home. What needs to be done for you to feel like you're welcome back in your own house and the jobs were being done as they should have been done, as if you were there?
Yeah, asking for literally John Jansen, 248-539-9797. I think the doorway when you walk in, everybody's home's a little different, but that is the first impression. I think kitchen, although you're getting a little bit of a pass.
Yeah.
But kitchen, countertop surfaces, floors, things that could accumulate dust and bathrooms, sink, toilet, the whole thing. Just
got to make sure you put the lid down.
Right. Yeah. Make sure exactly. Details, John. Details. You got only so much time. But yes, surfaces, the obvious stuff, the thing the naked eye is going to notice first and foremost. An hour, is that enough time?
Oh, sure.
Clean sweep.
Yeah.
Room by room.
But I have to prioritize the most important parts of the home and what it's going to be, because we accomplished some of Jack was out mowing last night. We were, picking some weeds, stuff like that. Kids are good at that. But what is it when your wife comes home that it has to be either spotless or it has to be done, or you get the judgy eyes and the cold shoulder?
How far does like a Febreze or one of those air like just something to spruce it up? Because sensory, when you walk in the door, can that cover up some you didn't get to everything, but the
fresh
first
smell?
impression, you walk in, it smells fresh. It smells. Now the problem is some of that stuff is obvious that you just sprayed it, right?
Well, yeah, and it doesn't really last. So if you're going to do something that lasts, you've got to be able to mop the floors. Like that's a scent that will last a little bit. And it's probably walking in with the smell of cleaning fluids in the air. And it's kind of the bleach that you might use, in the restroom.
One little shot in the sink.
Oh yeah. But we all do those tricks.
But it doesn't then it almost gives off the impression that you just did this last minute though. You kind of want to act like you've had it all together, even though we all know you haven't.
But so then you buy into it and say, yeah, I did. I did it after I came home because the kids are at school. They won't be home until she gets home. So it's all going to be, right there so I can get a chance. I mean, one or two of them might be home. But
how about something like brewing in the crock pot?
Dinner ready? See, I don't have time to stop at the store. I mean, that would have been something but my excuse is I've been slaving away on the cabinets.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hey, and I think this time of year especially underrated the lawn can't look like really bad. And the lawn can look very bad this time of year if you've kind of neglected it, where you've got high grass, short grass, the weeds, it's weed central, like dandelions, galore. Because I think it just sets the tone when she gets out of the car or walks in. That's the first thing.
Yeah, first impressions.
Yeah. Have your big black truck in the way of something out there.
Oh, I'm picking her up in that.
Oh, okay. Ooh. She's going riding in the BBT.
Heck yeah. Daddy will be there too, though. So, the question is, when you walk in the door, and I did the same thing. That's why Jack was mowing the lawn last night, because it is first impression.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the rugs that you could just throw in the washing machine. So the door that she's going to walk in, I threw it in the washing machine last night. I took it out this morning before I left. That's clean. I need to get home to be able to do the floors. But what else? Is there something I'm missing?
So we got a text. Jimmy in Flint says beer cans.
Beer cans.
I don't know if that's a problem for you, but just speaking in general, that's like we had like a frat weekend here. Like, come on, dude, you got kids, you be a dad, you can't be leaving beer cans laying around everywhere.
Yeah, cans, bottles got to all be picked up. And it goes for the kids too. It's not the beer for the kids, but it's empty Gatorade bottles, empty water bottles. Don't want to be sitting around on the end tables.
John, you're on the radio. Stop digging the hole. Will in Livonia. She's not listening. He's fine.
She's not listening. No, well, she's not flying yet, but she's out of town and she's wrestling a big 2-year-old. So chances are good she's not listening.
Either not running the dishwasher or not emptying the dishwasher. If the dishes have piled up in the sink, these are the areas you need to prioritize. That's Jeff. Says you can tell when it's a problem from 3 feet away. Before you even approach the sink, you can tell when someone hasn't taken care of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
John, it's pointless. The wife will always notice something not right when she comes back from the trip. Ryan in a van.
Ryan, you're 100% right. But I don't want it to be a list of things. I'd rather it be the one thing I missed, and then I can walk around with my pouty face that I'm mad that she's mad. But I'd rather it be one thing than a list of 4 or 5. Well, you couldn't even do this.
We have not one, not two, 3, 4 ticket texts, all with the same solution that Frank in Clarkston wants to propose. Frank, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys, and nice talking to both of you. Hey, so you do your dishes. You like to keep the floor clean. You can stop at the grocery store on the way home and pick up some flowers. That diffuses everything else. She sees that, and that's what she'll focus on is, oh, you thought of me.
Yeah, distract her. Know that there's something over here that I didn't get to, but distract her with the flowers.
Absolutely.
Frank, you sound like you've
Can
done
I-
this before. Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. Well, one comment I have. I hate listening to the Tigers when they break for commercial and they come back and they're 2 pitches into the game. Why is that?
Does that happen? You're talking about being able to watch it on Bally's?
No, he's saying on the radio.
Oh, really?
No, on the radio. They'll break for a commercial, and Dan is constantly saying, "Oh, ball 2," or "Oh, that was a strike. Oh, now we just threw a ball." You know, I mean, they're always like trying to cram in another commercial.
Well, it sounds like
I
Dan needs
just
to get
don't
to
know
commercial.
why.
It sounds like Dan needs to get to commercial a little sooner. We'll tell him to stop yapping so much.
Right. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Thanks, Frank. No, Dan, he does a chatty radio broadcast. I like it, but yeah, you got to make sure we all deal with this.
Yeah.
Can't sit and chat too long.
I haven't really noticed that.
I hadn't
don't know.
either. It probably happened a couple times.
Yeah.
It sticks out to him. 248-539-9797. Have flowers on the table. Works every time. John, get fresh flowers for the kitchen. Always a nice touch. More flowers, flowers, flowers. Make the bed, you already said.
Yeah, I make the bed every day anyway. So.
Now, someone has called that into question. What do you mean? You get up at the crack of dawn. You go home and make the bed after work then, right? 'Cause
No, I make my side of the bed.
how do you make half? That's not making the bed.
Well, I can't make the bed with her in it.
Well, that's
so,
so then you're not
so when
making
I,
the bed. I'm not judging you for it, but like
I
that's
make
not.
my half of the bed.
You can't
And
make
then
half
when
a bed.
she gets,
you either make
can.
a bed or you don't make.
you can
a
make
bed.
half a bed because the other part of the bed is occupied.
But the other person's still sleeping. They could people move in their sleep. That's not going to stay even half made.
It will. I mean, my wife's not a big mover in her sleep.
Okay.
So it stays made.
I almost think this is a better conversation. But anyway, advice for John as he is up against a time crunch, 1 hour to make a house that's not spotless look as close to it as possible as his wife comes home today. It's 97.1.
Hey, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is the company that you need if you want a beautiful lawn. We talked about having that first impression of your house. Our lawn, no weeds because we use Natural Way. 888 Get Green is the number on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, you can purchase a full loan program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And here's why I say no weeds. They've already treated for the dandelions, because if you get dandelions, you're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients, and they're going to go to seed, and it just makes the problem worse. So treat for it now. You also want to make sure you treat for crabgrass. If you see it, it's probably too late, and you want to make sure you treat that now. They're not going to give you the runaround. If they see something, they're just going to fix it. It's a locally owned company for over 30 years, right here in Michigan. Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, and Michigan families. So keep your money right here in Michigan. That number again, 888 Get Green. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
John, maybe some people miss the details. You don't have all day. You have an hour.
Yeah, I've got an hour.
Time is of the essence. One
Gonna
ticket
run
texter says get a cleaning service. You don't have time to get a cleaning service.
No. And it would take longer than an hour anyway. Although they could be there when I'm not there. That would have been something I should have thought of.
But that's the point. Guys don't think about this. Your wife's out of town. She comes home. It's admittedly last minute. That's the whole point. You don't plan for it. If you're going to plan for it, you would have cleaned the whole time while they were gone.
Yeah. In a previous life, did have somebody come on a semi-regular basis to help clean and when the kids were young. And it is wonderful.
Yeah.
No question about it. Have somebody else clean your house? Yeah.
Ticket texter says, don't you dare question John's bed making. Says even with half the bed made, he could still bounce a quarter off of it.
That's right. Got to tuck the sheets a certain way. It's got to be high. It's got to be tight.
High and tight. Jim in Clinton Township, you're on 97.1.
Hey, my wife's gone every other week for a week, and I can guarantee you I'm not even home. The first thing she'll do is walk in the kitchen and look at the counter and the dishes to see if they're done.
All starts there?
It all starts there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's...
She won't even sit down. She'll sit down and walk in, say hello to the dog, and check that.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, so for us, our kitchen's not very big, so that'll be an easy one for me. And I agree with you. The kitchen and sink, it's kind of it's going to draw your eyes, just like the flowers would. The countertops are going to draw your eyes as well.
Yep. If there's ring marks or whatever.
Oh, yeah. You're toast.
And you can easily do that in an hour.
Oh, yeah. That'll take me literally less than 10 minutes.
Right. Then you can move on to the next task.
Yeah.
And scramble around and get as much done as you can. Mm-hmm. The lines in the carpet from a vacuum is the must play here. The must look.
Good call. Yeah.
Freshly done.
Yeah.
Clean.
We don't have any carpet on the first. No.
But for people generally.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the lines in the carpet, that's the easy sell because obviously it looks like you've vacuumed.
It's the same concept as like your lawn. If you got those nice clean lines out front.
Mm-hmm.
Joe in Pontiac. Joe, help John out. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Perfect idea. When you get home, start making her favorite meal. It'll cover up any mess that's there, and she'll love you for it.
That's a great idea. That way, because she's going to get home about an hour or so before dinner time anyway. Wonder if I have time to actually stop because I could put something in the crock pot.
Here's the other benefit to doing the cooking, in addition to the aroma and thinking of her. You're going to dirty a couple dishes when you cook, right? You almost give yourself a little bit of a buffer on the kitchen not being perfect because, you were slaving away. I mean, you had to prepare ingredients.
You were showing effort.
Yeah, I still think that the expectation would be that the dishes are at least put in the dishwasher.
I'm saying you get a little leeway. It doesn't fix if it's a sloppy mess in the kitchen. This doesn't fix it because you cut some garlic and threw it in a pan. Like you still need to do some of the basics.
Uncorked the bolognese.
Okay. Says, guys, oh my, what a topic. No dishes in the sink, clean bathroom, fresh bed linens, and flowers on the table. Guaranteed closer. Or closer to, a little Doug and Scott reference. Jim in Shelby. And it says, if your wife goes away and comes back to find that everything's going great, they get mad like we don't need them anymore. Men just can't win, Jody in Romeo. I still think of the two options, you want a clean house when they come home.
Yeah, you need to make sure that there's a minimum in terms of the overall presentation, but there's also there's highlighted areas where and I think every woman is different, and every dude is going to be different as well in regards to what they think is important versus what we think is important.
Ticket Texture says, "Oh, this one's calling you out, John. Why is everyone so uptight about making everything perfect when their wife comes home? Sounds like John needs to grow a pair and just let it be. I'm not saying leave the house in disarray, but it can look like a family actually lives there. If she has an issue with it, that's on her." Tell me you're not married without telling me you're not married.
Yes.
And no, this isn't like you have to
No, plus I do care about my wife.
Yes.
I do want her to come home to a house that she, I want to show her a little respect as well.
Sure. Do the best you can, John.
Oh, I will.
Okay.
I will. And then live with the consequences.
And then exactly, live with the consequences. Jim got the morning show. Didn't he also get Stoney's house? Who cares about AC when you can jump in the moat? Cool off when it gets a little warmer.
Uh-huh.
Gets a little warmer. Stoney's going to be in tomorrow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we'll get all his thoughts. I got a lot to say. We'll get some thoughts from him tomorrow. Cookies, don't question John's bed making. More people upset that I questioned whether you can half make a bed.
I'm a little bit upset about that because you certainly can half make a bed.
Well, it fired me up so much. I did post a Twitter poll. I just wanted to see, can you make half a bed? It's 50-50 right now.
So half the people say you can.
110 votes early.
Make half the bed.
It's 50. If someone's still sleeping, I'm sorry to get caught up in this. I know Doug and Gator are coming in here. If someone is still sleeping in the bed, it is not a made bed. You have not made the bed. But a made bed is a bed. Everybody knows what a made bed. I don't have to describe this. You walk into a room, you know what a made bed looks like. You can't fully make the bed, therefore it's not a made bed. It's still someone sleeping in it.
I wake up, I do my half of the work, and make my side of the bed. When she wakes up, she does her half of the work. So by the end of the morning, there is a fully made bed. But I do my part so she doesn't have to do more than she needs to.
All right. I'll update you tomorrow. Oh, you won't be here tomorrow.
Nope.
I'll text you an update so we can see if that's the consensus. Before Doug and Gator come in here, I did want to pass this along. Steven Stamkos is a name that's going to be discussed by Red Wing fans as we approach free agency. It was a big discussion at the end of the Lightning's final game of the playoffs. Would he be a free agent? Can Steve Yzerman get him to Detroit this offseason? So I reached out to a buddy who's down in Tampa, boots on the ground, and I said, hey, and we're going to talk about this. What's the likelihood that Stamkos becomes a free agent? He said 5% chance. Says the GM talking to him at the airport after Game 5 is a big deal after not talking before the season. I think they know they messed up. Stammer's got 2 little ones and another one on the way. His wife loves it here. Only a 5% chance he leaves Tampa. It's from Boots on the Ground, John.
Who does Boots on the Ground write for?
Gator, your thoughts on Steven Stamkos?
Still productive, end of his career. I don't know what kind of salary he'd command. Would you rather have Stamkos or Patrick Kane?
I think Stamkos. Can play a little center. 40-goal scorer a year ago, a year younger, doesn't have the hip resurfacing. Even if you think Kane's beyond that, it is still a thing.
Kane was so good. He was so good for this team.
I know.
And I think Kane would come at a lesser price.
I agree with that.
So
and the familiarity already on the team.
Look, I don't think both are destined for Detroit.
No, I know. It's probably neither.
Yeah, it would probably be the neither category.
Womp, womp, womp. So what's new?
I had to laugh driving in and listening to you berate John about the making half the bed.
Where do you stand?
You can't make half a bed.
Thank you.
But here's what was funny, because the way that John said it, it was like authoritative and like almost like if you keep going down this line of questioning, you're gonna get the fist. And I'm like just laughing, like, is Jim gonna keep pushing this?
Yeah.
But I'll back Jim on a little bit. I don't think you can make. I mean, you could try to make half the bed and think like you've done your job, and maybe the only reason you do that is to satisfy your wife when she wakes up. She's like, "Oh, he made an effort." But I mean, how do you make half?
He's staring you down. He's offended that you questioned this.
I know you.
Well, what I don't know is why you can't understand the concept. All right. I get out of bed.
Here's the thing. I understand.
And on my side of the bed, I tuck the sheets underneath the mattress, make my nice little corner at the bottom, and tuck it in because I have to have everything untucked when I'm in the bed.
Sure.
And so it's all tucked in and nicely folded and neat. And then when she gets up, she does her half. I'm not saying the entire bed is made. I'm saying the half of my bed.
It doesn't look like a hotel bed when you guys are done with your half and half.
When we're done with it, yeah, it looks like a hotel bed.
Oh, really?
So she makes the bed.
She finishes the job that I started.
The unmade bed she makes.
I think our bed gets made about once a week.
Oh, really?
I was going to say, let's let Doug chime in on this.
Yeah, we don't, and it's not an everyday deal. We crawl into an unmade bed 6 out of 7 nights.
Oh.
But every once in a while, you know.
What is that?
Nothing.
I think I'm getting judged is what I think.
No,
I think
not
it was
at
the
all.
innuendo. He was
Not
like, hey,
at
good
all.
for you up top,
Yeah,
buddy. Crawl into that bed, baby. Let's go.
You got the sheet. Hey, can you pull that off the ceiling fan?
Hey-o.
Bed gets made 4 or 5 times a week because you have to wash everything.
It's all what it is. Hey, man. I'm not denying anything.
No, shoot you.
As far as what you have to do to your house
Yeah.
when she comes home,
Yeah.
I mean, it's the quick once over. It's going back to Pulp Fiction and getting all those pieces of brain and stuff, But no, but it's honestly, it's a once over, right? As much as you can. I like what Jim said. It's what you see when you first come in the house.
The first impression.
You come in through the garage or the front door,
Right.
and it's pick up stuff that's obvious. And yeah, you're gonna have to get a Febreze or some kind of spray going on there, or light a candles. Actually,
A candle would be
Candle's a nice touch.
Yes.
I like the flowers idea. Yeah, but I think bathroom is probably number one. Clean the bathroom. That's
You get home
Number
from-
one, or
Yeah.
or
as
two.
they say, number 2.
Is there a number 3?
Yeah, we don't describe that one though.
Commercial.
Is that with the shirt off or the shirt on? What are you guys talking about?
At 10:18, we have an unbelievable Tiger stat. Unbelievable.
You will not believe it. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
I told Kang this earlier, Gator, and I'll tell you. During the show today, I'm going to use one of my favorite terms. When you hear the term, I want you to stop and say, when you think you've heard it, okay?
Okay, you're going to list a bunch of terms?
No, I'm just in the course of our discourse. Yeah, I'm going to use, making show notes and all that. And I realize I got a chance to use one of my favorite terms, so I'll do that today at some point. Gator made a terrible decision yesterday. Everything that I hear, and all the feedback I've gotten, and I will tell you, there's this weird phenomenon when you have a job like this. Nobody cares or comes up to me and say, "Hey, great call on the Lions moving up in the draft." Nobody gives a damn. If you get something wrong, sometimes people like to bring that back to you, but they don't really. But when I bring up the fact that I watch one episode of Baby Reindeer and I want out, that's it. I'm done. I mean, there's a ton of feedback on that, and most of the feedback I've seen, it's been pretty easy. I'm not going on. One episode, disturbed, and I don't think I want to do this. And so I'm out. Gator, yesterday you decided to watch it, and you went beyond episode 1. And I don't know what made you do that. What has compelled you to do that?
Well, first of all, it's a short series. It's only 7 episodes. Second, the first episode was like 37 minutes long, so it's shorter. And then I was like, wow, all right, do I want to watch the second episode or not? And then I realized the second episode's only 27 minutes. I'm like, well, yeah, I got a half an hour. There's no tigers going on here. And yeah, sure, I got this.
Gator, I don't think length of episode was the issue for Doug.
Yeah,
I know it wasn't. But that's the thing. It's like, so I wanted to go beyond what Doug did. The reason I went beyond was because it wasn't that much of investment in time. Now, how much of investment is it on my psyche? Well, it's a disturbing tale, and when you hear this is a true story, and I don't even think it says based on a true story, it just says this is a true story, it gets a little scarier, I guess, even though it's not a horror story, but for the person going through it, it probably was. It's just, I mean, it is what it is.
All the feedback said, don't do it, it's not worth it. You did it.
But these other people did it. Like, they didn't just go 1 episode, they went all 7.
I don't think they realized how bad it would get.
Well, why would you keep watching? Unless you're intrigued.
I made the decision to not. You have, in spite of the warnings, you carry on.
I'm going for it.
All right.
What's next for Martha? That's what I want to know. What's up with Martha?
Well, how many episodes in are you now?
I finished 3.
Okay. So
3.
3 to go.
Yeah.
You know what this is?
3 or 4. I don't
you know what
whether
this
7,
is?
7 or 6.
This is the answer to the question of what do you do when the Tigers aren't on TV?
You greatly disturb yourself with something else.
Well, this is probably true. I mean, there's no game tonight, so I'll probably finish.
All right, that's it. I'm going to tell the wife we're going to sit down and watch 1 episode tonight, okay?
Are you?
And it's got to be unanimous whether we continue or not. If one of us says we're out, we're both out.
Okay.
All right?
And based upon what you've heard,
I'm assuming I'm going to be out.
Okay. Because everybody that has, well, I shouldn't say everybody, the bulk of the feedback we've gotten is it gets worse and it's not worth it.
Every guy who watches it has to have the same reaction that you and I had.
What are you doing?
What? No, don't. Oh, come on.
At the end of episode 1.
At the end of episode 1. You're like, what is, no, you can't possibly, after you, no.
Yep.
That was part of the reason why I had to see episode 2.
Yeah, well.
And then episode 2 is weird. And then episode 3, I'm like, oh no. And now I accidentally snuck a peek into seeing what the description is for episode 4. I didn't mean to. I'd lost track if I saw 3 episodes or 4 episodes. Went to the episode guide and I looked at 4 and read through. I'm like, oh, I haven't seen that yet. Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Well, enjoy. And
you got to get back on, man.
Well, you know what? I'll probably wait for you to finish and then see if you have a different thought than everybody else. But we shall see. All right, so Tigers did win yesterday over St. Louis 4-1 to move to 18-13. Detroit trending towards being a decent to good team here. And, what happened in the game? Matt Vierling hit a home run, 2 hits, a sacrifice fly. Cole Keith, an RBI double. Maeda cruised through 3 innings, kind of into the 4th. He gave up a home run in the 4th, but 2 base runners through 4 innings. St. Louis started putting runners on base, and the Tigers got untraditional double plays in the 5th, 6th, and 7th, which really helped. There was the strike him out, throw him out. There was a line shot to Torque, step on the bag. There was a 5-3 ground ball, step on the bag, throw across the infield. They got some double plays, which really, really helped. Some timely ground balls. Credit the bullpen. Again, Vest, Joey Wentz, and Alex Lang. The 3 getting it done, allowing a few hits, but
Wentz and Lang
no one runs.
Look, Wentz in particular has been a revelation this year. He's been amazing to start off.
If they get their start, like the bullpen has been so lights out, and if they get starting pitching and the offense is going to be what it is, they're going to hang around. They're going to hang around if this is truly who they are.
This is why 10 of their wins have come coming from behind. Because if you can just hang around there, if you're going to trail the game, trail by a run or 2, get to the late innings, and you know that your bullpen can shut them down, and you can get to the other team's bullpen that is not as good as yours.
Yep.
then he got the shot. But there was offense yesterday. Matt Vierling, okay, he had the home run and he had the base hit and he drove into 3 runs, but he also had a ball that he hit. He had the base hit that went to left field. Before he had that base hit, he drilled it opposite way that was foul by, 5 feet of the foul pole. Would have been a home run. He swung the bat well yesterday. So good for Matt Vierling getting his at-bats and making the most of it, because he gets the reps now at third base until Urshela maybe comes back.
Yeah, I mean, A.J. Hinch is going to use every man on the roster. That's just the way it is. The way this team is constructed, he's going to use every man on the roster. And if they stick around, this is going to be the little engine that could. This is going to be a team that probably doesn't come at you with a lot of superstars, maybe with the exception of Skubal when it's all said and done. But they're going to be one of these teams that at the end of the year, if the Tigers are in it, the rest of the baseball world's going to go, how is this team getting it done? But it's a collection of guys that do enough well if they fade, they can make a killing at the trade deadline spinning off bullpen pieces. Because there's not been a trade deadline in my adult life where bullpen arms aren't coveted. And if they fade, they could make a killing selling guys off. I don't want them to, and I hope that they don't. In fact, I hope they're buyers adding a bat.
Shut your mouth there, Karsh.
You don't hope they're buyers?
No, I just don't want you to talk about trading guys.
Well, there's a variety of directions this will go. I think we're all hoping that this Tiger team is for real. And we will continue to listen to them here on 97.1 The Ticket. We've got a question about life without the Tigers on TV that we will get to today at 10:30. Straight ahead, though, I promised a stat that we had to double and triple check it to believe that it was true regarding this Tiger team. Gator, if you haven't heard it, I think you'll be blown away, but we'll see. We'll get to that coming up today at 10:20 here on Karsch & Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get back to the Tigers in a second.
You're going to go back. You'll go back.
Jimmy just walked in the studio and came over and shook my hand and said, congratulations. I mean, for what? And he goes, for making it past episode 1 of Baby Reindeer. I said, I didn't. And he goes, oh, it was you? And he walks over and shakes Gator's hand and said, Jimmy lasted 20 minutes into the first episode of 37 and then said, that's it, I'm out. And it was the park bench scene. He's like, I'm out.
I wonder if I'll even last an episode now. That's great.
So disturbing, man.
I was just gonna watch one with the wife, and one of us says no, we're out.
It's interesting. It's intriguing. It's disturbing. It's all this, right? But
you like to be disturbed, Gator?
To a point. Yeah, I think there's an entertainment value for sure. It's like, why do you watch horror movies? You know, to an extent, to be disturbed, see how far you want to go with it. There's stuff that you cross the line. I'm like, I'm not doing this.
With
you
TV
know?
shows, there's a curiosity, right? And curiosity can get you. Wait, what?
Right. Like
why?
I'm not watching Human Centipede. Okay, that's not happening. I draw a line somewhere. You know,
my man has some integrity.
I've got some integrity.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'll make it through the entire run of this, but it seems like I will, because after what's happened through the first 3 episodes, I know something's coming, and I want to know what it is.
I think it's pretty clear you're going to make it through all of them.
I'll probably make through all of them by 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, however long it takes.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Dog wants to go for a walk. Yeah, the back door's open. Just run around outside. You're fine.
All right, Gator. So back to the Tigers.
Hey, Tigers.
Yep.
Winners. 18-13.
Yeah. They entered May with 17 wins.
Did I predict something like that?
Yes, you did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bravo.
Thank you.
Nobody cares. They all want to know about Baby Reindeer. I know how this works. Predictions don't get you anything. Here's my question. When's the last time they did that?
They did what?
Entered May with 17 or more wins.
Well, the last time they had a winning record, I think, was 2016. So I'm guessing it's before that. I don't know, 2000. When I say that, you're probably wrong. I mean, I would guess without anything kind of intriguing on this, I would have said like 2012.
Okay, it's
It went to the World Series that year.
Yeah, before that.
Then I would say 2006 when they went to the World Series.
Before that.
I'm going to say before that.
Yeah.
And before that, they didn't have any good baseball teams. 87.
Before that.
84 is 34. It really goes back to 35-5.
Yeah. Now, part of this has to do with that team went into May 18-2. Okay, so they played 20 games. Careful.
Wow.
Yeah.
I forgot. I mean, you would think 35-5. You're probably getting off to like an 18-2 start, but until you say it out loud,
I know, right? And a lot of this has to do with, but a lot of this has to do with scheduling. But in that they've played more games. But the reality is, we haven't seen 17 wins before May since 1984. That blew my mind.
That is pretty. It's pretty impressive.
That was in the Tiger notes yesterday, and a lot of the Tiger writers had it. So others who've seen this, forgive me, but
I do read.
I know you do.
Some
occasionally, not books.
Well, not book. Why waste your time with a book? Going back to 84. I mean, it's cool that this is where they're at right now, and I don't know how long they're going to last here because Cleveland's really good and they're on the road. And despite the fact that this is the best record they've had since 1984.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not the best record.
Oh, sorry, the most wins that they've had
since 1984. Yeah.
Despite that, you look at this team right now, and they're still in third place, right?
Yeah.
And
they might be in second. I'm sorry, they might be in second.
Well, the Twins have won 10 in a row, and they're right behind them.
The Kansas City's ahead of them by half a game.
Okay, so they're in third place right now.
I have no issue with where they are in the standings at this point.
Well, I don't either, but I'm just saying it's like amazing that you think back historically since 84, and yet here they are. They're off to a really good start in their 5 games above 500, but it's third best in a division that everybody says the division sucks. Now, maybe some of it's because the division's gotten a chance to beat up on the White Sox all season long for the first 30 games. But the Twins weren't playing the White Sox 10 games in a row. Okay? Tigers haven't played the White Sox 17 times or 18 times. So I want to give the division a little bit of a credit right now because they have a chance to deserve it.
A little bit of a credit, yeah. I mean, the 84 Tigers at this day on the schedule had one more win than this team. And got it. It's scheduling has a lot to do with it. But that's still
how is that possible?
They were 19-3.
But how do you only play 22 games through? I guess the season started in April. Would it start in like April 5th or something?
Started April 3rd, and there were days off or rainouts or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, so do some making up.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just.
But here's the other thing. The indictment is that
it's been that long.
It's been that long.
Yeah.
Like that's how bad the organization has been. And even we had a 10-year stretch where the team was good and competitive and went to 2 World Series. It was a lot of fun. And they were competitive. But when you go back and think about it, that means that this team was like, during that 10-year stretch, barely above 500 to start the season.
I know. And
those years between the 87 team that went to the playoffs, so from 88 to 06, how many times did they start April with a winning record?
Probably not a lot.
Not a lot. I mean, you're going through some rough times where, Travis Fryman is carrying the mantle for this team and handing it off. Here is the baton. I'll pass it on. I'll pass it to you, Bobby Higginson.
Yep. The team that went to the World Series in 2006 had 16 wins going into May. And on May 2nd, they had the exact same number of wins that this Tiger team did. But now, again, they had played fewer games. They were May 2nd in 2006. That team was 18-9. This team is 18-13. But in a lot of ways, I mean, seriously, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? As we are trying to, as this team is striving for baseball relevancy, these are small little moments in time. The team it went to the World Series in 2012. They were 12-12 at this point in the season. So we're way ahead of schedule.
I wonder, going back to the 06 team and realizing the disparity in games, is it just that back then they weren't able to reschedule the doubleheaders? Like if one game got rained out, that they just decide, well, the next day we're just going to play one game and we'll make it up later in the year.
It's interesting because I'm looking back and maybe I can find whether or not games got rained out or it was just how they did the scheduling.
May not matter. It's just an aside there. But bottom line is, this has been a bad baseball franchise. They were a bad baseball franchise for 20 years, until they got stuff together in 06 when brought in Jim Leland.
It was just scheduling.
Made some acquisitions.
Well, no, I'm sorry. This maybe not bad.
But I'm glad they're at where they're at. And it looks, this team is right now, it feels like if you're in as a fan, are you getting it on the ground level?
They're real easy to root for.
Yeah,
this is a really easy team to root for because I mean, the season started with one villain, and people kind of backed off. We don't get a lot of Javi Baez complaints anymore.
No, I wonder if some of that is just because there is no other option right now, because the 2 guys that would have been options got hurt at Toledo, and they're out. So, right now it's kind of like ride it out. Unless they decide to go with a McKinstry solution or not. But, yeah, Baez picked it up for a week, and now he's back to not hitting again. So we'll see how this works out.
All right, what's your plan? We have a question for you.
I plan to watch the rest of Baby Reindeer.
Okay. We just got a tweet 13 minutes ago from Rebuilding Since 1957 on Twitter. Gator, episode 4 of Reindeer is the most disturbing. You've been warned.
I imagine it is, and that's why I want to see it.
I'm 3 episodes shy of that, nor will I get any closer than that. I am pretty much.
I don't know. I think I can convince you.
You can try.
If it's
worth,
try. Well,
I'm not mad at you.
I'm not going to do it just to convince you. I will do it because I think it's worth watching, and we'll make that determination probably tonight.
Good luck. We're sending Gator in first. He's going in first. He's on the front lines. You cross the Rubicon. The rest of us will wait.
Do you think I'm the stablest emotionally to handle this?
That's why we chose you, Gator.
That's it. Is Gator more emotionally or less emotionally stable? I don't know. Screw it. Let him go.
All right, Tiger fans, no TV. What's your plan? We'll get to that today at 10:35, 97.1. Tigers head off to New York. Got the Yankees Friday, Saturday, Sunday. One of the 4 teams. Is it 4 teams in the American League or 3 teams in the American League with a better record than Detroit right now? I think there's a little bit of.
Well, there are 3 in their own division.
Yeah, okay. Then there'd be 4. Yeah. There's 2 in their own division. Cleveland, Baltimore, New York, Kansas City all have better records than Detroit. Yeah. So there's. I mean, look, we don't want the clock to strike midnight. This has been fun. Hanging around near the top. It's the opposite of what they've done the last 3 years, where they were collectively 24 games under 500 by the time we got to May.
Well, here's when you look a little closer at it, 18-13 record is great.
Yep.
Run differential for the Tigers is +10.
Yep.
The Twins is +15, and they're behind the Tigers by half a game. The Royals are +50.
Yep.
They have 1 more win than the Tigers.
You got the Gribes numbers?
The Gribe is +46.
Yeah, I can see that.
With 20 wins.
With the way with their scores. I mean, Detroit's winning 1-run games, 1 and 2-run games with pretty good late game management and execution.
Yeah. But as I also take a quick look through this, nobody has given up fewer runs. Well, it's Kansas City. I'm sorry. See the big 98. Kansas City's going to 98 runs on the season. That's fewer than anybody else in baseball.
248-539-9797. Pete, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. I think this is, for baseball or for the Tigers, I think it's the coolest story and the coolest thing to happen to them. No TV. I mean, it harkens back to old baseball. You want to know, you got to go. And, I mean, they're a watchable team. They're in games. They're, bringing, a new interest and things like that. And so now it's like, the beauty of TV, you can watch at a bar or you do things like that. But now it's going to be a hot ticket. Now it's, I think it's really kind of cool that they've gotten in this situation. It's not a great situation, but at the same time, we got to work around it. And I think it can work to their favor, and we can rally around this.
Well, God bless you for taking this crappy situation and making the most of it and looking at it. But let me ask you this, Pete. How many games do you typically go to?
I go to 3 a year.
Okay.
That's it. I mean, I'm old school. It's a nostalgic game for me. I remember watching the game with my dad and way back in the day. I'm like a dinosaur. I'm 57. So, I mean, it's one of those things where 3 times a year for me is great. But I had the ability to watch it on TV. So now it's going to be like, okay, well, 3 games a year. Let's get it up to maybe 10 or more because I want to get in there. I want to be part of the action and things like that. And so I don't know. You got to work everything into your advantage. So.
Yeah, I mean, good for you. This is probably taking a very healthy approach towards it. I'm going to guess that most people don't see it the way you see it, Pete.
Yeah.
But, there's everybody's going to deal with this their own way. And that brings us to our question. And your answer is obvious. What's your plan? With games not on TV, what's going to be your plan? And with you, it's obviously go to the games.
Yeah, I just think it's a great thing. I can bring my son to it, and it can be like a timeout with buddies, and let's go to the game. And I hope they sell them out. I hope that they're packed, and I hope that we realize that we got a gem in the city, and then now something's taken away from us. What do? Well, let's rally around them in other ways and figure this thing out. But it's also a crutch, isn't it? TV sometimes they're not doing great. Watch it for 5 minutes. Now it's an experience.
This guy's selling it hard.
Well,
give it to him.
I think there'll be some people who will take that approach and they'll go to more games. It's not like they're going to buy, a season ticket package and go to 70 games the rest of the way. But I do think there's something to be said for, will I go to, like me personally, will I go to more games now? Yeah, I probably will. And I'm looking at, I still think that there's a way that they can solve things quickly to get it back on TV the way that we're used to. But in the meantime, this weekend, the games will be on MLB Network. We'll be able to watch it because they're on the road.
Was yesterday's game on TV?
Nope.
But if they're on the road,
on the road, I think they can do it. Yeah.
Okay.
But the home game, they did not. So assuming we can watch those games on the road this weekend against the Yankees, and then, Monday, they're on the road at Cleveland, and those aren't on MLB Network. So, what happens? So I guess, you get a 48-hour window, get it done, at least during the business week, get this deal done. And if they don't, then really going to have to address what happens moving forward if this looks like it's going to last a long time. And the poor folks in Denver didn't get to see the Stanley Cup run, at least with their local network.
It's hard to know where this is going to go. And that's why we're asking, what's your plan? What's your plan? Do you bite the bullet and get the app? Do you change your cable providers to one that carries Tiger games? The feedback we got yesterday ranged from chill the F out, they're going to sort this out quickly, to dude from Colorado who said Avs fans missed the entire Stanley Cup season because they couldn't get a local TV deal worked out. I got a relative in San Diego that's going on year 2 with no Padre games. So are they going to?
I don't think, the more I think about this, the more I think it's not going to get worked out quickly, because it's not just as simple as, come on, guys, get there and get it together. You're talking about the parent company of Bally's that has the issue, Diamond Sports or whatever it is. They're the ones that claim Chapter 11, and they're in bankruptcy and the whole stuff. So they're the ones in trouble.
It's not a decision being made on a local level.
It's not a local decision, from what I understand. Locally, but Bally's does really well here in Detroit.
I would argue
it's well viewed and it's profitable, but unfortunately, it's about the parent company that screws them over.
I would argue that in Detroit, the local sports teams mean more than many other markets. I think it's more important to Detroit than a lot of other markets. And so I don't envision no televised games in perpetuity. But there's no guarantees. My plan right now, is I'm going to wait to see if this does get sorted out. I'm going to mess around a little bit with MLB TV and MLB Network and see if there's workarounds. I've already said, I know the whole jailbreak Fire Stick thing. I'm not doing that, okay? I appreciate that everybody thinks that, you fools pay for cable. All you got to do is jailbreak. Yeah, I got it. I'm not into breaking the law.
Well, the thing about that is that's not the ultimate solution. Like, if things get cost more, we don't go, well, I guess we just got to steal it now. Yeah. You don't do that. Like, hey, bread is really expensive now. You guys are idiots. I steal my bread. No, that's not the ultimate solution for everybody. We need an ultimate solution.
Right. Right. So anyway, at this point, I'm planning on waiting and experimenting a little with other options. What's your plan?
That was disturbing what King just said.
Yeah.
Because that is kind of what's going on in certain places in this country, and it's disgusting to see that people take that approach. My approach for this is I'm going to be patient a little bit and see if something gets done. Like Major League Baseball did step in last year. Will they step in this year and do something about it? I want to hear, a statement from Chris Ilitch on this matter if this goes on a little bit longer. I wish this was transparent like a week ago, leading up to yesterday's deadline or the day before when the deadline happened at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night. I wish that it was more transparent and we knew about it so we could prepare for it. And the reason is there would have been more pressure to get it done.
Yeah, I didn't know about it, and I feel like we dropped the ball.
I don't think we did. Nobody was talking about it.
I think it's our job, though, to be screaming from mountaintops to warn people about this stuff, and I think we screwed up. But I apologize for that.
If Bally's or Xfinity didn't let people know, then how was anybody supposed to know?
Well, I think some did. I've seen traffic since, so I'm like, oh, I guess we should have known, but whatever. We can talk about that more off the air, and we'll be better moving forward. But 248-539-9797. What's your plan? What's your plan? Matt in Oxford, you're on 97 1 a ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, morning, guys.
What's up?
So I was a pretty early cord cutter, so I, frankly, for the last 5 or 6 years, my life situation is similar to yours. Like my kids are finally driving or in college. So but prior to that, I was chauffeuring anyway and listening to you on the radio that time of day. Yep. So I did bite the bullet, get the Bally's app last year. The good news is that it sucks and it's expensive, so that's a good combination. But that said, for $20 a month, and you do get the Tigers. It's a pretty basic app. You go there, you hit play, and the Tigers game's on. I pause it. I'm not I don't watch a lot of basketball or Wings live, so I pause it during the fall I use it for 4 months a year for $20. I can't recommend it because it's not great, but it does do the job. So it's tough. I would like to see them take the time to improve it, but obviously at this point of their existence, I can't see Dallas spending any more money on it. But it does work if you have to go with it.
Thank you, Matt. 248-539-9797. Kang, you had a Bally's app experience yesterday. You guys are sitting around the office, and Kenny
has the app because he's a huge hockey guy, so he wants to watch the Wings. Totally get that. And with the Wings, of course, you get the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
So after the show, obviously there's no TV. We wanted to watch it, not just listen to the game. He has the app, so he puts it on his laptop, hooks it up to the TV out there. And there's a couple things. I'd never really watched the app before. Just from everything I heard, people did not like the app. 9 out of 10 people didn't like the app. I experienced all the stuff that people were talking about. The same commercials, the same British Basketball League, the same, all that stuff was funny to me, but they'd been dealing with it all year long.
The app seems like an SNL skit.
Like selling tacos in bags or something, like Taco Tuesday.
Yeah,
it's fake commercials.
The whole thing seems like an SNL skit.
Well, the commercial breaks, but the product is still the product.
Well,
so
no,
I
but
guess...
but tell them what I mean. When the game started, Kenny's like, "Get ready because we're gonna get logged off when the game starts."
Yeah, apparently because we were logged on before 1:00, and apparently you have to kicks you off and you have to relog back in again at 1 because it's like a new show technically. You know what I mean? Like how they're coming 30-minute intervals or whatever.
I'm already on. Why do I have to? Why are you going to log me out and log me back on?
They're going to only log you out. You manually log yourself back out.
That's ridiculous.
Anyways,
I'm already on the app. I'm already using the app.
SNL skit.
So that happened, and then while we're watching the game, if your computer or app and needs an updating, whatever it is, the screen popped up. And I tweeted it out. It was like a box saying Kenny's laptop needed to be updated or something, whatever. And I just thought, is this the future?
Right.
Or no, it's the now actually.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. What's your plan, Tiger fans, with games not on TV? How are you going to handle it? 97.1 The Ticket. Tiger fans, what's your plan? We got a team that's worth watching, that's given us more wins. True story. More wins going into May than any team since 1984, when they famously started 35-5. Now they've played more games than a lot of those teams in the interim, but still, it's been a minute since they've had this many wins heading into May, and they're playing in the dark. They're not on TV. Sucks.
Well, they are. But you have to have the app.
Yeah, you have to have the app.
Or you have to have other. I mean, people.
DirecTV.
Yeah, people have DirecTV are like, whatever, keep complaining. I'm watching it every game.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the Xfinity customers. These are the ones that are screwed right now.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Kevin. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, I'm sorry that all the Xfinity customers are going through this.
Yeah, it sucks.
Wanted to give you a little bit of advice. I live 2.5 hours away up in the boondocks of Ionia, middle of the state.
Okay.
So one of our only options up here has been to either go with Charter or Spectrum, what they're called now, or stream it. And I've always been a streamer. YouTube TV for the longest time had Bally Sports, so I switched from Hulu to that about 1.5 years ago. And then that's when Bally went bankrupt, so they got dropped by pretty much everybody that was in the streaming market.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 1.5 years. So I want to give you a little word of warnings. I don't think it's coming back fast. I will suggest Fubo TV, though, because it's YouTube TV as far as a streamer was really good. Fubo TV is just as good and better in my mind because they have Bally Sports.
Have you?
So you're getting your cable stuff. And,
Are you getting like everything you used to have?
Yeah, pretty much. There's one exception that Fubo TV doesn't have a contract with Turner Sports, so they don't have TNT, which kind of stinks with the NBA playoffs. But that's the only thing I'm missing.
March Madness.
Yeah, no TBS. That means, and
yeah, that's a tough deal. I mean, for right now, you said NBA playoffs, and when they're over, though, it'll be like it probably doesn't sting until March Madness comes around again. But I don't know.
You still at least get that with CBS. You know,
baseball playoffs. I think some baseball playoffs are on TNT as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true.
You got to take the good and the bad because, you know, the thing with all these streamers is that all these services have contracts with the providers now, and everybody's bickering about how much they get paid.
Yeah.
But Fubo, it works great. You don't have to sign out. It's just one continuous channel. It's basically just like having cable TV.
I would think that's just a basic.
Better.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
here's the
hey,
thing.
good news, you don't have to sign out once you're, signed in.
So right now, I have Xfinity,
Mm-hmm.
no Tigers. You have Xfinity, no Tigers. Kang, you have Xfinity, no Tigers.
Correct.
Which one of us is going to crack first and do something about it? And the app is one solution. MLB TV this weekend we think will work because the Tigers are on the road, and that Yankee series is supposed to be on. But it listed the Tigers St. Louis game yesterday, and it wasn't on. So I don't know. 248-539-9797. Tiger fans, what's your plan? Tom in Novi says, my plan is to get MLB.com and give my out-of-state address to avoid the blackout. Never done this before, but I hope it works. If you have an out-of-state address, Tom, maybe that works. David in St. Clair Shores, I love baseball, but I won't lie and say I see all 162 games. Screw Comcast and Bally's. I can check out the highlights online later and listen to the radio like I have while I work during day games. Unnamed texter, no way would that force me to buy any tickets to come down to the game. The average family can't afford to pay the price. Natalie writes in, I got an email from Dish, who's my provider, yesterday, giving me the option to add MLB Network. Not happening. I prefer to listen to the games on 97.1. Andy at work says, not going to more games, not getting the app. I'm going to channel my inner child and become that kid that listened to Tiger games on AM radio in the 60s. No issues.
Well, I mean, I did that a lot as a kid. because not all the games were on TV when we were growing up. There were a lot of games on TV, but not every game was on TV. And I remember sitting in the kitchen. We had a desk in the kitchen with an old AM radio, and I used to listen to it all the time. Listen to all the games. But I'm a big boy now. And
in some ways, that's true.
I want to watch the games. So, yeah, I can harken back to how great it was. But at the same time, I want to see the damn game. However, the one thing that's fun in the summertime, and I still haven't done this, I don't have an outdoor TV. I haven't done the thing where you bring the laptop out and watch it on your laptop or whatever. So maybe this is what I'm going to do in the summertime is just sit outside and listen to the game. But it's not like I'm likely to crack. This question is how quickly will I crack? How quickly will I cave in if this isn't solved in a week? I may crack on Monday.
I know, because we are in a position where
you kind of have to watch.
We kind of have to watch the games,
and I also really want to watch the games. Yep. I love baseball. I love the Tigers. My second favorite behind football. So
248-539-9797. Tiger fans, what's your plan? From an unnamed texter, I shuffled around some of my streaming services. Yesterday, I put my Hulu, Disney, ESPN Plus subscription on hold, and I purchased Bally Sports. I watched the whole game on it yesterday and had no issue. In fact, the quality of the picture is a little better because the streaming quality is better than broadcast quality. Maybe the app will sour me, but so far I have no complaints. I actually saved $5. I kind of laugh at people talking about the commercials being not so great on there. When the hell are commercials ever great? It's when it's the same ones over and over and over.
It gets monotonous.
Hi, guys. E.G. Nix in Plymouth has WOW Cable. The game was on there yesterday. It's from Mike in Plymouth. I wonder how many establishments, like you should be shouting from mountaintops, you got Tiger games now.
Right.
In fact, I don't mind if you share on the air so people know. Like if your bar or restaurant or your local place carries the games, let us know. So that we can tell people in Novi or Royal Oak or Monroe or wherever, hey, go here. They got the games. Unnamed texter is a San Diego transplant. I've been paying MLB TV for years. Now I just combo that with a VPN to watch the Padres and Tigers. I that's cool. I have no idea what that means. Do you? Now I just combo that with a VPN to watch the Padres and Tigers. Cool story, bro, but you're speaking a foreign language to me.
VPN is virtual private network. The service that encrypts your internet traffic and protects your online identity.
Oh, that. Do I have a VPN? Do you have a VPN?
I don't have a VPN.
How do you know? Maybe it's built in and we don't even know about it. Hey, guys, Fubo TV has Bally Sports Detroit for $65 a month. It works great. You get live TV. Only drawback is you don't get TNT and TBS for other sports. But there's apps like Max, HBO Max to get those. That's from Russ and Clausen. Fubo TV, huh?
Well, there's apps to get everything, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, it doesn't come with HBO or but you can get that through our app. We know that. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if the app is more expensive than putting it in with your Xfinity. I don't know, but it's about convenience. And right now, this is getting awfully inconvenient in a hurry.
I mean, somebody last night that I know is way into baseball. I heard him say about the app, I'm not going through that BS. I mean, just like completely wiped it out. Not even a question. He's just not doing it. He's a baseball guy, but I'm not going through that BS.
And the other thing is, as an Xfinity customer, I don't want to have to switch to DirecTV and bring in a whole new system.
Well, because
what does that mean with?
I mean, for me, we get internet through Xfinity. So
well, that's the other thing. Yeah,
so then if we cancel,
yeah, I'm the same. So it becomes more of a hassle, and then or more segmented. Like, oh, I'll keep Xfinity for. You end up buying the app for something else just to watch baseball. This is very frustrating.
Yeah. What's your plan, Tiger fans? 248-539-9797. Some new rules laid out for a coming sporting event. We'll get to that at 11:30. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber, the Under-18 World Hockey Championship ongoing. Team USC actually continuing to win. They did so again this morning with the help of a future Wolverine. As heard on the NHL Network, Humphreys has signed up with U of M. He contributed to that 4-0 victory over the Swiss, and up next, they'll play in the tournament semifinals on Saturday. Meanwhile, after beginning the month of May with a victory, it's an off day for the Tigers before they begin a big road trip with a winning record. Detroit will be in NYC for 3 against the 20-12 Yankees through the weekend, and then they battle the first-place 20-10 Guardians after that in Cleveland. The Tigers sit 2.5 back of the Guards in the AL Central with KC in between. The Twins are lurking as well after winning 10 straight games. Media got a big no comment from Major League Baseball on the Diamond Sports Comcast impasse that left fans of 38 different teams across the country without a way to watch them on Xfinity's service. More playoff action tonight. 2 games in the NBA. Bucks at Pacers with Milwaukee's back still against the wall. They're down 3-2, and the Knicks have another shot to knock out Philly if they can win on the road in the late game. NHL, just 1 game, but it could spell the end for the Maple Leafs again. Boston can knock them out. Toronto has been eliminated before the second round in 6 of their last 7 playoff appearances. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Chris Villar, before you go,
that
how many teams have a disruption in their TV broadcast?
So The Athletic did a big article on it, and they said that 38 different teams are now blacked out of Xfinity because of the deal not getting done.
This is across, obviously, a variety of sports.
Yeah, I think 12 different Major League Baseball teams and 38 teams overall.
Okay. Again, you go back to, is this going to get resolved, and what people's plan is. Major League Baseball has to be panicked. If there are 12 teams that got the plug pulled, there have already been some that had the plug pulled. They have to be really concerned about the accessibility of their product. I mean, this is a major problem for baseball. The uniform stuff was small. Was small change compared to this. The uniform stuff was peanuts. This is a big effing deal. They must be panicked at Major League Baseball's office.
What are the odds that, is it possible to lift the blackout rule on the MLB app, or is that built into a contract somewhere? I have no idea. Because you can't have MLB TV and watch the Tigers through that. It will be blacked out.
Yeah, well, with the home games, right?
No, all of them.
Okay, so MLB Network and MLB TV are two different things. That's the one. MLB Network, which Xfinity carries. The Tigers were scheduled to be on yesterday afternoon, but it was blacked out. The explanation, Gator, that you gave was that it was because it was a home game.
I thought it was because it was a home game.
Yeah, MLB TV.
But you didn't get that confirmed. Is that right?
No, I didn't have it confirmed.
Yeah, you can't be in the home market and bring up the video feed. You can listen to the radio feed, and out-of-market stuff you can watch too.
But that's TV. That's not MLB Network.
MLB Network, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, lists the Tigers game against the Yankees, along with another game. By the way, there's 2 games listed in on the guide, so we really got to find out, because that's a big deal. I mean, that's at least some access.
Based on what the rights appear to be with the MLB.TV, I imagine it would be the same, but I don't know for sure. That would be odd, because there's still people with DirecTV that can watch the game. So it's not like it's literally everybody.
Yeah.
No, you're right though. It's ridiculous.
It is
all the way around.
It is. Well, thank you, Chris. I just want to make sure we had clarity there. The regional network idea, let's be fair here, is probably it was an unsustainable business model, because too many of them have lost, have can't agree to terms. And I know, I was part of a network years ago that I know the network was hemorrhaging money. And they were like, we can't keep doing this. As soon as our contract's up, we're not going to do this anymore, but we've got this contract. And they hemorrhaged money throughout the duration of the contract. And I remember hearing that from management. And I'm going to guess here that these Bally's regional networks, the model It used to be Fox Sports Detroit, and people are mad at Bally's. I'm going to guess Fox Sports Detroit got out of it, if you will, because they could see this coming or knew it wasn't sustainable. I mean, we could sit here and yell and scream, but every single one of us that is employed has a job where the purpose of the job is for the company or the people in the job. Many people, there are some nonprofits out there, but it's to make money. And if you're losing money and continue to lose money, that job probably won't exist and that company probably won't exist. Right?
Yeah. I mean, this is, it's a sad state of affairs what's going on here, because it's you've got on one hand a group like Xfinity who's losing customers every day because people have just they're cutting the cord and they're going
before this
before this all began. So they're dealing with that, and you know, in a market where we've got inflation going on and all this, and you know, they still have to, they feel like they need to stay afloat, so they're going to raise their prices and all this. You got the Xfinity side. And then you got the Bally's side, who's owned by Diamond Sports, and they've declared bankruptcy. So despite the fact that Bally's might be doing really well from a profit standpoint here in Detroit, because it's a good market for them, doesn't matter if the parent company isn't doing well, and the parent, because they're affected. So now the parent company is the one that deals with Xfinity, and it sucks. They can't come to an agreement. And it's tough because if you're going through bankruptcy, it's awfully tough to agree to something, particularly if you think you're being taken advantage of by the other group.
Well,
but the other group is trying to stay afloat too.
I think it's time for MLB and the franchises themselves to sit down and say, okay, here's the deal. There was a time where we made money off TV deals, but the truth is we benefited from our games being on TV. I can't imagine there's one person in the Tigers organization that's stoked about this. They must be like, hey, this team is going to get underappreciated, underenjoyed, and under-talked about, or there'll be less buzz because we don't have a TV deal.
Well, and a lot of it is market size driven too. Like you've got a market like New York where their TV contract is astronomical. Their TV contract basically pays for their payroll. You know, I mean, it's well over $100 million. Mm-hmm. And you know, here in Detroit, it's much smaller because of the market size. So this is, again, a problem when you get to, you look at baseball as a whole. Baseball doesn't have a salary cap. So you've always got the haves and have-nots. You have the Yankees, the Dodgers, and, you know, these teams that spend hundreds of millions of dollars on the payroll, and they compete in a league where there's teams that spend less than $50 million on a payroll. And yet they don't have a salary cap. Baseball's the last one of the big four to figure it out. And now we're in this situation locally, and it sucks.
It's just not good for anybody.
No.
With one exception. Full disclosure, more people might listen to the radio. And but we don't, I mean, look, Doug and Gator don't even want that. We love that you listen to us, but let's face it, it's a losing part of summer in Detroit. Is what it feels like. Now it's changing. You know, we listen to it on the radio, it is a sport that really translates well.
No, it does translate well. And, you know, I'm sure I'm going to be using my phone a lot more often to check up the score updates if I'm not listening to the game on the radio, you know, but
or
we'll cave and get the app or get Fubo or whatever.
The more expensive app that nobody likes. 248-539-9797. What's your plan? What's your plan? Let's go to Jason. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Good morning, Doug and Scott. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Two things. First and foremost, every one of these sports leagues should have a contingency plan for broadcasting to their customers if the broadcast of choice stops sending the signal up. There should be a failover. You guys have failover. I work in the IT industry. I have failover for all the companies I work for. So this is really on
Can I stop
MLB.
you, Jason? I'm confused. They should have what?
Failover. Okay, so if Xfinity goes out, they should have contingency plans in place on how to broadcast these games. It's completely on them to keep the business model going from a TV perspective to their customers. And their customers are like season ticket holders. Season ticket holders pay a lot of money to have those seats and to watch the Tigers year round. And when they're not in town, they're out on the road. They want to watch those games. They're supposed to have a contingency plan in place to make sure these games are broadcast. With any business in this electronic age, the way things work, there should be a plan in place. Now, I understand the plan in place is Bally's, but MLB should flip the bill for everybody. If you're in Detroit area code, they should be giving you Bally's for free until this is resolved, and it should be paid by MLB.
I mean, nobody would oppose that. I don't know if that's. I mean, you're demanding it, and that's cool. But is it reality?
But what I'm saying to you is you do business with all these different companies that are in the electronic age. Like, let's say you have home banking with a bank or a credit union or whatever.
Yeah.
They can't just not provide you service. MLB has a group of customers that are buying tickets, that are doing things, that are spending money in MLB, and it's on them to their customers. Now, the second thing I wanted to say is, Gator, I think you were talking about Xfinity losing business. They're crushing people with internet costs. My internet used to be like, say, $50, $60 a month. I just got a bill, and I had to call Xfinity. My internet was $250 because of the amount of streaming I'm doing because I didn't have unlimited. Now I got to pay every month to get unlimited internet, which costs Xfinity nothing. It costs them nothing to give you an internet connection. Once the internet connection is established, the bandwidth that you're using costs them at all. So they're
making up for it. You think they're making up for it at streaming costs? Yeah. You might be
people on internet charges.
You might be right, yeah, and I don't doubt it.
I don't know how that works. You know, does it slow down the internet when you've got a bunch of, like, if what used to be a situation where there's one household that was streaming in a group or on the street, let's say there's 100 homes that have the same signal wherever it comes from, and then you've got 20 now that start streaming. Well, now in today's world, if we've got 80 that are now streaming, does that bog down the signal to the point where now they have to put up more towers, and that costs money that people don't see?
I mean, I'll throw terms out there that I don't really understand. Expand the bandwidth?
I don't know.
I don't know. I just know we're getting screwed over. Some rules for an upcoming sporting event were laid out this week. Does it change your view on this sporting event? We'll get to that today at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. You can listen to Tiger games here on 97.1 The Ticket, and you can stream them on the Odyssey app. So there is that. Tigers with a weekend series of the Yankees. 2 big series coming up. The best team in the American League so far has been the Cleveland Guardians, a.k.a. the Gribe. They are 20-10. They have the best record in the American League. The third best record in the American League is the New York Yankees. And those 2 teams each have 20 wins. The Tigers have 18. Those are the Tigers' next 2 series, at New York, at Cleveland. So as they approach the 40-game mark, we've talked about other litmus tests, Minnesota, Texas. Tigers did reasonably well in those series. But now they've got 3 against the Yankees, 3 against Cleveland, and that's when opponents, stop being polite and start getting real. Beyond that, then they got a Houston team that's really struggling. So we'll see. We'll see if they can keep this up, but it's been fun. Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't seeing the games now because of the Xfinity and Bally's dispute. And at this point, we're all looking for solutions. What is your plan? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Craig in Brighton. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Craig?
Yeah, I would sure love to see that Cleveland and Yankees series, but I can't. Mm-hmm. But 40 years ago in the 80s, the games used to be broadcast on Channel 4. Is there any way the local stations can do anything about that?
So late in the Red Wings and Pistons season, they had some games on, it was Channel 20, right? And so I don't know if they're exploring possibilities there. I would have to think that the Tigers organization, it behooves them to try and get something done, and they would be on it. But I haven't heard anything.
I agree.
But let me see. What's your plan?
Yeah, that's what I used to do 40 years ago. Watch them on Channel 4, 1:30 on Sunday, 2:15 on Saturday. It worked out perfect.
I know, but what are you going to do now?
Right now, can't do anything. It's like a strike. You just can't do anything. Listen on the radio or get the score the next day or 3 hours after the game's over. Just can't do anything.
Yeah.
This is just, it's annoying because this happened last year, but last year they kind of heard about it, and just reading through this article on the Freep from yesterday, it said that Diamond Sports had been on the brink of extinction in recent years, filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and having MLB take over the production and distribution for 2 teams last season. A few hours after the service interruption on Xfinity, Diamond Sports and DirecTV announced a new multi-year distribution deal. It seems like they can get something done, but they're just not working together on this. And the Tigers had a statement yesterday that reminded customers that these decisions are outside of their control. And it is outside their control. But, the caller brings up an interesting question. Can a network pick it up? But I'm sure they can, but they're going to have to pay. And it's not like you're paying $50 for them. It's an expensive cost.
Think about this. We had a conversation with somebody after the show that operates in this world.
Yeah.
Do you know how mad advertisers have to be?
Oh.
There are people that spend a lot of money. Companies spend a lot of money.
Tons of money.
To have their products advertised on Tiger Baseball TV broadcasts.
Well, you have the people that complain about the app and the commercials that are aired during the app.
Yeah.
Are there some recurring commercials that you see all the time watching Tiger Baseball?
Well, there are, but not quite like the app.
Well, no, but understand it. Okay, you see those and you know who those advertisers are. They're spending tons of money to get it on TV, yeah. And now it's not.
Yep.
They wanted to be on TV. They were loving this. Oh, Tigers are winning. This is great. More people watching. And now,
yeah. Well put.
Yeah.
Well put.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kurt. You're next. 97.1. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show, as always.
Thank you.
I'm out in California, and I have routinely rejected MLB TV so that I can listen to the radio. I think we've got the top radio guy in the business right now. Dan Dickerson is outstanding. I wish Andy would be with him in the booth more often. But, we've got a generation of kids that only know Dan Dickerson's voice on the radio. and I think he's the best in the business. There is no reason to watch the Tigers when you've got the quality radio presence of Dan Dickerson.
I do love Dan, and I think he does do a great job. And for me, I feel like we've got a lot of great play-by-play guys in this town.
Really do.
And it's a good era.
He's right. That might be the best.
And what it really comes down to now is, readjusting your own personal enjoyment or expectation.
Not going to turn people away from listening to it.
Not going to turn people away. You can listen on 97.1 in the Odyssey app.
Every game.
But if I have a chance to sit down and watch the game or listen to the game, with all respect due, I'm watching the game.
Well, it is a visual.
Yeah.
But what Dan does a great job of painting that visual.
He really does. 248-539-9797. Richard, you're next. Hi, Richard.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I have, at least my temporary, until they get this sorted out, is if you've been listening or watching on Bally, you've been paying about $8 to $10 more on your cable bill for that service, which Xfinity is going to rebate. Everybody who had a Bally is going to get $8 to $10. Now, if you go and get the Bally app, it's $20. So if you really want to watch baseball until they sort this out, it'll cost you maybe $40 more, $10 more a month than you're paying now, and you get the sports that you want to watch all the way through the series and hope they get it settled. So I think $40 for the rest of the summer is a reasonable, $50 is a reasonable amount until they sort it out. It's not the right solution, but if you want to watch baseball, hell, some of these people are paying $50, $80 for a ticket to go to one game.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, I've given that some thought.
But in my other solution, I'm kind of fortunate. I own a home up in northern Michigan, and I have Charter's Spectrum service, which includes Bally up there.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering.
I can go right now.
Yeah.
I can go on, like yesterday, what I did is I went on to the Bally app, the Spectrum app from Charter, and I went to Bally, and it just said, who is your service provider? I put it in, I put my password for my Spectrum, and bang, I got it on my phone. Then I just AirPlayed it onto my TV. Anybody who has an Apple phone should know how to AirPlay from your phone or your other device onto your TV. So there are solutions.
You're right. There are workarounds.
It's going through hoops to do it, but
I just remembered that we do have a place up north, and I can't remember if we're Spectrum or Charter, but I'm going to go home and check my bill and see if I can do what he did.
Used to be you could sling it, right? Isn't that what whole
Sling TV,
the Sling box thing was about?
God, remember that? Yeah, I had one. It was cool, but then everything became available on your phone.
So here's something else from the article yesterday in the Free Press that kind of goes under the radar. It says in January, news broke that Amazon would partner with Diamond Sports to carry its channels, though that move has yet to be approved by the bankruptcy courts. Can the bankruptcy courts get this thing moved along?
Yes, please. How about in 3, 2, 1? What's your plan? Unnamed texter writes in, my plan involves a single finger to execute.
Sometimes too.
Rick in Tennessee, hey guys, I'm really not looking for the outrage when Bally is no more and the games are only available via streaming on Amazon. This may happen this season at a more critical time of the season. And you're going to have to get Amazon to stream instead of Bally's. Tigers not going to be on TV is going to cost me a fortune. Not going to have to golf. I'm going to have to golf an S-load more. That's from Chris in Clarkston. That's funny. All right. Rules have been laid out, Gator.
Yeah.
Does it make you more or less interested in Tyson versus Jake Paul? We'll get to that today at 11:35. 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, it's going down Saturday at Twin Peaks. UFC 301 is returning to the Octagon with a monster matchup. It's going to bring down the house. And just as that's going on, Canelo Alvarez returning to the ring to celebrate Cinco de Mayo in style with a dangerous bout against undefeated Jaime Munguia. Have you been to Twin Peaks for a fight before? Be sure to grab that front row seat because party starts early. All your favorites are there. Enjoy Twin Peaks like the 29-degree frozen draft beer. Their high-end margaritas and old-fashioned, hand-cut and breaded order wings and tenders, house-smoked brisket and ribs, all on full display as their 50-plus TVs pump out all the hard hits and knockouts. And if that's not enough for you, they've got the NHL and NBA. They're ramping up for the playoffs. I haven't mentioned the best part, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Come see why Fight Night hits harder at Twin Peaks. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Dave is in Commerce, and he's next on 97.1. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Good show.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, this whole deal with Xfinity, this has all been scripted and planned out long in advance. You think it's a coincidence that this contract expired on May 1st, a month into the baseball season? They're just going to take time away from us, and they'll find a way to give it back to us, but it's not going to be cheap.
They're going to. I'm sorry, you said they after May 1st you broke up. You said what?
Well, their contract between Bally's and Diamond Sports expired on May 1st. That was planned in advance.
When would be the better time for it to
during
expire?
the baseball season.
What would be the better time for it to expire?
Well, somewhere in the winter. They take
During
care of
Red Wing
business.
season?
Right. This isn't
And
just about
Piston
baseball.
season?
This is they carry all types of sports.
Of course. But I guarantee you they'll find a way to give us our Tigers back, but it's not going to be cheap. They're just going to try to squeeze us for more money. That's what this is all about.
Well, there are ways we can spend more money
Don't
and
think for a
still
second
get
that the
them.
owners didn't know about this.
Oh, they did. Of course they did.
Of course, yeah. So I'm going to cancel Xfinity, listen to the radio, and you guys have a great radio broadcasting team, and I'm going to take advantage of that, and I'm going to hit Xfinity in the pocketbook and cancel.
Well, thank you for listening. When you cancel Xfinity, you're losing a lot of other.
Well, yeah, it's not just Bally's you're losing. Yeah. But hey, if you're ready to do that, because look, he's not alone. Lots of people are fed up with Xfinity.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure who has the power in this whole thing. It would seem that Xfinity has the power because they can approve or disapprove whatever, Diamond Sports is going to throw at them for an offer. But apparently offers have gone back and forth and they still can't work it out. I do think things should get worked out, but I don't know how soon it's going to be. Initially, I thought, this will get done. This is a lot of posturing. It just gets done. But if you're having to deal with a parent company that's already declared bankruptcy, I think it makes it a lot harder and more strings attached and all that. And there's a lot of stuff and fine print that you have to go over before you can agree to anything.
Yeah. All right, changing the subject here a little bit.
Please.
News came out Monday that there are new rules for the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight. We bring this up. Mike Tyson, of course, legendary boxer, YouTuber turned boxer, Jake Paul, who is a polarizing figure to say the least. But he's taken on and to boxing and from what is essentially amounted to exhibition fights. Am I wrong? Like, you're in the fight game. Is that a good description of what Jake Paul has done?
Yeah, I mean, Kang is too. I would say that I don't think we would label these as like real legitimate professional fights. He's not fighting boxers.
He fought
he's
two
fought
boxers, I think.
Yeah,
maybe.
He's basically fought MMA fighters that are well past their prime.
Mm-hmm.
And guys that aren't boxers, they're MMA fighters. It's a big difference.
Well, this fight with Tyson, when we brought it up at first, there was kind of this thought, okay, Tyson's in his 50s. I don't know how old he is.
It's like 57 or 59. I forget what.
Okay, so he's obviously up there in age. He still looks like he's in incredible shape, but, I mean, let's face it, he's not going to be what he once was.
No.
Jake Paul's kind of a beast, but he's not a professional boxer. He's a guy training to box, but he's not a professional boxer.
He's more of a professional boxer, I think, than people want to give him credit for, though. He has worked on his craft. He looks like a competent boxer. There are people in the boxing game that say, look, I don't even know what I want to say he's legit or somewhat legit, but there is a legitimacy to what he does now. And that's why it makes it such a mismatch when he goes against the MMA guys.
He's taking it seriously.
Yeah.
I give him credit for that. He's gotten his body in great shape. He studies. He hits mitts. He technique, all that stuff. He's very amateur and novice in the professional game, but as far as an amateur, he's above your weekend warrior. That's for sure.
So here's the thing about him, though, is that I think when he and Tyson, who have a previous business/friendship, announced they were going to fight each other, I think it was. My guess is here, and I'm sort of watching this from the outside looking in, that it was looked at with a collective eye roll, like this is going to be just a money grab, and it's not going to amount to much. Then the rules for the fight came out on Monday. It's an officially sanctioned professional fight. The results will be recorded on official records. Knockouts are permitted. The fight will consist of 8 2-minute rounds. Fighters will wear 14-ounce gloves, and no headgear will be used. So does this sound like, wait a sec, is this going to be a real fight? Is this something worth watching now?
It sounds like it's more worth watching now than it did before. They're 2-minute rounds. They're not 3-minute rounds. There's only 8 of them. It's not like 10, 12, or 15, although they still do 15 rounds. But it's not 10 or 12 rounds. It's 8. And you're shortening it by a minute per round. But then again, when you got a guy who's in his late 50s, I'm okay with that, seeing how that's the guy I'm rooting for. Yeah. So I want all the rules slanted to favor Mike Tyson.
The guy you're rooting for.
The thing I can't get out of my head is that the Paul brothers are all about promotion, all about making money. And is this just a setup? Is this going to be a fake fight, or is this going to be legitimate?
I mean, I think with every fight, whenever I bring this up, Kang, you always say, well, they're all money grabs.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I enjoy, listen, boxing and MMA entertain me. I watch them because I find it, it's to me, I enjoy the skill set. I enjoy a lot of things, aspects about it. But with that being said, it's absolute like gutter people running these things. And honestly, like there's no shame in ethics, from the promoter to the ref to the boxer to the judges, like everything. You can question everything and have legit questions about it all. Unfortunately, that's the case. Whether a guy's taking a dive or a guy's using steroids or a judge is he's on the take. That stuff bothers the heck out of me. But like I said, I still watch because I'm entertained by it. But yeah. You never know, Doug, when you're watching these things, what's real and what's not.
But what came out this week, more legit, right?
It makes me want to watch it more because I didn't want headgear, Right. And to me, whether it counts on the record or not didn't bother me. I mean, whatever, I guess. But
I think it kind of matters.
I think it kind of matters to Tyson.
Because I can't imagine that Mike Tyson wants to have a blemish on his actual record. So, and I don't know, maybe it's just reputation of Mike Tyson. That part of me thinks if Paul lands a punch to Tyson, that Tyson's going to snap and he's going to revert to.
Well, you want him to.
Exactly, I want him to. That's
or
what
he
I'm
could go
hoping
down,
for.
Gator.
I know. I've seen that, unfortunately. But so I don't know what to expect out of this thing. And get back to the original question: am I more apt to watch this fight now than I was? Yeah, I am. As we get closer to it, I probably was going to be anyway. But I'm less dismissive about it now because I do think these rules are in place to make it more legitimate.
Now, part of me thinks, and tell me if I'm wrong here, because I'm an outsider. This fight gets announced. It's not creating enough buzz. They realize it's thought of as a sham, so they come out with all this. It's still a sham, but they come out with all this to try and generate more interest and more pay-per-view buys.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, Gator, Tyson isn't fighting for legacy anymore, man. He's fighting for a paycheck, and if he loses to Jake Paul, which would absolutely suck for like fans of Tyson or anti-Jake Paul fans, it's a real possibility. And I don't think at this point Tyson, I don't want to say he doesn't care, but so what? I mean, he's going to get paid a ton of money for doing this. And then that's the ultimate goal between these two guys, to get everyone to buy it and watch it. Or not even buy it, just watch it, because if you have Netflix, you can watch this.
True. What would get you more excited about it than thinking that, oh, wait a minute, maybe this is legit? Is it seeing more videos of Tyson training? Is it seeing Tyson look like he's getting legitimately pissed and fired up for this? And what is it that would get you like, okay, I got it. Here we go.
As long as Jake Paul's involved, I won't think it's really that's legit, a problem. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm gonna still watch, like I say, because I'm rooting for an outcome, Tyson to knock out Paul, and I enjoy boxing in general. So I don't know if there's anything to answer your question. I don't know if there's anything that can help legitimize it more for me. But I like the fact that there's no headgear and things like that.
Well,
I want that to be, more. I want it to look real.
Well, is this a fight that's going to end one or the other's legacy? Like, is that the outcome of what happens? Like, if Tyson gets knocked out, then Tyson's legacy is. I mean, it's not totally shot, but the way it finishes up is
sad.
It's sad.
Yeah.
If Jake Paul gets knocked out, does that end the sham of Jake Paul?
Or not good for him if he wants to actually continue a real boxing career. To get knocked out about a 57, I mean, by the time they fight, might be 58-year-old.
But he might also make $100 million off the fight, or whatever the pay-per-view value is going to be.
Well, it's not pay-per-view, but
right, sorry, but there's an enormous price that he's going to get.
248-539-9797. Are you more in because of this announcement that makes it feel like a more legitimate fight? Is this something that makes you go, okay, I'll watch now? Or is it all part of the ruse? Is it all a scam? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Jake Paul takes on Mike Tyson. That's coming up in July. Remember when they announced it? They announced it's going to be at Jerry World, and we're like, okay, are they really going to get, what do they say, 100 seats, 120,000? Mm-hmm. All right, 120,000 people are going to buy tickets to see a 50-whatever-year-old Mike Tyson, 57-year-old Mike Tyson take on a YouTuber who's, to his credit, has put some time and effort into his craft. But, there's I think, am I wrong? There's a lot of want to see the YouTuber get his butt kicked.
I think, well, people of our generation, 100%.
Yeah.
But are the people that made Jake Paul famous?
Probably not.
Point.
My kids.
They probably want to see Jake Paul continue to rise up and see. Now he beat Tyson. He's a legit fighter.
Is this like dads versus sons everywhere?
Could be.
Because even when Jake Paul announced it, he sat down. He set up a camera, of course, because he's got to videotape everything. And he set up a camera in front of like a table or whatever. And he sat down next to his dad. And he goes, "Dad, who's your favorite fighter growing up?" And he goes, "Mike Tyson." And he goes, "I'm fighting Tyson next," basically, paraphrasing. And he goes, "What?" And so it's like that's his dad's generation versus him. And so you guys just mentioned it. It's, the people, there's a certain generation versus generation in this fight. It feels like.
I just texted my boys to see if they'd even respond, if it's even on their radar. Who do you want to win, Jake Paul or Mike Tyson? We'll see what they say. But, they came out with real boxing rules. It's officially sanctioned professional fight. It's going to count on your record. You can get knocked out. There's no headgear, 14-ounce gloves. I mean, they're trying to say, okay, this isn't an exhibition. This is a real deal. And they shorten the rounds from 3 to 2 and only go 8 rounds, in part because Mike Tyson's 58 years old. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Tom here on 97 Won a Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
A couple of takes on this. One is I don't like the 14-ounce gloves because I would like to see, Tyson's game is power. The chance of him knocking Paul out are less with 14-ounce gloves as opposed to 10 ounces. And the other thing you mentioned was kind of the legacy of Tyson should he lose. And it just reminded me of what happened with Joe Louis. Joe was hurting for money and the IRS killed him, and he ended up fighting he got knocked out by Marciano, who was in his prime at the time. The age difference obviously isn't as much as what we got with Tyson and Paul, but it was a sad ending to Joe Louis's career as well.
Yeah, I don't know what Mike Tyson's financial situation is right now, but I don't think it's dire. I thought it hadn't gotten back on track financially, King, and is he hurting for money?
I don't think he is. He's got the weed business. He does a lot of autograph signings, but there's also maybe is he getting $20 million for this fight? It's still a lot of money. It doesn't matter. This is a layup. Yeah, show up, get paid.
God, I text my kids all the time. They don't answer anything until this. Who do you want to win, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson? I sent that at 11:47, 11:48. Apparently from his high school, my youngest texts back, Iron Mike. My oldest who graduates today. Congratulations. Agree. I just want this Jake Paul crap to be over.
You're a good father, Doug.
You are a good father.
Good job. That's how you rate it.
My boy.
Just don't tell me you're rooting for Tyson.
Yeah. Don't ruin it for them.
Don't ruin it.
That's right. Mike, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
This fight has no legitimacy at all. None. This is why I don't watch boxing anymore. We dealt with the Merriweather situation where he waited for everybody to get old and then has the fights and then wins. And Jake Paul's going to die. Let's say if this is a legitimate fight, if Mike Tyson goes in and fights the way Mike Tyson can fight, this guy's had 10 fights. He's lost 1, and he fought a bunch of nobodies. I boxed for 5 years. My stepdad was in the military during World War II, and he was a heavyweight champion in Europe in his battalion. So he and I followed boxing. That was our love. And, this isn't a Michael Moore, George Foreman fight where it was legitimate. Michael Moore was a heavyweight champion. Foreman knew how to fight him. George Foreman had arms that are like tree trunks. From the fist to his elbow, he can block his whole body from the head to his midsection. He waited Michael Moore to punch himself out a little bit and knocked him out. Mike Tyson's going to take this guy out in a round. If it's legitimate, if he's going to fight the way he would normally fight.
Even at 59. I'm sorry, he's 58. He's 58. Are you sure?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You think he can't still hit somebody?
No, I think he can still hit somebody for sure. But
pound guy.
Yeah, but there's no
he's
way
a 250-pound guy.
Yeah, but there's no way he's still as quick as he was.
He doesn't have to be.
Well,
Did you watch any of the Jake Paul fights?
Yeah, I have.
He doesn't have to be fast, man. I was
going to ask you if you've watched any of the Jake Paul fights because
anyway.
I mean, Jake Paul Jake Paul is not like a contender for the heavyweight championship, but he's also not the joke that I think people thought he was going into it. And it sounds like you still think
he's a joke.
No, and if he had 30 fights under his belt and he had beaten some decent people, I'm in. Okay, I could probably coach him and train him to beat Mike Tyson because I won the Buster Douglas bet with 100 guys. I told him how Buster Douglas was going to beat Mike Tyson, and everyone thought I was crazy, including my stepdad.
All right.
Oh, let's hope you're right, because I think all of us want to see Jake Paul get knocked the blank out.
Did you know that Tyson was going to be half asleep?
Well, he should be rich if he bet on Douglas,
that
right?
had nothing to do with boxing. That was all. Mike Tyson just not taking it seriously and issues with Don King, and then Buster got a punch.
Yep. Well, this will be interesting.
Doug, are you watching?
So here's the thing. I already have Netflix.
Yep.
And it's coming up in July. By the way, Tyson will be 58 when the fight takes place. He's 57 now. I don't know what's on the schedule for July 20th, but I could actually see myself watching this, which says something.
Well, here's what's going to happen. Because you already texted your kids and they both said they're interested, you're going to end up hosting a party.
I might.
You're going to have a watch party.
Oh, what do you want us to bring, Doug?
You want to come over? You got Netflix. You're going to drive to my house to watch this?
I want to hang out with your son, not you.
No, that's true.
Hold on. You going to get that taco truck again?
That was good. That was a good idea, wasn't it?
That was a great idea, man.
We had a taco truck for my daughter's high school graduation.
It was so good.
That was credit my wife for that.
You guys having a college graduation party?
No.
Oh.
And
just asking.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not irritated with you. Are we supposed to?
No, you don't have to do anything. You don't want to. You had the
it's
high
not
school
that
party.
I don't want to. It's I'm like,
you had a great high school graduation party for him.
Did we drop the ball on the college graduation party? No, we're not doing that. But or as some people, my friends like to call it, the shakedown.
The shakedown?
Hey, yeah, come over and give my kids money.
Oh.
And then we turn around and give your kids money. I mean, that's just,
that's how it works. Yeah,
it's just a whole shakedown. But all right, if you want to keep going with the Tyson Jake Paul thing, just a reminder: you can listen to Tiger Baseball here on 97.1 The Ticket for the weekend series with the Yankees and beyond. We're not going anywhere. You can also stream with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today because you can listen to Tiger Baseball on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Also, you can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Bam, there we are. Participate in the streaming chat. Good crew of people over there. Also stream on youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket, same thing. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Next up is Trevor in Warren. What's up, Trevor?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Great.
I just wanted to call in and weigh in on the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight. You know, I think Jake Paul has a puncher's chance, but I definitely see it going Tyson's way. I worked with a guy. I'm a banker by trade, but I worked with a guy who for 12, 13 years was doing mixed martial arts. He won a welterweight championship, just local here to Michigan. But he was really, really heavy into Brazilian jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts, and he thought that he could step into a boxing ring and entered into the Diamond Gloves tournament. And round one, fight one, 13 seconds in, he got TKO'd. So, and I thought it was hilarious at the time, but I think it just goes towards the credibility of the people that Jake Paul has fought to this point. Even as an old man, I think Tyson has the skill and the strategy and the experience that he's probably going to win this fight.
Did you,
even with, the 14-ounce gloves?
Yeah, when you heard about these rules that were put in place, officially sanctioned bout, et cetera, did that make you more interested?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it absolutely piqued my interest. And actually, the guys around the office have been talking about it quite a bit. I called up the gentleman that I used to work with because he has since, once he got TKO'd, his wife made him kind of step away from the combat sports. But he also does not believe. He's like, I thought that I was all about something, that I could step into the ring and at least hang with anybody. And it's a totally different approach. And this is somebody that spent over a decade of their lives training for it. I just
nothing would make me happier than if this situation worked out like it did with your friend. I mean, years ago, the WWE had this brawl for all. So they had some of the wrestlers were going to box. They were going to get in like these pseudo MMA matches, and at the end, the winner of all that was going to fight Butterbean in a boxing match. And Bart Gunn was one of the wrestlers, ended up going through a bunch of wrestlers and knocking them out and gained this great reputation as, well, this guy could fight. And as soon as he got in the ring with Butterbean knocks him the F out like that. And it's like, it's just that quickly. If you think you can fight until you fight a boxer, right?
Yeah.
The difference with this is that Jake Paul has been gradually building up to this point, and I think now Jake Paul is, I mean, if he wanted to embark on a legitimate boxing career, I don't think he'd be involved with championships, but could he win some boxing matches against legit fighters? He might.
Yeah, he's young and he's taking it seriously.
Yeah.
The thing about his friend is his friend named Anderson Silva, Tyrone Woodley? Right. Because guess what? Those guys got knocked down by Jake Paul, a YouTuber. And if that guy didn't respect Paul, then that's worse, right? He's not a real boxer, according to a lot of people, but guess what? He did that to MMA, real champions that we've heard of, multi-champions.
And Anderson Silva, when he was fighting in the UFC, he loved the stand-up game, and he would keep his distance. He had a great stand-up, right? Well past his prime when he fights Jake Paul, but to your point, King, yeah, he took care of Anderson Silva.
Might be something else going on here with the whole announcement that came out this week. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Back to some Tiger stuff after that. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on a ticket. What's the U?
Got some breaking hockey news.
Yeah.
According to Chris Johnston, NHL insider for The Athletic.
Yep.
Austin Matthews is out for Game 6 tonight per Sheldon Keefe. So no Austin Matthews in the Game 6 where they're down 3-2 to Boston.
Not good.
That's
for Toronto.
Suboptimal.
I am heartbroken.
Well, Boston couldn't get the job done at their own house the other night, so we'll see what happens here tonight.
Yeah, so I might flip that on at some point. In the meantime, just a final put a bow on, well, for me, on the Tyson-Jake Paul fight. They came out with real boxing rules to, why all of a sudden is Jake Paul gone with this is going to be an actual sanctioned fight? Why has he agreed to this? And I speculated that it hasn't created enough buzz and it's not a pay-per-view event. It's on Netflix. Maybe they haven't sold as many tickets and suites as they thought they would at Jerry World. And so they're like, all right, how do we generate some excitement? Just because they announced all this, I'm not sure that means they're going to do all this. This might be a mission accomplished type of deal. Let's get people talking about this. Let's announce it like it's a real fight. Would that shock you if when this thing comes around, there's headgear and you can't get knocked out and it's not an officially sanctioned fight? Would that shock you?
I guess nothing would shock me with boxing.
Yeah.
And with this group. Nothing's going to shock me on it, but
we hadn't talked about it in a while. We hadn't had reason to talk about it. Then they came out with this, and I'm like, we're talking about it, and then you go realize maybe that was the whole point. But all right, back to the Detroit Tigers. Look, yesterday, another game, another win, another series win. And the Tigers used their formula, which is essentially counting on great pitching. Now, it's not as if they didn't hit the ball. They hit the ball enough yesterday. They won 4-1, but they improved to 18-13, looking like a decent to good team. And here's the crazy thing about it, and I didn't believe this. We had to double and triple check it. This is the most wins a Tiger team has had going into May since 1984. That's right. That team that started the season 35-5 was the last team. They had 18 wins going into May. Detroit got their 18th win yesterday. They had 17 wins going into May, the most since 1984. That's hard to believe. Now, you think about it, it's a little bit of a scheduling circumstance as well, in that there's some teams that were like had better winning percentages and all that, but they didn't play as many games. And this team has played, like that team in 84 was 18-2 going into May. This team was 17-3 going into May, but I'll take it. We are making our way through what has been a baseball desert, and somebody's offered us a saltine. I'm taking it. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty too, but
it's a delicious cracker.
I'll take a cracker. And this is our cracker as we move into May. Our baseball team is 5 games over, 18 wins, and the formula has worked for the better part of a month. Now, it's going to get tested. This team's going to get tested. It's not lost on them, I'm sure, that they are playing the 2 teams that have 20 wins in the American League of their next 2 series, at New York and at Cleveland. But it's certainly been a more fun start. And unfortunately, now the games are black. They're basically happening behind a black screen with the look, if you've got DirecTV, good for you. And if you have the app, good for you. The problem with the app is the app costs more money and it's not as good as just having it on Xfinity. That's a whole nother story.
But then again, Xfinity is giving you a credit.
Xfinity is giving you a credit, so you can take that credit and put it towards the app, and the app isn't really, what's the credit, like $10? So the $10 a month, the app costs $20 a month. You're paying less than $1 per game if you're going to watch them all. It's probably a solid financial investment, I guess, if you're a big Tiger fan. Not that people want to do this. I mean, yesterday I didn't watch the game. I listened to a big portion of it. Then I had other things going on. But Gator, I haven't made up my mind what we're doing next in the Karsh household. I suspect I'll probably pay for the app, but this may be a whole-scale cancel Xfinity. I don't want to give Xfinity or Bally's my money now. It's like the guy that said his next plan, it involves just one finger. And I think that's the way a lot of us feel, but you can't, that you're punishing yourself saying, I'm going to cancel. One guy called and said, I'm canceling Xfinity. So you're canceling all your TV. Like you're canceling everything you have access to, ESPN and Fox and everything. But hey.
Well, it's a situation where I'm wondering, is there a sympathetic figure at all in this? Like, is it all sympathetic because they're going through their parent company's going through the bankruptcy?
I mean, to a degree, there's so many regional networks that are failing. It tells me that the model that once worked isn't working
right
in 2024.
And yet,
but they made the business decision. They were the ones that we relied on to give us the games. So should I be mad at them? I feel like I should.
Well, it's like when ESPN went out and handed out giant contracts to Pat McAfee and paid for the NBA or whatever, and had all these, ends up being like $1 billion deals, right? Something had to happen. Yep. And the other shoe that drops is then they had a ton of layoffs, right?
Now we get no more Todd McShay.
Right, exactly. That's the other side of it. So, if on the Xfinity side, they've already been facing some trouble because people cutting the cord regardless. And I have no idea what the profit margin is, if it's good business, what Xfinity's doing, or if Xfinity's on hard times. I don't know. So somewhere down the line, neither business model seems to be working. And that's not a good sign of things to come.
No.
And we look at the NFL and say the NFL is a license to print money. They've got the business model down. They know what they're doing. The NBA, it's a license to print money. They're going to have a new contract soon, and it's going to be unbelievable for the NBA. But it's a business model that works. The NHL, when they had to restructure years ago, they figured it out.
Yep.
And came up with a business model that's going to be sustainable because it was tied directly to profits and all that. Baseball is the one sport that's just different. They don't have the salary cap. You have haves and have-nots in this league, unlike any other of the major sports here in this country.
248-539-9797. Tiger fans, you want to talk about what's going on the field, what's impressed you the most, what your concerns are moving forward. Additionally, what's your plan with games not being on TV? Have you figured out what your alternate is going to be? 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, you can, of course, hear the games here on 97.1, and you can stream them with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. We've talked about it for years, the Odyssey app, and say someday you're going to wish you had it. That someday might be right now with Tiger Baseball's availability. So if you haven't done it yet, again, get the app. It's free, and then you can listen to the station anywhere in the United States. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Ron is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ron?
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
Hey,
so, hey, Gator. How you doing as well?
I'm well. Thank you, Ron. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
I lived in Denver for 27 years, and I want to bring up the thing that Stan Kroenke did. He's the owner of both the Avalanche and the Nuggets out there. Years ago, he broke away from Fox Sports Rocky Mountain and created his own network called Altitude Sports.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, why don't the Ilitches do the same thing? Obviously, Bally's is in trouble, and, they're relying on them to make deals with all these different networks. Take it in-house. Create your own network. You've got 2 of the 4 sports in this town with the Tigers and the Red Wings, and they've got a friendly relationship with with the Pistons as well. It just makes sense that they should bring it in, and they would probably make more money doing it that way as well.
So I suspect that there are some sort of conversations that have been had about the possibility and the feasibility of doing this. Isn't the same thing true with the Yankees and the Yes Network? They went out and they created their own network. So this might be the long-term solution. And then the question is, and what you get into is whether or not this should have already been worked out so that we're not sitting here where we are. And I said something yesterday on the air, and I'm trying to be as fair as I possibly can, although not everybody is interested in being fair to this guy. But I feel like Mike Ilitch wouldn't stand for this, and I hope Chris Ilitch is the same way. I hope that he's like, look, our games have to be on TV. We're going to do something about it.
Agreed.
And I've been kind of patient with Chris. I think we've some other people have been more critical of him, but at the end of the day, this one seems like they could maybe step in and do something. I don't know what, though. I might be speaking completely out of term, but I just feel like that there was a get it done sort of attitude that was pervasive during the Mike Ilitch era.
Yeah, it felt that way. And, the statement that they released yesterday was basically said that it's out of our hands. It's not something we can control. Maybe that needs to be further questioned and asked about or inquired about. I don't want to say questioned like it's, I doubt you. It's just, well, how can we get it to be more within your control or work towards a solution is all anybody wants.
It's like talking to a teenage kid when they have a problem and you go, well, have you tried this? It didn't work. What about try this? Can't do that. Why you try this? Can't do that. And I'm like, okay, there's a solution here. You can't say no to everything. But teenagers, like, nope, doesn't work. Nothing will work. The situation is hopeless. Yeah. I'm like, nothing is hopeless here. Come on.
Right. They just don't want to hear it from you.
No. What are your thoughts on the American League Central for the Tigers? All of a sudden, it looks much more competitive than we thought coming into the season. I see the numbers. I think this is a lot of feasting off the White Sox. Like, I get that right now that the American League Central has 4 teams over 500. I don't know, like Minnesota, how many in a row have they won?
10.
How many of those have come against not the White Sox?
I'd have to check that.
3. The answer is 3.
Is the answer 3?
Yes, the answer is 3.
Who are the other 3 against?
The Angels.
Oh.
Yep. So what we're seeing here is another terrible team, by the way. What we're seeing here,
who just lost Mike Trout,
is the American League Central. If you break it down here, I think I can bring this up very quick. The Guardians in the Central, 4-1. The Royals in the Central, 8-5. The Tigers in the Central, 9-4. The Twins in the Central, 12-7. The White Sox in the Central are 2-18. They are 16 games under 500 in the division alone. The Guardians, Royals, Tigers, and Twins that accounts for 4, 5 is 9, and 6 is 15. They're 25 games over collectively, those 4 teams. 16 of those 25 games have come courtesy of their in-division brethren, the Chicago White Sox. So when this person says, is this going to be more competitive than we thought? It might be. I want to see how things shake down over time because they are going to feast on the White Sox here. The White Sox have played 20 of their 31 games in the division. More. Look, if I wanted to watch Torque pop up to the infield and watch Baez swing it off speed pitch in the dirt, I would watch local Little League teams. It doesn't bother me one bit with no Tigers. That's from an unnamed texter. Yeah, clever. So you've missed the wins.
Right. So
you've missed the most Tiger wins in a month since 1984.
I mean, yeah, is Torque in a slump? Yeah, he hasn't hit a home run yet on this season. Sure. Okay. Have you watched Riley Green? Is that worth watching?
You watch the pitching?
Is Tarek Skubal good?
Watch the bullpen?
How's the back end? Is that worked out well?
Look, there's no doubt that there's some frustrations here, but if you just don't want to watch because Torque and Baez aren't living up to the contracts or the expectations, then you're costing yourself seeing a team that's playing winning baseball and has given you more wins in the month of April and March than any Tiger team since 1984.
I guess you weren't watching much to begin with then.
I'm trying to cancel Xfinity. They don't make it easy. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. That is a massive pet peeve I have with almost everybody.
The inability to
cancel anything. Nobody makes it easy to cancel.
It should be easy. Like, I don't want this app anymore. Boom. Disconnect the app or, deactivate and send me an email response saying, we have understand you've deactivated your account.
Herb in Rochester, I'm a day game watcher. My plan is to sign up for the 7-day trial of Fubo Saturday and cancel next Friday. Then the 7-day trial of Bally's and either sign up or cancel depending on the situation at the time. So he's going to milk free 7 days for 2 weeks.
Not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea.
That sounds like a plan that I might be able to get behind.
Unnamed texter, you can get DirecTV in an app, no equipment, just stream their content. You can get from 150 to 210 channels, ESPN, Fox Sports, all the shows you get on Xfinity, plus it's much cheaper. I will investigate. If that's true, that's a no-brainer. Question whether or not you get everything you get with Xfinity. But if you have to stream, you have to pay for, here's what I'm going to guess. So to get DirecTV, you have to stream it. To stream it, you have to have internet. To get internet service, you have to have Xfinity or somebody else. When you don't bundle your cable with your internet, they cost more. So if I keep my Xfinity internet so I can stream DirecTV, does it come out to be the same price? And I'm asking.
That's an excellent question.
This is, how these things work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent question.
248-539-9797. Got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35, 97.1. The Ticket. More feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox. I boxed up into my 20s. I'm 54. I would do the fight for free for a chance to get knocked out by Mike Tyson. I really, really envy this Paul kid. But if Tyson cashes a check and goes down like Tyrone Woodley did, we all lose. That's from Joe and Fenton. Stephen Warren says, I'll be all in on the fight if they allow biting. Paul Tyson is just a sham. I would rather watch a CGI fight of Tyson in his prime versus Paul, like Rocky Balboa versus Mason Dixon.
That was the plot of Rocky Balboa.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't follow boxing, but I'm watching this hoping Tyson puts him out cold. That's from Lil in Detroit.
Worst fake name ever for a boxer.
Mason Dixon.
Yeah, they called him Mason the Line Dixon. Awful. Just awful. Come on. Movie was really good, I thought, but that's a terrible name.
You like a sport with a lot of names that some of us who don't like that sport think they're all silly. So I don't know what the worst. I don't know what the worst is.
Wait, you talking about wrestling?
Yes.
It's not a sport. It's entertainment. Sports entertainment.
Well, guess what? Mason Dixon. That was not a sport. That was entertainment.
I know, but I'm just saying. Okay, a good point. Fair enough. But if I'm going to make a movie based on boxing, which is a real sport, maybe not come up with the worst name ever.
Get to Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:35 on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. By the way, the NFL schedule release is 1 week from today. Leave it to the NFL right out of the draft. Short break. Everybody takes a breather. And then a huge deal would be made out of the schedule release.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how many primetime games the Lions are featured in this upcoming season. I would imagine it's going to be at least 4. Probably
but
more.
Rod Wood say they could see up to 7?
Could be up to 7.
Yep.
But obviously this was a very good football team last year. They have games that are against some really good opponents that you could totally see being built up on prime time.
Mm-hmm.
So
just if you look at the Lions, this is the year they have 9 home games. The home opponents are obviously the division, Chicago, Green Bay, and Minnesota. Other home foes. I used foes. I don't think you ever really say that in the real world. It's something that's written in the media. Other home opponents include Buffalo, Jacksonville, the Los Angeles Rams, Seattle, Tampa, and Tennessee. They're road foes, Gator.
Road foes.
Sounds like a fake word, doesn't it?
It does.
The foe.
I'm waiting for that. Have you said the term yet?
Yeah, I said it the first hour, and you guys didn't. You just let it go.
No, I guess I wasn't paying attention.
No, maybe it's not that big a deal. It's probably not that big a deal.
Road foes?
It's not foes, but here are the road foes. Arizona, Dallas, Houston, Indianapolis, San Francisco.
I mean, Dallas and Houston, playoff teams, and obviously we got the situation last year against Dallas. It still leaves a bad taste in the mouth. And, once again, we have to play in Jerry World. Great.
Yeah. And San Francisco, the team they play.
And then there's that whole San Francisco thing.
The morning show did a prediction of what the opener will be. They just said, what do you think the opener will be? Lions at San Francisco, the second of the opening weekend, 2 Monday night games. That's my prediction.
Okay.
You on board with that?
Sure. Sounds good to me.
San Francisco will open at home, and the foe will be the Detroit Lions.
Guess I want to see who is on Kansas City's schedule.
Who they might get? They might get the early game.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see who's on their schedule so I can take a guess as to who the opening opponent is going to be. They play home against the Ravens. They also play the Texans, the Bills. Oh, see, they also play San Francisco.
That Ravens game feels like Kansas City and the Ravens feels like they wouldn't do Kansas City at home for back-to-back years to open on Thursday night, would they? Would they do the Lions at San Francisco on a Thursday night to open the season?
I don't know they'd go back-to-back.
With Kansas City.
What about Kansas City at San Francisco to start the season?
I could see that being a market.
Kansas City has some great matchups.
Once again, every once in a while, I just stop and catch myself and say, yep, we're part of this discussion. We are part of the discussion of whether or not we get the marquee game to open the season.
It's crazy because the NFL kind of took a chance on the Lions last year, and it paid off huge.
Handsomely.
If you had to, here's my question. So there's a Thursday night game, and there's a Sunday night game. Well, there's also the Friday night game in Sao Paulo, right? Isn't that the opening weekend?
Yeah, but they already have the opponent.
Exactly.
All right, so
the
Thursday,
games,
Sunday, and 2 on Monday?
Yeah, so there's 5 marquee games, 1 already set. So that means that there are 15 other games, 4 of them which will be prime time. I'll shoot the boot guarantee that the Lions will have one of those prime time games.
Wow! Look at you. Stepping up.
I'll do it.
You got that written down, Kang?
I got it recorded. I was just making sure I'm rolling.
Yeah, let's click on that.
Yeah.
I'll shoot the boot guarantee that the Lions will play one of those primetime games.
Thursday, Sunday night, or one of the 2 Mondays.
Now, to be fair, if they come out and say something, hey, we're adding a Saturday game and the Lions are in it, they're not going to start. Yeah, that's not. They won't be a 1 or 4 o'clock on the opening weekend.
Gotcha.
On Sunday.
That's
Thursday, either Thursday,
Sunday night,
or one of the Monday night games.
One of the Monday night games.
Got it.
I'll shoot the boot, guarantee it.
So he's got four shots,
Right.
man.
I did it.
Check out this
Not
guy.
scared.
Where do you get your pants at? Man.
I get them at the pants store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With reinforced area up front.
Come on, man. This isn't dumb.
No, it's not dumb, but I just
It's a little risky.
It's May 2nd, you know?
Well, the schedule comes out.
The schedule comes out next week. I got it, but I still think I'm giving you credit for being ballsy, man.
Thank you.
Apparently you don't want it, though. You don't want that credit.
No, I want credit for predicting the Lions would trade up in the draft, and nobody wants to give me credit for that because I wouldn't shoot the boot, guarantee it.
Well, I mean, we were kind of in the shoot the boot mood at that point.
Yeah, you were better off not saying you were close to shooting the boot. We probably would have gave you more credit.
That's true.
Well, so it seems more like a back off, if anything.
Yeah, right? Right?
In fact, really, Doug, you get negative credit.
Yeah, exactly.
Who do you think you are?
Whoa, impressive.
Oh.
You're almost.
Almost. I almost got that girl's number.
Well, I gave you.
I got 3 digits. If I'm lucky, I play my cards right, I get the other 7. Just got the area code.
So what's up? Are you 248? Or
I know. I mean, you're looking maybe a little 586, but you know.
586. Okay. All right. You get a little funky here.
Getting warm.
Does the next digit begin with a 6?
Odd or even? Come on.
Help a brother out.
Right?
You want my number or not? All right.
Yep. No credit. So now I've gone out of my way
to point out.
Right.
And now I've gone out of my way to make a shoot the boot guarantee that I really didn't need to have to do.
Yeah, you could have said I'm
believe
almost
it.
ready to shoot the boot. That would have gone well.
I'm never going to say I'm almost ready again because that one was reliant on another variable that I could not predict.
No, what you need to do if you're going to do the almost ready thing, is that you can say, I'm almost ready to make a prediction, but I'm going to hold off just now. Like you did that earlier in the year. You said, I'm almost ready to go there and shoot the poop, but I need some more information.
Yeah.
And we're like, what are you going to do? No, I'll get into it later. And then I forget what ended up being the result of that. I think it may have been this whole trade up thing. But you did say something back in like February.
So it was all predicated on the belief that Brad Holmes is truly a best player available guy. But if you stay at 29, you're so far down, you are letting your fate be determined by everybody else. There's too many other variables to determine who the BPA will be. So move to change your position so you can get the best player available for where you're drafting.
You had it.
I did have it. I just didn't shoot the boot guarantee it.
Yes, you didn't really have it. Yeah. You had it in front of you. You all set.
You know what you're quickly becoming? You're quickly becoming my foe. I'm not enjoying this, Gator.
Would I be your home foe or away foe?
You're just a foe.
You sound more like a mofo right now.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a choice between friend or foe, I'm your friend.
Do you want to make a shoot the boot guarantee about the schedule?
Not right now.
No? Kang, would you like to make a shoot the boot guarantee about the schedule?
Yeah, the Lions will have 17 games.
Yeah, well done.
Regular season games.
Mm-hmm. Nice call.
Yeah, well, they're close to changing that again.
Yeah, it'll be 18.
Yeah, what?
Soon, how's that? I guarantee the NFL will go to 18 regular season games.
I was like, I don't really like the preseason games.
Shoot the
good
boot.
for you, Raj.
Shoot the boot guarantee it.
Can't believe that's happening.
Who knew?
All right, we got sidetracked. We will get to the Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:48. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring is here and the weather has changed. It's absolutely beautiful right now. We've had a lot of rain. You might want to check the basement, see if you had a leak in there, or the crawl space, see if that's leaked. You also might want to do this. Check your air conditioning unit. Make sure that it's working. The red, white, and blue trucks from Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're all out and about. They're ready to help you out. If you have any issue whatsoever, if they got a flood in your basement or, like I said, the AC unit won't turn on, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. I did it twice already this year. Had a problem with my water tank. They fixed it. They came out right away and dealt with it. I had a problem with my thermostat. They came out right away and dealt with it. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Gator, you love going to concerts.
I do.
More than anyone I know. I'm envious of how much live music you get to see.
Well, you can see live music anytime you want.
I'm envious of how much live music you get to see. Pine Knob opens tonight at their first show of the season. Have you seen the schedule for Pine Knob?
I'm looking it up right now. I have seen it before.
Primus plays tonight. And I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, will Gator want to see any of these? I could be tempted by a couple of them.
Ooh, Doug. Now I'm interested in what you're interested in.
Yeah. But I don't know. Gator, do you have the schedule in front of you?
I do. It's a big gap, if I'm not mistaken. Are there 20 days between concerts for the first one and the second one?
Looks like it.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're looking at the same schedule.
That's the one I got too, Gator.
I don't know that. I mean, there's a couple here, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna make some guesses. Kang, do you have the whole schedule in front of you?
Yes.
I'm gonna guess, and don't say anything yet, Gator.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna guess Megadeth, Korn, Leonard Skinner. I don't know. Bret Michaels, and
Kids Bop.
Maybe Sammy Hagar. Maybe the Doobies. But I think that's it. Kang, what about you?
Other than Kids Bop?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go off. It's like you have a theme there, it seems like.
Yeah.
I'm going to see. I'm curious if he would go see Foreigner and Styx.
That might be. Do we get any of them, Gator?
Well, I would consider going to see Neil Young and Crazy Horse, which is May 22nd. Beyond that, there's a big, Foreigner, Styx, and John Waite. I could see myself doing that. I could see myself doing that. I love Styx. I love Styx. I like Foreigner, too. John Waite, the Babies. He's got some songs.
There are 5 shows that I would consider. Do you want to guess the 5?
For you?
Yeah.
It's going to be tough because it's country stuff that I don't really know.
It's not all country stuff.
Luke Bryan's on.
Would you want to see Hootie?
Hootie. I would like to see Hootie, but I've seen Hootie before, so I wouldn't put that in the 5.
Okay. Are you a Dave Matthews guy?
I'm not.
Good.
Yep.
Are we going to not be friends with him anymore?
Foes.
Yeah,
we would become foes.
Yeah. Foes quickly. Luke Bryan?
Yep. That's one.
Well, which one? He comes twice.
I know.
Back to back.
I'll only go once.
Do you care about which the opening acts are? Does that have any effect on you?
Yep.
Okay, so which is the one with Alana Springsteen and Chase Matthew, or the one with Ella Langley and Chase Matthew?
I don't know who Ella Langley or Springsteen are, so Alana Springsteen, so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. No. Okay. How many did you say you would be?
5.
5.
Yep.
Okay. By the way, I would like to see REO Speedwagon as well. I love REO Speedwagon. And Yacht Rock Review. If I'm not mistaken, Yacht Rock Review is a band out of Atlanta, and my friend of mine from high school, her husband is in the band.
Wow.
So, and I've seen their stuff online. It's awesome. It's just so great of that whole. And Doug, I think you would enjoy Yacht Rock.
I do like Yacht Rock. Yacht Rock's pretty awesome.
Let's see what else there. King, yes, I would see Sammy Hagar and Loverboy. I think maybe that would have been a Doug call.
Yeah.
Huh. Otherwise, this is getting.
So, New Kids on the Block with Paula Abdul and DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Seriously?
Let's go. Hell yeah. Luke Bryan for sure. Third Eye Blind. I'm in. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Hell yeah. And Dan and Shay. There are my 5.
And who?
Dan and Shay.
What's Dan and Shay?
Country music. Jake Owen, Dylan Marlowe opening. But those would be.
What about Pitbull?
Nope.
Well, he's with T-Pain, though.
Well, I just see. I didn't even see T-Pain.
Yeah,
I just
it's
see
Pitbull and T-Pain.
That could be interesting. All right, let's get to another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We do this every once in a while. All right, Gator.
Were we supposed to get lunch today, King?
Oh, Kang and I talked about that. Sorry. We're going to do it on a Tiger Day.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, I'm going to get you guys lunch on a Tiger Day when we get out early. When they're on the road. So here we go. Oreo has released a new cookie flavor.
Like Oreos.
Yep. Oreo has teamed up with Sour Patch Kids to reveal the brand's first ever sour cookie. A limited edition aptly named the Oreo Sour Patch Kid Cookies. A cookie looks like a golden Oreo, but it's Sour Patch Kids flavored with colorful inclusions, and the cream filling has even more color to bring a sweet yet sour taste. Gator, the Oreo Sour Patch Cookie.
I will pass.
Eat that.
I'll pass. I love Oreos, and I was about to say almost every Oreo I'll go for, but I'm not a Sour Patch Kid guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually love the golden Oreos, and you're going to ruin the golden Oreo by throwing some sour flavor to it? No, that's not. I'm not down with that.
Kang, would you eat this?
This does not sound good.
Sounds awful. I'm completely terrible. Completely terrible. So all three of us, no, huh?
Nope.
Next up, Gator, available now at the Charleston River Dogs games in the Carolina League.
Okay.
This minor league team is trying something new. For the 2024 season, they have a stand set up near concessions
with coconuts and pineapple,
where fans can Cheeto dust any food item they bought in the ballpark. At the Cheesy Charlie's concession stand, you can Cheeto dust anything. Gator, can you see yourself Cheeto dusting anything at a ballpark?
First of all, Cheeto dusting sounds like if I looked it up in Urban Dictionary, I might get in trouble. I mean, no. I think it's because I can't get past that.
Former president gets Cheeto dusted every day.
No, I can't see myself. I mean, I love Cheetos, but I don't need to. I wasn't a big fan of thinking about Cheeto dust this and Cheeto dust. No.
It's a creative idea.
It is a creative idea. I think some people will take advantage of it, but it's not. And am I going to want to take a hot dog and Cheeto dust it at the ball game, or I don't know, a burrito and Cheeto dust it? I don't think so.
Kang, would you Cheeto dust a ballpark item?
I think I would. Like, okay, fries, I'd probably
would you eat it?
Oh, this is before I eat? Oh, no, seriously. I think I would. I think fries are an option. I think if they had like a
chicken
elote
fingers,
corn on the cob or something, might want to Cheeto dust that.
Tots,
yeah. I think there's some items there, Gator.
Maybe.
Open your mind, Doug. Would you put on kale salad? I don't know.
I think Cheeto dust on chicken fingers doesn't sound like a bad idea.
There you go.
Maybe Cheeto. Maybe I should warm up to this. Cheeto dusting like a nacho.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Okay. All right. I was about to say, because I don't think we've had a Gator says no and Kang and Doug says yes on anything yet. And that came dangerously close. All right. So we're all yes on the Cheeto dusting. Dunkin' Donuts, Gator. In celebration of the upcoming National Donut Day on June 7th, Dunkin' is revolutionizing their classic donut coffee pairing with its all-new Donut Swirl coffee, infusing notes of vanilla frosting, pastry, and donut sugar into every sip. This delicious addition is featured in two tantalizing drinks. There's the blueberry donut coffee and the vanilla frosted donut signature latte. Would you eat a donut flavored coffee, either blueberry donut coffee or vanilla frosted donut signature latte?
No, because I don't drink coffee.
I thought that would be the case.
So that's a no. And it sounds like, let's get you straight to diabetes.
Because nothing else we've tried here.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, this is like, all right,
too much.
We're going to add sugar to our sugar and throw it in with a little slice of sugar.
Kang, you in or you out on this?
Do they have an iced version?
They have iced everything.
Then I'm in on the iced version.
Right.
I'll try the iced version.
Yeah, I'm out. So we got one yes on this. Next up, Comiskey Park Gator offers a Polish sausage topped with smoked brisket and spicy barbecue sauce. Would you eat that?
Yes. Yeah, it's doesn't sound like it's too much. I was worried it was going to be Polish sausage with sliced brisket and
salmon.
Or 6 ounce burger patty and
Sour Patch Oreos. Yeah,
I was worried it was going to be piled too high, but I would try this.
All right, Kang.
Oh, absolutely, I'm in.
I'm going to pass on this one.
What? No way.
And next, Spritz Society has come up with a pickle spritzer. Well, it's actually back for the season. It was out last year. They sold out in less than 3 days. This is 12 ounces of sparkling fermented deliciousness. In 2023, they debuted the first-of-a-kind pickle-flavored sparkling wine cocktail, a partnership with a canned wine cocktail company named Spritz Society. The drink is tangy and zippy, refreshing to sip alongside a summer barbecue or fresh out of the cooler, while sunbathing at 6% ABV. It's the equivalent of a beer or spiked seltzer. Gator, a pickle spritzer alcoholic beverage. Are you going to eat that?
No, that sounds disgusting. Absolutely not. I got so many other summer drinks I can have. Why do I want something that's going to taste like a pickle?
Kang, would you eat the pickle spritzer?
No, but is this like a pickleback, where it kind of kills a taste of like a bad whiskey shot or something? Other than that, I'm not trying it.
I hear it goes very, very well with the Sour Patch Kid Oreos.
Oh, there you go. It's a Doug's in.
No, I'm out. I'm so out on this. There you go. Another edition of Are You Gonna Eat That?
How do you think that goes with the Bud Light clam? What is that?
The cheladas?
Chelada, yeah. Your tomato juice and beer and clam juice.
The chelada is fantastic.
I think the only thing it's missing is the pickle seltzer.
You watch your whore mouth. Let's get to some Lion stuff next. It's Carson Anderson here on a Thursday in Detroit on 97.1 The Ticket.
Spencer Torkelson is in a serious slump. Detroit Slugger is homerless through 29 games, but a deeper dive into the analytics is more worrisome. A season ago, Tork ranked 17th in all of MLB in hard hit rate. Right now, he's 188th. AJ Hinch says Torkelson can get it corrected, and the Tigers aren't thinking about sending him to Toledo to do it. Torque might just be a slow starter. Despite hitting 26 homers with an .818 OPS over his final 100 games last season, he had just 2 homers and 14 RBI while hitting .210 with a .579 OPS through the first 29 games. Through that point this year, he's batting .219 with a .590 OPS. Tigers are off today, back at it tomorrow at the Yankees. No change with the impasse between Xfinity and Bally's parent company, but you can get every Tigers game all season right here on 97.1 for free. And Amorian Walker, a defensive back who left Michigan for Ole Miss in January, has transferred back to U of M. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We follow an account on Twitter that I'm not really sure I trust it. So I'm gonna use that as a backdrop to this, but I figure it's kind of harmless. So before we get to it, this according to at PGA Tour, but they spell tour wrong, and that's why I think it's shady. But I'm still gonna read this to you, okay? Understanding that I'm.
How do you misspell tour?
TUOR.
It's not misspelled because the real tour is taken.
Yes. So they
gotcha.
But this is kind of harmless. They tweeted out, wow, a Live caddy leaked some information on the state of Live players. He said, quote, if I had to guess, a solid 25% of these guys regret joining Live and wish they were still on the PGA Tour.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Would you think that's true?
It wouldn't surprise me because not everybody got the giant deal.
Yeah.
And, they face a lot of backlash for joining up with Live. Now, it's easier to take the backlash if you've got $100 million to soothe yourself.
Well, that's sort of really, let's face it, that's kind of the only motivation.
Yeah. Well, no, there are other the money is the biggest motivation for sure. But, if you're going to tell the PGA Tour player, hey, come to this league and you play less, there's less constraints on you. You have more opportunity to spend with your family. You're only going to play 3 rounds instead of 4. And, we're doing things. They do things completely different there. It's like shotgun start. I mean, everything's done in 4.5 hours.
There's music.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are aspects of the Live Golf Tour that I like. And if I were a professional golfer, I'd probably like as well. But it's not prestigious at all, like the PGA Tour.
This is the second year of Live. How many holes of Live Golf do you think you've watched?
A handful.
I think for me it's about 3. I think the first tour, the first event that was streamed debuted while we were getting ready for the show. And so I was in the office and I said, well, let me put this on. And I think at most I watched 3 holes and I haven't watched since.
I watched an event. I don't know if it was earlier this year, it was late last year. I did watch several holes of it. And then I was like, all right, I'm kind of done with it. I don't automatically think to go to that channel where it's on. There's other stuff that's on, and I'd rather watch the PGA Tour events anyway.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, it doesn't. Those guys they still feel like traitors to me, and yet I understand why they did it. Even though in my mind I'll call them traitors, I don't have ill will towards them. If that makes any sense at all.
Interesting.
Does that? I don't know if it makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, great.
But no, I get it. To me,
I don't want to hate these guys. Dustin Johnson, if you're getting paid a couple $100 million to join the tour, how do I fault you for that?
Yeah, it makes me really respect the hell out of the guys that turned it down. They're like, no, I'm going to go out. I'm have my endorsement deals, but I got to win my prize money. A and B. To me, it's an exhibition. It's like if a bunch of NFL players got together and went and played some game. And right now, name any team in Live.
I can't do it.
Name any teammates in Live. That was a big part of this. Oh, we're going to have teams. Does anybody care about the teams?
I can't do it. I can't tell you who the teams are. And no, I don't know if anybody who watches golf cares about that stuff either. But the PGA has responded to the money thing. Now they're offering like huge sums of money to certain players on tour that have invested their time, and Rory's getting a big payout, Tiger's getting a big payout, and some other players are going to get big giant payouts in addition to the payouts they get if they actually win tour events. And they've stepped up the purses for a number of events on tour this year, and they did it last year as well, where you'll see typically it's like $6, $7, $8 million is the purse for the event. And then you've got the majors, which are totally different stratosphere. And then there's like another half dozen events where they're $20 million payouts.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they have responded to try to make things more balanced because there is an imbalance, and they can recognize that.
All right, we said we would get to some Lions stuff, so let's do that. First, before we get to the Lions stuff, it is NFL related, and it does have indirect impact on us. We tweeted out the artist renderings, which we love artist renderings here in the Carson Anderson program.
We do.
By we, it's mostly me, but you like them too.
I do.
The artist renderings, it's occurred to me that artist renderings don't do people a lot of favors. Artist renderings of things like LCA or the Detroit sign that overpromised, and then when they underdelivered, people rip LCA and rip the Detroit sign when they're both upgrades of what we had before we. I mean, this LCA is better than the Joe, and the Detroit sign is better than no Detroit sign. But artist renderings oversold, and then people are disappointed with what happens. Still, with that said, it'd be nice to see them finish Hockey Village all around LCA. But remember the artist renderings of the Bears Stadium that came out that we retweeted, the $5 billion stadium?
Yeah.
The Governor of Illinois have called the Bears' new stadium, quote, a non-starter, and basically said the following: in order to subsidize a brand new stadium for a privately owned sports team, the governor would need to see a demonstrable and tangible benefit to the taxpayers of Illinois. Bravo.
Well, they might want to start by paying off the last renovation they did. Right. So that's already a sticking point that they haven't done that yet. So now you're going to ask for more money to build the stadium when you've got this one that's fine. And, now you got a team. I mean, are they just trying to capitalize on all this momentum they have and get a deal done so they can build a stadium in the next 5 years while these players are still going to be here?
Maybe.
It's not a dumb thing for the Bears to try to do.
Nope.
And then you get the topic of conversation going, and you do some polls and see what the taxpayers actually think. And, but the fact is, this is a league owned where the 32 franchises are owned by multi-billionaires.
Yep.
So it's becoming less and less of a thing where fans are going to be tolerating public funds going to the private team.
Well, then they'll threaten to leave.
Well, of course, yeah, that happens. But I mean, at some point, I think the NFL steps in too, and I imagine they'll work out some sort of compromise if they really want to build a new stadium.
Yep. But I think the governor's right, though. Just don't rubber stamp stadium. Show me something that it does for the people.
Exactly. And you know what? The Bears can maybe do that. Maybe they'll demonstrate that. Say, okay, well, here's X, Y, and Z, why we can help benefit.
Now, they also have that threat of moving out to, is it Arlington Heights? Isn't that where they are?
The suburb, yeah.
Yeah, which I would imagine the city proper would not want that. But that, you can't always get what you want, Gator.
No, but if you try sometime, you just might find you get what you need.
You get what you need.
Yeah.
And the Chicago doesn't need the Bears. And the Bears don't need Chicago. If they're in the suburbs of Chicago, I mean, we've seen it here where our teams moved out to the suburbs.
Yeah, this is true. And
what happened? They all moved back.
The stadium now, I haven't been to Soldier Field. Soldier Field
Tigers never left. But
Soldier Field is right on the waterfront, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So I would imagine that there'd be quite a demand for that property.
One would think. But it's in the middle of a public park, I'm pretty sure. That it's right in the middle of Grant. It's Grant Park, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know that they can turn around and sell it.
I don't know either, but I think that if you were going to approve of a plan for them moving to the suburbs, that perhaps that's a nice other side of the deal, is that then this land becomes developable, and you'd have people paying a premium to develop that land on the waterfront.
All right. So the Lions, They have rookie minicamp starting next weekend, not this coming weekend, next weekend. A Lions insider takes a look at the organization's, the blind spots that they still have on the roster. We will get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Take a look at your grass. Make sure that your lawn looks as beautiful as it can, right? We've had so much rain. It's really starting to green up right now. But what you don't want to see, those little yellow things you think might be flowers, but they're not. They're weeds. They're dandelions. They're bad. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Call them right now, 888-GET-GREEN. For a limited time, you purchase the full lawn program, and you get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, in the stations, 97.1 The Ticket. Look, I know they're pretty sometimes, but what dandelions are is a weed. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You don't want that. You got to stop dandelions before they go to seed. Plus, it's not too late to treat for crabgrass. Crabgrass is a killer. If you see it in the middle of the summer, well, that's really hard to fix that problem. You want to treat it right now before you have to fix it later. There's no runaround with Natural Way. They know what they're doing. They don't treat for one issue. Then when you have a problem, tell you it's something else. And if you're like me, you just don't care. You just want the problem fixed. Get it done. I've trusted Natural Way for almost a dozen years now. I love what they do. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a locally owned company for over 30 years. Michigan-owned, Michigan employees, Michigan families. They're involved in local charities. Natural Way's great. Give them a call today at 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Okay, so blind spots on the Lions roster. Insider Dave Burkett wrote about them. as they're trying to make a Super Bowl push, and this is the year. I mean, this is the year. It's no more wait around till next year. It's time for them to really, really make that push and kind of show that they're going to be here for a minute and not just a one and done. Let's start with wide receiver. Is listed as one of the number one blind spots. And Dave Burkett writes, this is the most obvious remaining need. After the Lions passed on pass catchers in the draft, trading up to take cornerback Terrion Arnold cost them a third-round pick, and 8 receivers came off the board between their second-round pick and trading up late in round 4. So they've got Amon-Ra, they got Jamison Williams. The Athletic came out with their depth chart, and we did M-Live's depth chart earlier in the week. And now the Athletic has come out with and they both had the same thing at wide receiver. They had Amon-Ra and Jamison with Donovan Peoples-Jones listed as the third wide receiver over Khalif Raymond or any other option. And I thought that was kind of interesting. Donovan Peoples-Jones, when he came over from Cleveland, I was surprised at how little he played. And maybe I shouldn't be. I'm not used to a team that's actually aspiring to make it to the Super Bowl, and that team doesn't have time for a player to get caught up in the playbook and be out there running routes, trying to catch him up to speed, because they're busy trying to win games. But they had him as third on the depth chart. Now remember, early in the season last year, the Lions had, don't forget about Marvin Jones. Do you know how many snaps a game Marvin Jones was playing in those first 6 games?
Before he left?
Yeah.
Not many.
Would it surprise you if I told you he was playing 30 snaps a game?
It would.
It surprised me too.
Because he sure wasn't targeted.
Yep. In the 6 games, he was averaging 30 snaps a game. And then Jamison Williams came back, and he took up a bulk of the snaps lost when Marvin Jones walked away from the game. Donovan Peoples-Jones came in. You know how many snaps a game Donovan Peoples-Jones played?
I don't think many.
He played 9, on average, 9 snaps a game after the trade deadline. But he seems to be the popular choice to be the third wide receiver. And yet, it's listed as the number one blind spot on the roster, is that third wide receiver.
And I get it, because you're looking at the drop-off, right?
Yep.
Because of what they had last year. I mean, Josh Reynolds was a very good receiver for them last year. And you know that you're going to give more reps to Jamison Williams, and without Josh Reynolds, or J-Mo goes to number 2, and then, well, who elevates to 3? I guess I'm a little surprised it wouldn't be Khalif Raymond, but this is just a prediction.
It is a prediction, but this is back-to-back writers now that have predicted it would be DPJ. And it's not Burkett. I don't think he's done his depth chart.
Colton Pouncey, I think.
Yeah, and the other one was Kyle Meinke, I believe. 2 of the beat writers.
Yeah. So I guess the difference is maybe it's just the position, right? That you're looking for someone who's going to be an outside guy, and that screams more DPJ than it does Khalif Raymond. DPJ's got some good size to him. Not far removed from having a really good season in the NFL a couple years ago. But I don't think it would stop them from looking at another wide receiver still.
Well, if DPJ was brought in to, say, be some sort of injury insurance, but now he's thought of to be a starter, who's your new injury insurance? And
Antoine Green.
The options, I don't know if we know what to expect. The options still in free agency, Tyler Boyd, although I've seen him visiting teams, not Detroit. Odell Beckham Jr., I doubt that's happening. Michael Thomas, Russell Gage, Michael Gallup, DJ Chark. And then the name yesterday, Zay Jones got released. Zay Jones has always been one of my favorites coming out of East Carolina. He was a Senior Bowl find, not for everybody, but that's where I'm like, who's this guy? It was watching the Senior Bowl practices during the week. And he's had some really good years, including recently in Jacksonville. He had a career high in receptions and receiving yards in 2022. But he suffered a knee injury last year. He got arrested and charged with a misdemeanor domestic battery in an argument with the mother of one of his children or his child. I don't know. Anyway, she had a neck injury. The case has since been dropped. The Lions have done a pretty good job of avoiding nonsense and any kind of nonsense. They're not nonsense free, but they've done a pretty good job of avoiding it. I don't know if this would be on their radar. He's 29 years old and looking for a new team.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be on the radar. I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't expect Odell Beckham Jr. to be on the radar. But if the offseason continues and OBJ still isn't signed with somebody, and the guy's got talent. He was actually was quite a good receiver at the end of the season last year, the last 6 weeks. He was very good. But it's stuff like, do do you want the distraction that he might be, or is that overblown?
I don't know.
I don't know either. So they would know better than anybody else if they wanted to.
Again, nonsense.
Figure that out.
They don't have time for nonsense.
No, they don't have time for nonsense. But there's no question he's got talent.
Yes.
Still, as a receiver, and there are other guys. The Michael Thomas one's interesting because of playing it with New Orleans, which obviously they have ties to. But what's his? He's not a big receiver, correct? Is he like? Wasn't he king of the slot receivers for a while?
Hold on for a second. I think he actually is reasonably big. But Tyler Boyd's another one. He's visiting a lot of other teams. So I don't know. I mean, they don't seem to be showing much interest in Tyler Boyd.
Michael Thomas is actually 6'3".
Yeah.
No, he's pretty tall.
Anyway, that's one of the positions listed. Another blind spot, safety. Okay, so they like Kirby Joseph and Fatu Melifonwu. Here's my question. With all this, suddenly the influx of corners, the one free agent, the one trade, and the 2 draft picks, Carlton Davis, Amik Robertson, Enos Rakestraw, Terrion Arnold. Is it suddenly Brian Branch maybe moving back to a safety spot and less of a slot corner? I think they liked having him near the line of scrimmage.
Well, from what I understand, they even think that maybe they made a mistake by having him split a little bit last year, going into the season. That they really like how he ended up as a slot receiver, and maybe that did it slow anything down for him because they had him thinking about safety as well.
Mm-hmm.
I like the group that they have, and maybe this is just maybe this is part of perhaps what could be a new look defense.
Yeah,
with what they do. But Brian Branch is absolutely involved in stopping the run. We know he's a very good tackler. It seems like the guys they brought in from the draft this year, those guys aren't afraid to make tackles. So maybe this is just a situation where safety or corner, maybe it's just a little overblown with that.
Yeah, they'll just get you on the field.
Yeah, the designation is unnecessary.
All right, here's an obvious one: kicker. So they didn't go all in at a draft pick, which is one thing I wanted to do, is have them go after the Reichard kid from Alabama. They didn't draft him. They did sign James Turner from Michigan. Then there's Jake Bates, who's just hanging out over here playing for the Panthers. Yeah, I mean, is Badgley going to be their kicker next year? I'd be pretty surprised if he was, to be honest with you.
Well, I think they'll bring in competition.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Jake Bates is part of that competition to get from the Michigan Panthers, who's got the big leg, or if some other team's going to try him out. I don't know who tries him out, but he's going to get a tryout with some NFL team, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I would imagine that they bring in competition, and just like they've done for each of the last couple of years, whoever wins the competition wins the job.
Jake Bates can't sign anywhere until his Michigan Panthers season is done in June, according to the story today by Dave Burkett. So 7 of 9 on the year, and he has hit some absolute nukes. And then there's defensive line, edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. This feels to me like the position where I am interpreting their behaviors and words as they are most comfortable with what they have in house. That they look at their people on the D line. They brought in Davenport, which I'm going to guess is the yawn that we have met that move with is not the way they're looking at it out in Allen Park. And they've got James Houston. They've got John Kaminsky. They got Josh Paschal. They got a bunch of guys that I think they are most comfortable with what they have in house based upon other needs.
I thought that until the story came out yesterday about Darius Robinson, that the Lions were interested in trading up, but to take Darius Robinson, but Terrion Arnold was there. We're like, well, Terrion Arnold, we're going to go there. So with that story being out there, that tells me that they were considering that if they were considering taking a guy in a draft, do they now consider taking a guy in free agency instead, in addition to Marcus Davenport? I love the idea of putting it all on James Houston, put some pressure there because I think he wants to answer the pressure. I think he likes playing with a chip on his shoulder. You got the CFL kid, was it Betts?
Yeah.
That's the other guy that is flying completely under the radar because it's a CFL
Total
league.
wild card.
Yeah, nobody knows. I have no idea. But those guys are going to get an opportunity unless they add somebody in free agency. And I'm not sure who's left. I think Yannick Ngakoue is a guy, and maybe a couple other players that might have some interest. But, yeah, they didn't. If they really were trying to get Darius Robinson in the draft.
It's interesting. But hold on. It doesn't mean anything. They don't care about what position you play. Haven't you learned anything yet? Are you new here? They don't care what position you play.
Right. So they wanted a player who plays defensive end, but they didn't care that he was a defensive end?
Nope.
All right.
He's a football player.
Okay.
Dude. Yeah. It's Brad Holmes, man.
Yeah, but when the name is in of that, again, he's a player. Sure, I understand that. But he also was a position where, do they need to add more to that? And they thought perhaps yes. So.
Well, they didn't.
They didn't.
When they traded up, he was still on the board.
And they've got nothing left to trade now. I mean, they're not going to be trading picks anymore for players, so I don't see a trade coming the way.
I wouldn't rule that out.
I might.
All right, 248-539-9797. Something else is leaving Metro Detroit more than just Bally's. Effing Bally's.
They haven't left Detroit.
No, they still sit there with that stupid graphic on the TV about that they're not available.
It's not their fault. Blame their parent company. And then blame Xfinity for not working it out.
I feel like I'm blaming the same people. Bally's parent company, it doesn't really matter to me. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to David next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, David.
Hi, Doug and Gator.
Hi, David.
How you doing?
Good, buddy. How you been?
Here's the draft expert, NFL draft expert back.
I know. We know.
Let me tell you this. First off, Lions trying to move up Peoples-Jones. I saw that guy in Cleveland for the 3 or 4 years he was there. There were games he wouldn't even catch a pass, and you're trying to move him up to the third receiver with the Lions over Raymond. Oh my, this is ludicrous.
Well, nobody's. Hang on, the Lions haven't said that. This is just speculation from a couple of writers.
Yeah.
Okay, these writers don't know what they're writing about. Number two, the Lions moved. Brad Owens moved up to number 24 to take Terrion Arnold. That was ridiculous. I was thinking that he was going to take Darius Robinson. You would have had your pass rusher. When he took Terrion Arnold, there were 3 other corners that were rated number 1. DeJon Cooper, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and Nate Wiggins. Nate Wiggins, the best zone cover, best man-on-man cover. If you got a quarterback like that, you don't have the receiver's not going to catch any passes.
Terrion Arnold was thought of as the best corner in the draft or the second best corner in the draft.
Look, Nate Wiggins was number 1. Terrion Arnold, he ran a 4.5 at the combine.
Yeah, he ran slower than what other guys ran, but he was thought of as the first or second best corner in the draft. That's why they moved up to take him.
Yeah, he was rated that high, but you may possibly have the second coming of Jeff Okudah, 4.5. And then the other cornerback that got in the second round, he ran a 4.5. You're drafting slow corners. You got these receivers.
But you're drafting guys that can cover. These guys are in man-to-man coverage, and they're sticky.
They drafted based on, we want our corners to tackle. If you got a Nate Wiggins, he don't even have to tackle because he covers so good. You can't get the ball to the receiver. That's what made Deion Sanders so good. He could tackle, but they need to because the receiver not catching the ball.
So you didn't like David? Are you telling it? The draft does not get your personal endorsement.
He get a C, and I'm only giving him a C because he did draft 2 corners that was needed, but you don't have a 3rd or 4th round pick next year.
Can you refresh me on one thing, David? I just wanted you to refresh me on one thing.
Yes,
because they just did have a really good season. What did you think of the previous year's draft?
I originally gave him a D because he drafted Jack Campbell in the first round.
Did you say
Jack
B or?
Campbell is a 3rd round pick. Look how he played this year. He's just out there on the field. That's it. He's just out there.
Did you say you gave him a B as in boy or a D as in Doug?
I gave him a D originally when he did that draft last year.
Okay.
But I moved it up after the season. He to a C.
Okay.
Because what's the name? He played well. The running back. There was no need to take Jimmy Gibb. You could have got him in the 2nd round. And Jack Campbell, you could have got him in the 3rd round.
Well, probably not. But yeah, okay. David, we appreciate your insight as always, and we'll sit back. And I didn't get your grade. What grade do you give this most recent draft?
A C.
A C. Okay, thank you. So D on 2022's draft or 2023's draft. D on that draft. C on this draft.
Well, he was a D when they drafted him. Did he warm up afterwards?
Well, I don't know that.
I mean, they did get to the NFC Championship.
He did move it up to a C, is what he said, because the running back ran well. Thank you, David. Always good to hear from David, draft expert. All right, so we were talking about the struggles with Bally's, and then there was news yesterday. I don't know. I think this will affect some people a lot, but Lakeside Mall in Sterling Heights is permanently closing at the beginning of July. Kang, this is your mall. Everybody's got their mall that's closest to where they live that they go to the most. Lakeside is your mall.
Yeah, growing up there when it was a lot more active, obviously, it's definitely a part of my childhood for sure. Not as much, in the last 5 years or so, but growing up through like middle school, high school. Yeah, this is like, if you lived on the east side, there's like Macomb Mall, Eastland Mall, you keep going north, Lakeside Mall.
Yep.
Lakeside Mall was my mall. And this is, we all knew it was going to happen. This is kind of happening to a lot of malls across America. But when you hear the final end date is happening, that puts it more, cements it a little bit more.
Growing up, Gator, what was your mall?
Pontiac Mall.
Okay.
Was the one we would go to. They had a Hudson's in there and was huge. The mall was massive up on Telegraph, on the west side of Telegraph, up before you get to Dixie Highway. And then it was kind of going away. There was a big strip mall that was built across the street from it. And unfortunately, now both of those malls are kind of done.
I grew up with Briarwood Mall. Still kicking. But you do wonder what's next for malls. Now, you've been in Lakeside recently.
Yeah, there's a DC Sports is out there, and they do a lot of sports memorabilia and things like that. And so, I'll go there for that store.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the only store operating sometimes, and you know what I'm going to do, actually, guys? I'm going to take my little girls out there before July 1st, and I'm going to take some pictures around the mall with them.
Are you really?
Yeah. I wonder if other people are going to do this, to be honest with
you. Dad's old hang.
This is called a mall, kids.
Yep.
What is this? Is this Amazon? No.
No.
I know we order stuff online a lot, or your mom does.
Mom's boxes are there every day.
No, but you used to have to go to a place and buy them and try on stuff.
Kids are going to be like, what?
We would go to Pontiac Mall to get our glasses, to get adjustments, go for eye appointments or whatever. It was always in the basement level of the Hudson's, and it became so routine for us. My brother and I, we knew, hey, here's the plan of action. Here's how you get to the escalators and go down, and go. We would just, you knew the route. We just make a beeline for it. Let's get in and out.
Really?
Yeah.
Hanging out at the mall, you'd spend days at the mall.
God, there was so much at the food court. If they used to have an arcade or anything like that. I asked you yesterday, or it was yesterday or the day before, that where do your kids go to hang out, Doug? They don't go to the mall.
You know what I said? I said Chipotle, and I'm not kidding. They spend a lot of time at Chipotle.
I never hung out at the mall. Like the mall, you said, what's your mall? That was just the mall we went to get stuff. But like as a kid or as a teenager or whatever, I didn't. I guess there was a place kind of by my house that had an arcade. We'd go there, but that was only, for till I was like 13 or whatever. And we just didn't. Like to hang out with friends, we'd play sports.
Well, now the artist renderings, have you seen the artist renderings of what's going to replace it?
Of course, Doug. Dude,
it looks badass.
It's the perfect day. It's like not too much wind, but a nice breeze, so you're not too hot.
And is there a picture of you with your kids out there?
They're behaving. It's unbelievable. So it's an artist rendering.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, it's of course it looks. I
was
looking
for condos in a little downtown area, and it looks like the perimeter of the mall will all be walkable, and there'll be housing and.
I didn't see any outdoor yoga, but I was looking.
Yeah,
is there a lazy river?
Those days will come.
There was some water.
Yep. Outdoor concerts.
Yep.
Big in artist renderings.
Oh, I like the outdoor concert. Sounds great.
No, the Lakeside Mall artist renderings, fantastic. Kids with balloons. That's a big thing in artist renderings.
So how many years is that going to take for this not to happen?
Allegedly, they're going to break ground in 2025 sometime.
Is that right?
Okay. All right.
That's what the story said.
And your mall is done. When was the last day for the mall?
July 1st.
July 1st.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So Kang does the podcast. Kang Collects. What's on the podcast this week?
There's going to be a brand new card shop opening in downtown Detroit. Maybe, the success of the draft down there. We talk about people going downtown more. Is this going to succeed? How's it going to do what they're expecting to do?
Okay. Gotcha. Now, your friend at DC Sports, what are their plans?
So I spoke to the owner a while ago, and at the time, he had thought that they had at least one more Christmas, right. So I think this was kind of like breaking news for them, too. And so, the plan is to relocate somewhere around in the area, stay in Macomb County. I don't know where yet. I'm not sure that he knows where yet, but the plan is to still be around for people because they have great signings and things like that. So I think, the people are going to want them somewhere, but I'm not sure yet. Up in the air.
It's too bad. Don't like seeing anything closing, but
I heard some stuff about Briarwood, though. Are they okay, too?
So Briarwood knocked down the Sears, which that's the Sears that screwed me over when I spent my paper route money on a stereo when I was 12. And so it kind of felt like, yes. But and I think they're building housing that I believe will be connected to the mall.
Oh, can you just walk right back into
you're back to the crib?
Bath and Body Works, get something from there and go walk to
walk straight to
your ensuite.
Get a candle?
Yeah. Yeah, get a candle and then go back to your condo. Straight condo to condo direct delivery.
Will there be a Five Below?
I don't think there's a Five Below in that mall. I'm pretty sure there isn't.
Not yet.
No.
Doug, you can walk to the Genius Bar and then walk.
That's right.
Walk back.
I could get my computer fixed just like that, or ask the many questions. Oh, we've upgraded the operating system. That's awesome, except now I can't do anything. I got to learn it all over again.
That's right. You have to buy a new product for us.
Too bad. Gator, you know it's tomorrow.
I do know it tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's the day before the Kentucky Derby.
Which means we'll get your annual Derby picks.
That's right.
I look forward to that. The 150th Kentucky Derby is right around the corner, and FanDuel is the only sportsbook app where you can bet it. Let me say that again. The Kentucky Derby, FanDuel is the only sportsbook app where you can bet it. Plus, all customers can get a no-sweat Derby bet up to $20. That's right. You get up to $20 back if your Derby horse doesn't win. So, bet the Derby on the same app where you bet all your favorite sports teams, FanDuel. Just download the app and go to FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to score your no-sweat Derby bet up to $20 for the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Verified FanDuel racing account required. Refund issued in non-withdrawable sports book bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
During the break, I was doing a little Derby research.
I know.
Yeah.
I know you put a lot of time and effort into it. So
I got one I'm pretty sure I'm going to include.
In perpetuity.
Is that the
that
term?
was a phrase I got to use earlier in the show. I like that.
That's what you like?
I like in perpetuity.
You know, I remember you mentioning in perpetuity during the show, but I don't, for whatever reason, did not click with, that's one of Doug's favorites.
Yep, one of my favorite phrases. And a word I don't use a lot, but I think you would think it's hilarious. And I'd like to work it into the show in some ways. Fiduciary.
Fiduciary is a great word. Fiduciary. Yeah.
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah. I do like that. Every time I hear the term, I have to laugh.
We have some commercial that runs overnights. And they talk about fiduciary. Fiduciary.
Yeah.
I haven't worked it into the show yet. In perpetuity is one of my favorite terms. And fiduciary.
It's like the highest level of investor or something. Investment advisor. Fiduciary.
It's not my wheelhouse. I just know the word's funny. Rick, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, how you guys today?
We're good, Rick.
Good. I just want to let you know, the Lakeside Mall was built the year I graduated, and there was nothing around. It was all farmland. And they built this mall, and then a lot of the other stuff started to come in, all the restaurants and everything. But that thing actually had an ice skating rink in it when it was first built. And
really?
That was great.
Was it year-round?
Yeah. And my wife and I used to, my fiance at the time, we used to go there all the time.
Yeah.
And the sad part about it is there's still a lot of senior citizens that use that for walking to get their exercise, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you don't need to be in the mall to walk. You can walk anywhere. In the wintertime, you have to, I guess, go to a gym or something like that. But the problem with the walking senior citizen in the mall is lack of profitability for the mall.
Right. Yeah, but there are still a lot of seniors that walk in the wintertime there. In the summer, they go down to the outdoor mall down the road. But it was just such a great mall, and really the only store I ever go to there anymore is FYE. They're still open there, and I'm a CD collector. I've got about 5,000 of them, so I go in that store. But that's the only store anymore that's really in there that I go to anyway. And it's sad to see it, when you've grown up with it. And, we always live close to it. So Christmas time and all that with all the, decorations, and you couldn't find a parking spot.
Well, that's the thing about when you pull into a mall parking lot and you drive for like a quarter of a mile past empty parking spaces before you get to where everyone's parked. And you think to yourself, they painted these parking spots all the way out here for a reason. They used to fill up. They used to fill up.
They did. There were people parked on the grass, I remember, and it was so crowded you couldn't even walk in there at Christmas time.
Wow. Well, hey, look, good luck to you, Rick, in a lakeside worldless world that we'll be in. Lakeside-less world will be in. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Think he's got any Doobie Brothers in his collection?
I think he probably does. Do you think he has any of the other artists that will be at...
He's got some, I think he's probably got some of the classic
Pine
rock.
Knob. Any of the Pine Knob artists? You think he's got some Neil Young?
He's got some Neil Young. I'm sure he's got some Foreigner. I mean, if you have a collection, you don't have Foreigner 4 in your collection, something's wrong. REO Speedwagon's High Infidelity. It's 2 classic records.
Yeah. Think he's got Pitbull and T-Pain? Do you think he's got Pitbull?
I don't think he's got Pitbull or T-Pain.
No. It'd be pretty awesome if he did. Pretty damn awesome if he did.
Well, he might. I mean, that's 5,000 deep. That's a lot.
Yeah, that is true. Tigers with the night off. So this would be just like every other night moving forward. They won't be on TV.
Stop it.
I'm pissed.
Just means more time for baby reindeer.
Yeah, you're finishing that today, aren't you?
Yep. I don't know. Well, I mean, the people say the 4th episode is the really disturbing one. And I can see how it could be. We'll see how I feel after the 4th one. I will text you and let you know.
Okay.
How it's going.
Or if you're just pulling the plug after episode 4.
Yeah. There's potential. I could give up.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to give up.
I'm not going to judge you whether you finish it or not. After episode 1, I said, that's it. That is it. Jeff Passan on ESPN came out with some early thoughts on the baseball season. And one of the targets were these pitchers are breaking out. And one of them, of course, was our own Tarik Skubal. And he writes, he's been exactly who he was in the second half last season, which is to say the best pitcher in the American League. Don't sleep on Detroit, but especially don't look past Skubal, who will be at the forefront of the Tigers' renaissance, which is awesome. You know, I made the case, I think it was 2 days ago, that it feels like a 500 baseball team with an elite pitcher. And given that they have won 5 out of his 6 starts, he is 4-0. Can this formula carry them? That's the thing is their winning percentage is going to take them to low 90s wins, which would be an incredible season. It would put them square in a playoff chase. But is that how important a stud Cy Young quality pitcher is? After a month, it looks like it. Yeah, there's not much about this Tiger team in terms of individuals we could say is special, although the bullpen is special.
Bullpen collectively has been special, though I expect Joey Wentz and Alex Lange to continue to have sub-1 ERAs.
Yep.
I do not. But what Tarik Skubal has done, since he's been healthy, whenever he's been healthy as a Tiger, he has shown that he can be a stud pitcher. And hopefully these injuries are behind him. He had some serious arm injuries when he was younger in his career. And now he's completely healthy, knocking on wood here. But he looks the part of being the best pitcher in the American League and maybe in baseball. He looks the part.
The recent push, it feels like, is people saying Riley Green, all-star, Riley Green, all-star. He's going to be an all-star, which is cool and everything. But if they're, dare we even dream of them having more than one required all-star?
Be nice. But and yes, I do dare to dream.
If that's the case, okay, then we're on to something. Riley Green he's got 7 home runs. His on base is 383. Torque is 4-0 with an ERA of 1.72. I'm sorry. Skubal, my bad, is 4-0 with an ERA of 1.72 and a whip of 0.74. He's given up 7 earned runs in 6 starts.
That's what you call impressive work.
Very.
And that's a stud. That's an absolute stud right there. And I believe he'll pitch Sunday, I think is the way it looks to pan out.
Yep.
So it'd be nice if the Tigers got off to a good start with tomorrow night. This is a nice little test to begin this stretch. If you to start off May, basically, if you thought that April's just a fluke and they didn't play anybody. Well, now they're playing one of the best teams in baseball in Cleveland. But maybe people are selling Cleveland short. Maybe people think Cleveland's, they're overrated because they're playing in that division over there. And everybody still thinks the division sucks
because the White Sox.
Because the White Sox there. Well, not every win that the teams have been against the White Sox.
No, we did it at the beginning of the year, and I think a month later, a lot of people that poo-pooed the start are coming around here a little bit. But yeah, Cleveland's only played the White Sox 3 times, I think. The other guy that could be in contention is Jason Foley. An ARA well below 2, 9 saves. And with as many close games as they play, there'll be plenty of save opportunities. Yeah.
That's right, Rico. That's right. No, I think they have
like rap music.
This is not my locker.
Doug, you've seen that movie.
I have seen that movie.
You actually
I've seen that movie. I've seen that movie a lot. Yeah.
We did a parody.
Did you ever see that? Did I show that to you?
You showed me the
high school
premiere.
High school, we did Ann Arbor Vice. No, it was Ann Arbor. Yeah, it was. I think we called it Ann Arbor Vice. It was kind of a parody.
To show you that I did watch it. You showed me at the very end. You couldn't drive a car, so you had to push the car because it was against school rules.
We pushed a car. Well, and then we got a teacher to drive a car down a street, and we showed the same car driving down the street with the same music over and over, like 6 times. We were trying to show driving. It was the same car, same street, same music.
That's Scorsese over here.
Yeah. We made the most of what we had for Ann Arbor Vice back in radio and TV class at Community High School. Hi, Rico.
Hi, Douglas.
How are you?
Rico.
You off to a concert tonight?
No. I don't think so.
Well, tonight's opening Primus. Primus at Pine Knob. You going to Primus?
No. Didn't get into Primus or
Gator just looks like that person you just randomly see at a concert, like Gator.
He's the kind of person
you're right.
Yeah.
I like a lot of different types of music.
What do you got playing
I'm sure
coming up
everybody
next?
was saying that when they saw you and I at Jelly Roll, like
when Flavor Flav walked out on stage, it was game on.
me, you, and Jansen. Who would have thought that would? We got a little bit of everything. We're going to do a Kentucky Derby draft.
Okay.
We do it annually.
Derby Mike is a fascinating Mike.
Yeah, so Mike's off tomorrow.
Okay, so you're doing it today.
We got to do it today.
Because it's going to be 4 hours Derby talk then.
Derby draft, where we each get to pick a horse, five horses, and see if your horse wins.
All right.
So
good luck against Mike. You should all team up against Mike somehow.
Well, he's because that's just it.
He is Mr. Derby, man.
I'm like, okay, Mike, I'm only going to pick all gray horses. So
right.
If the horse is gray, I don't care what the odds are.
All gray horses.
They're genetically faster.
Kang was doing mock drafts where he was only taking players named Brian. I mean, you get carried away with this kind
of
stuff.
After a while, you're just like,
mix it up.
Yeah.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. No apparent progress between Xfinity and Bally Sports' parent company, so Comcast customers throughout Michigan continue to be without TV access to the Tigers. But Detroit is off Thursday anyway. Back tomorrow night to open a 6-game road trip with the first of 3 in the Bronx. Remember, you can catch the Tigers all season long right here on 97.1 for free. Odds and post positions, the initial ones at least, are out for this weekend's 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. The favorite is Fierceness at the number 17 position. FanDuel putting that number at 5-2. Next best odds belong to Sierra Leone in the 2 spot at 3-1. Third, Catching Freedom, post number 4, 8-1 odds. Elsewhere, we now have a better idea as to how Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter allegedly stole some $16 million from the Dodgers slugger. ESPN reported Ippei Mitsuhara siphoned $500,000 from Ohtani's bank account each week. He sent that money to accounts operated by casinos in California and Las Vegas, where it was converted into chips, then cashed out to pay bookies.
This does not make the people seem smarter that he was able to steal that much each week.
The feds say Mitsuhara ran up more than a $40 million gambling debt. Investigation cleared Ohtani of any involvement. Mitsuhara facing a federal bank fraud charge that could result in a prison sentence of up to 30 years. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in. Beautiful Thursday afternoon. We're ready to rock and roll. We got a lot to talk about. Tigers won't be one of them. Let's just move on to other things because we have so many storylines, including when good Christians go bad, the story of Rico Beard. But can we start just briefly? I want to ask this question again. How was Ohtani not aware of any of this? How was his interpreter stealing $500,000 a week, $2 million a month, and $24 million a year, and he didn't notice? And he had no part in it. How was he cleared so quickly? Oh, I know. Conspiracy theory. I'm wearing a tinfoil hat.
Mike, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just good common sense. Okay?
Crazy.
He didn't siphon $500 a month. That can easily... Ohtani makes so much money. You could probably even take $1,000. He wouldn't miss it. $500,000 is a little bit
a week.
Right. It's red flag. Wait, what am I paying for that's $500,000 each week? What did I buy some property? I don't know. Like, apparently this man has never checked his bank account.
Hold on. Conspiracy theory level 1 through 10. Where am I at according to listeners? Look, I said from the start.
Whereas 1 being low and 10 being like
1 being you're dead on. It's not a conspiracy. I actually think you're right. 5 being like, no, it's kind of conspiracy, but you're not crazy. 10, you're Bill Spaceman Lee. You're insane. But we said this at the start. He's too big to fail. Right. He's baseball's great hope. He is the global icon. He represents billions. They could not have this.
Mike, he's the international face of baseball.
Right.
If he goes down, there's no plan B. There's no, well, we can roll. No, this is it. So the fact, it's a level 1. It's a 0. I mean, I would almost say this is fact. If you have any common sense, it was put to, think about this. In our world, you have to have committees to figure out this and to talk about this. Baseball was done with this in 2 weeks.
That's what I'm saying.
And we're not talking about, basically, they pulled a parents on you, and we're not talking about this anymore.
At first, they said there wouldn't be an investigation.
Right.
Then they begrudgingly did one, in quote. David, just because Rico and I are too aligned on this, I do want to bring in a possible voice of dissent, or Kenneth.
I was, the second I saw that, we were in Vegas, I was like, yeah, this is...
Well, you also believe OJ's innocent. So, I mean, I have to be careful with you.
Hey, both.
Okay, then, listen.
There's no dissent here, Mike. Rico, I'm sorry, man. I'm with you, Rico. We were in Vegas. The minute I heard this story, I said, oh, my gosh, they're going to lose a star. And then they did nothing about it.
Because the easiest way to get over on people is just to put it right in their face and give them a story, and they'll believe it because they want to believe it. They want to think that baseball is pure. They want to think that this man did not bet. That's what they want to believe. But yeah, stuff like that happens on. Heck, we were reading about something pre-show with the Boeing guy.
Uh-oh.
And it's like the second one, whistleblower. Oh, he's found dead. He's healthy, but some disease went through his body like that. And his life was over before he could finish chewing some fruit-striped gum.
The thoughts and opinions expressed by Rico Beard do not represent those of 97.1 The Ticket or anyone else who works at this station. Thank you. Kenny, your thoughts, Kenneth. A voice of dissent or
no dissent? No dissent.
Wait. All right, so Kenneth.
Yes.
So as a show now, here's what we're going to do. We are going to lay down at the altar of the people. I'm going to throw the number out because it is a rare issue that the four of us are aligned on this. 248-539-9797. Every report about Ohtani's interpreter gets wilder and more unbelievable and more Shohei, are you awake by the day. They didn't want to do the investigation. They begrudgingly... Rico investigates his lunchbox with more fervor than MLB investigated this, and Rico's lunch is the same thing every day. People, are we aligned on something as intelligent humans that there's just, I refuse to, I'll never believe that Ohtani was totally innocent here. Or are we tinfoil wearing idiots?
When something happens and it's done so quickly and they just throw a name out there and then, hey, we fixed the problem, I'm always leery of that. It reminds me of was it Tim Donaghy, the NBA ref?
Donaghy.
And all of a sudden, nope, it was just him.
He acted alone.
We got it. We solved it. The games are on the up and up.
And what started out as a $1 turned into 4, turned into 16, turned into 49.5, where you're like, wait, this guy wagered $150 million.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, now you're hearing he was siphoning $500,000 of post-tax income, which in Ohtani's bracket is $1 million per. He was essentially taking $1 million of this man's earning every week.
Right.
$4 million of earning, $2 million post-tax income, and this guy never noticed for a year and a half.
Because I got to say this, Micah. I've known you, and if we were in business together, and I'm like, what are we spending this on every week? It's like this one line item
Rico
that I
told
don't
me it was
get
Smash Burgers. I don't know.
I don't understand. What are we spending this on again?
We bought Spider-Man 1.
Well, where is it?
Places. 248-539-9797. Look, we don't agree on anything. But as a show, I go around the room and I go, dissent, dissent, dissent. So we're either all nutcases or we're on it.
Baseball just wants you to believe their story, and that's it. Baseball is going with the whole Eddie Murphy defense. It wasn't me.
Where do you stand on Eddie Murphy's classic party all the time?
It's so bad, it's hilarious.
Thank you. All right, let's just continue. David on the ticket text
with the follow-up song, "If I Was a King."
I'm with Mike. I've also noticed the social media coverage has been way down on Shohei. That is from Alex.
Well, but because again, who does it benefit to report on it?
Because if you're going to make money off of this, we've seen it time and time again that they make sure that the media does not say or says exactly what they want them to say, and there's nothing to see here. And anybody who doesn't think that, well, you're a crazy person. Don't think for yourself. Just read or listen to what I say on TV as a talking head, because I'm an authority and I know. Now, you've been told what to say by the powers at hand.
Look, this is one of the most underreported stories in sports.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's accidental. I think it's one of those things, it's too big to fail.
It shows you how powerful baseball is. It shows you how powerful the billionaires who own the teams are. That we're going to make sure this story doesn't get out. If you put that story out there, we'll end your career. So play ball, go along with it, and eventually this will go away.
There's no way the interpreter would agree to 30 years in prison if he is innocent. I cannot believe that he didn't do this.
Ooh. No, it's not about the interpreter. I'm saying no matter what this guy did, and again, I'm not accusing Ohtani of anything other than the following. He is either an oblivious, functioning idiot, or he was trying to help a friend out of a problem. I'm not accusing Ohtani of betting on baseball. I've never said that. But it is just beyond my comprehension. This investigation was done in 5 minutes. No, and the reports get worse and worse.
I'm going to take the next step. I think that he was betting on baseball. Okay. I think he was betting. Why? I mean, Mike, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. It's not a platypus.
I got no proof of that. When you say someone is dumb because they weren't paying attention, I can at least connect the dots.
There's a whole lot of gambling going on that he supposedly knew nothing about. Now, I'm not saying he was out there. I think they were in it together. I think that, yeah, I do. That's my opinion.
That's fine. I don't. You guys can go there with that. I do not. But I can't go there.
I don't think he's just, Opie from Mayberry. I have no idea what my friend is doing with this $500,000 every week. Because if you're spending that much money, you're talking about your wins, you're talking about your losses. It's just human nature.
Well, someone on Ticket Text is saying if Shohei was really unaware, he should be suspended for being an idiot.
That's all I've been trying to say from the beginning here. Like, if you want me to believe this, you need me to believe that the greatest baseball player of my lifetime is also the dumbest. $500,000 a week? Over the course of how long did this caper go? A year and a half? Are you serious?
So if you look at it, Mike, is it that he is the dumbest person or he knew something? But if you look at it as he knew something, he doesn't seem that dumb. It seems like he went full Chris Carter. He had a fall guy. I'll take care of you. You're going to go to jail. We'll send you to the Martha Stewart jail. And when you get out, keep your mouth shut. We'll take care of you and your family for the rest of your life. But you cannot say a word about this. No books, no interviews, nothing.
Okay, Rico has gone dark. I'm going to stay in the light. You have gone down a very scary rabbit hole. And that's fine.
It's right there in front of you.
I don't want to walk into the forest with you.
It's right there.
248-539-9797. But Rico, Kenny, David, and myself all agree. This hasn't smelt right since the beginning. And now you hear that his interpreter was taking $500,000 a week for a year and a half? Never noticed. What is $2 million a month over the course of 18 months? That's $36 million of earning. What?
That's why I said I think he knew, Mike. It's Occam's razor. The most likely
Kenny
thing
continues
is
to get hung up on, by the way. I don't know what's happening. Did you offend anybody? What happened here?
I don't know. I didn't offend anybody. I'm just sitting here.
Well, why are they hanging up on you?
I don't know. These are your callers. Don't ask me.
Well, they're our callers. And second of all, what are they saying to you?
Nothing.
They're just calling up and hanging up.
That is correct, yes.
Understood. Yes. I thought you were in a war with these people, and I'm like...
no war. You're wrong about Ohtani.
Right. I don't think anyone is... I don't think half of Detroit even knows who Ohtani is.
Kenneth Cott.
248-539-9797. We'll get some phone calls, some texts next. 97.1.
Xfinity gives me a chance to catch up on my favorite shows when I'm on the go. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you too can get the speed you need at a great price, thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. It allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. And hey, you know what? I can still watch the Braves with Xfinity. So hey, with Xfinity, you can get the latest sports scores as they happen, latest injury updates, fantasy stats, you name it. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply just stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Being number one, it's not easy. It takes years of experience and dedication and a product that is consistent. It is Serta. They have the experience with over 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Memorial Day sale, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we will get into Rico's fail index. We got to buy the numbers later today. And we're going to talk a little bit. We've got some Pistons news that the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's a very disturbing report. We'll get to it. But we are bringing this up. I mean, Beanie had it in his update. Now it comes out, Ohtani's interpreter was taking $500,000 a week over the course of 18 months. Come on. I mean, Jesus. The MLB didn't even want to do the investigation to start. They had to be goaded into it. And then their investigation was like, hey, have you found your shoes today? Nope, they're not under the table. We're all good here. Ohtani wasn't involved. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not going where Rico's going, but it's not like he's wrong to do it. I'm not doing it. I just want to know if the four of us all look at this and go, this don't smell right. Is that how you and listener land are, or do you think we're all on crack? That's basically how we've started today's show. David, and then we'll get the calls.
I have seen too many athletes and celebrities fleece to think it's impossible that he was robbed without his knowledge. Mike in Dearborn.
But Mike, when it's $2 million a month for 18 months, don't you start to ask different questions? Mm-hmm. This isn't a real estate deal gone wrong.
This isn't a one-time thing where you're like, okay, I didn't even realize that happened. But it's like, what is this reoccurring charge?
How can you be that detached from your finances?
I mean, though, for the money he makes, could this be like us paying for HBO Max and not realizing it? Like we didn't cancel the subscription?
No, because even let's say he was making, $30 million a year last year. If all of a sudden, Kenny, $2 million a month goes missing, that's $24 million over the course of a year, which represents roughly $48 million of pre-tax income. No, Kenny, I don't buy that. Now, if you said Jeff Bezos was losing $500,000 a week, different stratosphere.
It's so like Kenny, my food for you. This is like if all of a sudden, $350 a month or a week is just gone.
So this is not like my food delivery fee.
No.
Okay.
Oh, don't. Okay. You know what? We're going to Travis. We're not going to slander Kenny this early. Travis, how are you?
Good, sir. Mike, Rico, how you guys doing?
Hey, Good, buddy. What's going on?
Look, it looks like it, smells like it. It's probably, the saying. 18 months, you got $2 million going missing a month. There's no way. And look what team he's on. He just signed the biggest deal ever. There's no way no. Rico's on the right track, Mike. I think you're a little scared of it, but
I am.
I think Rico. Who wouldn't be?
It's a whole different world.
Baseball.
When you say he's involved, or when you want to make the statement, you believe he had knowledge of the bets. That's a place 100%. I don't want to go.
Because
You're right.
The last person that baseball was like a face of baseball who went down this road, baseball shunned them in Pete Rose, and they don't ever want to go through that again. They were propping this man up. He was going to make this game global. He got paid all that money, and this happened right before the season started. Travis, they made it go away too fast and said there's nothing to see behind this curtain. Can everybody please just stop asking questions? Just trust us. We're going to handle this whole thing in-house. Makes me think, there's a lot more to this.
It's very suspicious. You're telling me that this guy never looked at his bank account in the last 18 months and saw $500,000?
Well, here's the even bigger part. If you believe certain reports, his mother handled his finances. Well, I'm not in the business of saying mean things about people's mothers. I'm just telling you, his couldn't have been that bright if she didn't realize $2 million a month was leaving that account. One way or the other, it just reeks. It just doesn't pass the smell test.
Now, he can keep playing, and he'll just be deemed an idiot if everybody believes, oh, poor Shohei had no idea. But the second you find out, oh, wait a minute, he knew about this, it all changes. And then that's when everybody comes out the woodworks. Oh, I was going to write this article. Sure, you were going to write that article. Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
I'm with Rico. I'm on Team Rico. There's no way you're moving that much money without a paper trail and the banks knowing who was getting money. And I can't see a bank giving the interpreter access to that much money consistently without talking to the man himself.
Well, and that is a great point. Yeah. I mean, Mark, it's gotten to a point now banks don't even keep money in-house. Christ, you show up asking for $50, they tell you it'll take 3 days.
Right.
Like, you're on a consistent basis grabbing $500,000 in wire transfer. You mean to tell me? Now, I have read that the interpreter faked his voice and tried to convince the bank it was fine. At some point, someone's calling Ohtani or Mommy Ohtani. There's just no way.
Mike, let me take it the next step. For that amount of money, we can do that for you. We need to see you at 9 o'clock in my office because you're not dealing with a teller. You're dealing with the owner or one of the top people of the bank. I'm the one who has to sign off on this. I need to see you in the office, and I may bring a few baseballs for you to sign.
But the idea that they were paying debts in Vegas on a weekly basis, converting to chips, and then taking that amount of chips out of a casino and paying street people. You're paying street bookies. None of this adds up to me.
Wait, there's going to be a paper trail.
Mark, listen, Mark, when this story broke and we were in Vegas for March Madness, at that point, baseball said there's no investigation. We have our man. I go,
instantly.
What?
He may have always stolen on that grenade for his buddy.
Oh, Mark, I think he fell on it for his buddy. I think he fell on it for baseball, for everybody. We will take care of you. You are not to utter another word.
So let me ask this question. I can't believe I'm doing this. I do not want to indulge Rico Beard, but here I go. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't bring this up. For years, I have made the joke, and I have the belief with every fiber of my being that Michael Jordan was told to leave basketball. That essentially the easiest way for this to go down because of your degenerate ways, you're leaving. It will be under the guise that you're playing baseball. But let's face it, your dad just got murdered. Mm-hmm. You're in with some rough people. You are gambling with known gangsters. You're going to play baseball for the Birmingham Barons, and we'll let you serve that suspension that way.
Wait,
like, I believe in my bones that's what happened.
Who owned the Birmingham Barons? Wasn't it the same guy who owned the Chicago Bulls? So basically, he was still getting paid by the same owner. Just a different logo on the check. And, Mike, let me help you with that. Almost 18 months to the day, he faxed the office saying, I'm back. So, sounds like it was an 18-month suspension.
After making a movie, doing other things to supplement himself.
Figuring out that he can't hit a curveball. He made a fool of himself.
I can't believe I'm indulging him, but I had to bring that up because Mike, it is what I believe.
Oh, I said that a long time ago, but Jordan was too big, so it's easier to say.
So is Ohtani in a different era now? And I know it's a different sport, but what Ohtani represents to baseball globally is not dissimilar from what LeBron James represents to basketball globally. Mm-hmm. I don't see, certain institutions or icons are too big to fail.
Mm-hmm. And if they do fail, it's easier to just cover it up rather than have your hero go down in flames.
It's so depressing, David. So depressing.
Oh, the second I heard the story, I was just like, oh, he did that.
So you know what? Maybe we get all the sadness out of the way early. I've got something even more depressing than this. We've got, wait till you get this.
Beautiful day outside.
And we're going to turn it all around starting at 3 when Rico
we'll start
openly roots against the college athlete.
At 4 when it's horse racing time.
I
got to do my research, too.
I have some news you can use next on the Pistons Search. And wait till we connect one of these dots for you. 97.1. We'll get to it.
You rather go burn down an orphanage?
At 3, Kenny clubs a baby seal. Live on stream. All right. I know it's nice today, but the thunderstorms are coming right back. And bottom line, Michigan weather wreaks havoc on your roof. Get with Victor's Home Solutions. Get on the schedule today. Their calendar fills up very quickly. Schedule that appointment and get the peace of mind knowing your roof is ready to handle all that the Michigan spring and summer have in store. 21-point video roof inspection. They take the guesswork out of choosing the right contractor. And with an important decision like this, the wrong roofer, it's a total disaster. They pride themselves on craftsmanship. That's why they offer a leak-free, 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Just call today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or you can book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, just view this like we're plunging the toilet to start the day. We're gonna get everything flowing again in a positive direction for 3 o'clock. Let's get the other bad story out of the way. So David wanted to present this. I mean, I saw it, and for me, I roll my eyes at everything the franchise does. But when you connect a certain dot, it is the aha moment. Mm-hmm. Did you see the report? The latest name being bantied for the president of basketball operations of your Detroit Pistons.
Yep. They say
Mr. J.J. Redick. Now, on surface, you go, well, he's very Louis Riddick. He's up on your TV, looks the part, sounds the part, engaging, knowledgeable. Okay, sure. One problem. Do you know who JJ's former agent is? Who could that be?
I'm gonna go with
would it
Arm Tellem or 500, please?
No way. This is the same franchise now that's brought in 10 or 11 former Tellem clients. And now again, could this be nothing more than cheap PR? I still believe they will hire the Bucks' soon-to-be fired general manager, and that'll be the guy running the franchise. Could this be a solid buy a former agent? Could you leak something out there to get your former client? And I would assume someone you like, a little bit of pub, an interview, get into the circuit, right? Maybe. But the very thought that the Pistons would do this again with this Arn Tellem thing, or having another cook in the kitchen. Look, J.J. Redick might be a brilliant basketball mind. I have no idea. All right, for me, he's a TV host, a podcast host, and the guy that Mo Ager destroyed on national TV while wearing a Carhartt t-shirt. That's really all I have for you. I have no idea if he's capable of running a franchise. He's a podcaster. I mean, hell, I may as well put my name in the hat at this point.
But he looks the part.
I know Arn Tellem isn't my agent, but if I can get an interview, could I do worse than Troy? No. Kenny couldn't do worse than Troy. He doesn't even watch basketball. But my point is, if they bring in another Tellem family hire, what is even the point of paying attention to this franchise if that goes down? If.
There isn't, except for you're hoping that maybe a fresh pair of eyes, new blood, but
why does it have to be Arn?
Because he runs this team. And then once you realize that yeah, if you're not connected to him, you're not going to be.
David's looking at you.
You're not going to get a Pistons paycheck, David.
Hatred.
Because I hear you. New blood, because that person's new, but it will be coming from the same individual. Mm-hmm. I can't keep doing this over and over again with the Pistons. I would be done. And I'm still trying here as a Pistons fan.
Why?
Because I love basketball and I love what the Pistons were. Their franchise was great. And I want them to be great again, so I'm still trying. But David, if they keep doing this, I'm done.
But they're not even trying to get back on the road to mediocrity. This simply says, we're just going to give you some smoke and mirrors and hope that, hey, you see him on TV all the time and he sounds smart. So, we're going to bring in some more smart people. Just like David, I fell for the okie doke. Wait, Monty Williams is coming here? What? Monty Williams. Okay, you know what? You're paying him top. Monty's going to come straighten this thing out until he didn't.
Yeah, but the messaging was they want to get one voice. Well, if they're telling me what the one voice clearly is would be Arn Tellem, then it hasn't worked.
Here's the other thing. Are you really ready to hand a guy who's never had a job in basketball other than as a player, unless I'm mistaken, you want to hand him complete command of your organization? You think JJ is going to walk in, blow out the entire scouting staff, blow out Troy Weaver, and run an offseason with $65 million in cap space? Now, if you told me he was coming in as the assistant GM to learn, that's a different thing. And I actually wouldn't mind that. He does seem sharp. He is younger. It is a different set of ideas. But my goodness, president of basketball operations.
But you also got to ask yourself, Mike, is this a job that anybody would want?
Yeah, unemployed people. That's why I think you'll hire the Bucks duo. They're both getting fired. Dame and Giannis don't like each other. Dame wants out. He never wanted to be there. They allowed the Adrian Griffin disgrace to take place to bring in that con artist Doc Rivers. They're both dead. They're fired. They're out.
Because this just kind of seems like that failed restaurant that keeps trying to be different things, and it just keeps failing because the location is bad.
Soul food place, burger joint.
Right, it's a pizza joint. Now it's Chinese food. Now it's Mexican food. It's right. I mean, it's a hot dog stand, and it just keeps failing. and failing. So you can bring him in. I think he will. And like I said, I fell for the Monty Williams hype. I thought that Monty was smart enough that he could fix this, and he was smart enough to make about $1 million per victory last year.
Yeah, and a real president of basketball ops would blow his ass out of here, period. He doesn't want to be here. And if he does, he's got a weird way of showing it. David, give me the ticket text, and then I promise we're moving on to happier things. I had to bring that up early.
I'm already done with the Pistons. They need to prove themselves before I invest any more attention.
Prove themselves with what, though? I mean, think about this. When you look at the teams that were rebuilding at the start when you did, I mean, Orlando was. Look at them now. And by the way, it sounds like Paul George is going to be in Orlando Magic this summer. So they'll just be adding to that mix. You know, the Indiana Pacers, okay, look at where they are. The Houston Rockets, look at where they are. Like, what exactly gets you back on board? Is it 25 wins? Is it 30? At what point, like, do you know when I'll be interested again? Win north of 40. I mean, that like, what are we even talking about?
Hit the point, Mike, where I think I think I speak for everybody on the show. They're so bad that if they're simply the phrase in the graphic, come the end of the season, that's a win.
You're on your own.
If they're not for me. This team was about to set a record. I mean, they set a franchise record for just being horrible. So yes, if somehow in the final, it's almost like if they did next year what the Wings did, they went to the final game and just missed out on the play-in, at least you could say there was progress. Because this is just bad basketball.
J.J. Redick running your franchise this offseason.
Now think about it. You don't even go down to watch the Pistons because of the opposing team, because the opposing team doesn't respect you enough to even suit up and play.
That's probably a bell for you. Good job. David, go ahead.
The Redick hire would be great. Sign Matt Millen.
Okay. Let's not disrespect him that way.
Someone else says, I'm done with the Detroit Pistons franchise. The entire franchise is circa Expos Marlins. When they are relocated to Florida, I'm done. Kevin and Mac.
When Jeffrey Loria sold the computers, he didn't even bring them down to Florida? Please. You got to get this owner out of here, man. It's just not going to happen. I wish Adam Silver would step in. I'm telling you, it goes back. The fish rots from the head.
Well,
how does Tom Gores allow us to run this way? Oh, wait, I know. Does he even know today's Thursday? Is he awake? Does he know the season started? Who won the match last night? I can't keep doing it. Now Arn Tellem may get a former client in here as the team president. That's what we're doing? Come on, man. Now, I'll just hope it's a courtesy interview and we'll move on. But I had to bring that up for once.
That is my hope as well, because to be fair, he has interviewed for the Charlotte head coaching job.
Oh,
so
perfect.
Maybe it's pushing that.
Basically, JJ's on the any job in basketball plan.
Yeah. It may be easier to get the Pistons job.
The difference between being a head coach and a president of basketball ops, it is opposite ends of the spectrum.
Well, just so you know, basketball people are just not smart. It's not just here, Detroit thing. I wanted to get a quote in the system, David, but I see an opportunity to Mike, let's just play a little who said it.
Okay, what do you want?
Asked the other 29 GMs. 26 of them will trade their entire whole team for our whole team, our draft picks, and everything as is. The house is not on fire. We're in great position. It's not hard to fix.
Okay, I don't know who said this, but I can tell you I hate them.
I think I do.
And if you tell me this is Troy Weaver or something, I'll just leave.
It is not Troy Weaver.
Is it James Jones?
It is not James Jones.
Oh, I thought it was him for the Suns. Okay.
No, Ishbia body bagged him the day he walked in the door.
But
he didn't even involve James Jones in trading for KD from what the report said.
David, you weren't thinking high enough. That's actually a quote from Matt Ishbia.
Oh, Jesus.
You must be kidding me.
No.
Okay.
I was that.
You can frame up that picture and put it right next to delusion.
That was it. Oh no, it was more to it, but that was just the meat of it. Was saying, what are you talking about? 26 other teams would love to be in our situation.
No, we wouldn't want to be in the tax violator's second apron. We wouldn't want Bradley Beal with a full no trade.
Oh, no, he came back and said, our entire starting five is all going to be back. We don't have to worry about free agents. We don't have to worry about all of this stuff.
And Anthony Edwards just, you know what? Don't say what was going to come out of my mouth next.
Hey, we're flushing everything out.
You know what? So did Edwards. 248-539-9797. We will move along. That's an incredible comment. Yikes. All right, get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control. But remember, you got to mention my name, the station, something of that order. They'll give you the best deal they offer. Warm weather's here. And so are the weeds and dandelions. Get on it. It's easier to stop that problem before it starts. Natural Way, professional applicators, custom-tailored solutions to your lawn, and fewer harmful chemicals. Go to Get Green and Stay Green with Natural Way. It's 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or simply go to naturalwaylawn.com. All right, I'm a little in the dark on what we got here. I'm told it's a special edition of Football Today, so I'll shut up. You hit the music, and away we go.
Mike, we have a Kentucky Derby draft, horse draft.
It's horse racing time.
Oh, no, put that away. No, please, God, not that thing again.
Horse racing time.
Okay, that's enough. I'm in. What are we doing?
So we have 20 horses to select from. We're going to go
For the 150th run for the Roses?
Yep.
So are we going to do it the way we did it last year? If you win, you get 20 points. Second gets 19, 18, 17, so on and so forth. You finish dead last, you get 1. We each end up picking 5 horses. And it is that composite total that is the winner. Is that correct? With lunch on the line? Now, how did we determine the draft order? Where was the draft lottery?
Kenny just says go in the draft order.
That is not
do.
no right no. Stop it right. I'm gonna. We're not doing a frozen envelope. No, hold on. I got this. We'll do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Here. Hang on.
For the 150th running of the horse racing thing in Kentucky.
It's the run for the Roses, you degenerate bleep hole. Here. I really hate that I'm being involved in this. Here.
They're going to keep making left turns.
Will you put that away? I'm not looking at this. I have an initial written on each of these. Mm-hmm. This will be the draft order. Okay. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Shaking it up. Here we go. Ready?
Mike out here dropping like it's hot.
The first pick in the 2024 Kentucky Derby draft, noted horse racing legend, Mr. David Hull. With the second pick. And we're going to do this like snake draft, right?
Okay.
So the fourth gets the doubly do?
Yep.
With the second pick in the 2024 horse racing Kentucky Derby draft, Mr. Kenneth G. Cott. With the third pick.
Okay.
In the horse racing Kentucky Derby Fiesta, Mr. Rico Beard. I have the turn. I got the fourth and fifth pick. Gentlemen, start your engines. Let's do it.
Well, I'll go easy. I'll go Sierra Leone.
And you have just really messed up. All right.
I know.
David with Sierra Leone. Yep. We go to Mr. Kenneth G. Cobb.
I'm doing a combination of picking for names and picking for odds, so therefore I'm going to do Catching Freedom as my first pick.
Wow. This is stunning. Okay, Mr. Rico Lamar Beard. A man whose roots are in the state of Louisiana, a major horse racing state. You spent your youth at fairgrounds.
I will go with Fierceness.
And Rico's just won the competition. All right, I got the turn. Okay, what are we going to do? I will select. Give me. Oh, hell. A couple of wanted are already gone. I will take the 7 Honor Marie and the 8 Just a Touch.
Oh, Mike, I was going to take Just a Touch.
I've heard.
You know what? I will go with Forever Young.
The Japanese candidate. They've tried desperately to win this race.
Damn it, Rico, that was mine.
Why? Is that match your maturity level?
Absolutely not.
Go ahead.
Give me Stronghold.
You know, Kenny, I got to tell you, it's not a horse I hate.
Dang.
It's not. Absolutely battled imagination in the Santa Anita Derby. Looked him in the eye, Kenny. Why not at 20-1?
All right.
Mr. Hatchet Man.
You just took what I was going to take, Kenny. So then I'll do Just Steel, who has finished among the top 3 in 5 of his last 6 races.
David, he's the opposite of you. He got a big heart. Just Steel is a try-hard. He's got a big heart. No, not like this. I'm talking in the chest cavity. I can't speak to the other thing. I haven't studied that. Carry on.
David Hall, you're up next.
Yeah, so this is what I'll do. I'll go
Put that away.
Now, there may be limitations here. They're going to add blinkers to this horse, but I'm going to go with Track Phantom.
The problem for him.
Did you say blinkers?
Yes.
Yeah, blinders, or some other people call them blinders. They're called blinkers.
In case he makes a right turn.
You know what? I'm not even going to explain why. Forget it. Who's next?
Wait, which horse was that?
Back to Kenny G. Cott. This was such a terrible idea.
David, which horse did you pick?
He picked Track Phantom. Pay attention.
You all know I'm a fan of beer, so I'm going with the domestic product.
Oh, okay. Kenny, believe it or not, I think he ran a better race people give him credit for in Tampa Bay Derby, and he's a bomb. You don't see a Rat Ortiz on 30-1 very often.
I watched the whole thing. I'm very familiar.
I know you did. You were tracking speed figures, the whole bit. What did the Thoroughgraphs had to say, Kenny?
I mean, a lot. You have to look at it to really
Fenwick and things and Corsi. All right, back to over to Rico Beard.
You know what? When times are tough,
oh dear God,
you just gotta grab yourself and pick yourself up by the bootstraps. You gotta be resilient.
It's resilience. It's not even the same word.
Resilience. 4 legs. It's horse.
Not how. Okay, you know what? I really don't like any of you. All right, I am gonna go with. It is just bombs galore here. I hate Dornoch, and I don't even know if he's gonna run. So if you take him, you might be getting a substitute. I haven't read DRF today, but he's got a cracked hoof or something. Give me...
No beauticians around there?
No. Give me... I hate his draw, but I'll go with it. Give me Mystic Dan, the 3-horse, and give me Endlessly at 30-1. I don't like my selections, but I didn't get any of the top 3 I wanted. All right, that's it. Endlessly and Mystic Dan for me.
I'm about to pick the winner of the Derby.
Kenny, hit him with a chair while he talks into that.
Because in this Derby, there is only one gray horse. Just one. West Saratoga.
Okay, well, one problem. The trainer wanted to take this horse to the grass. The owners are demanding they run here. So good luck with that. That horse will need to be on a motorcycle to win this race.
Why are you hating on the gray horse, man?
Because he's not meant for the... Just
wow.
Move on.
Next, you're going to tell me they need separate tracks. Go ahead.
I'm out.
Jesus. I'm going to go with the horse that is named after my son, Grand Mo the First.
Oh, Mo Sider. Yeah. Kenny, if that horse wins, I never watch horse racing again. But congratulations. All right. Over to Hatchet Man.
So I think I'm going to do this, and I may be wrong here, but I can't remember when Rich Strike won.
Yes.
They were only in because of horse scratch.
Correct.
So I'm going to go with
number
Epic Ride.
21.
I'm going to go with Epic Ride.
All right. And if there's a scratch of Dornoch, the horse you're getting is Mugatu.
Okay.
From the Derelict collection.
No, seriously. When would they know if he's not going to run?
You could scratch morning of. Okay. Listen, I'm in the bubble. I had to do a podcast with Evan. I'm here with you guys.
Okay.
I don't know if the news broke that Dornoch is... I don't think Dornoch's going to run.
I have not seen that.
But Mugatu would, I believe, be the other horse that draws it.
You're going to find out that Dornoch's mare was betting on games.
Why? Why? Just make a pick and let me end this segment, David.
I'll go with Catalytic.
Okay. Over to Kenneth. Kenny, do you have your 5?
This would be my 5th, I believe.
Okay, last go round.
This describes me perfectly. Society man. I'm a man of high society.
No, I'm sorry. There's no horse here named Meth Head or Drop Fall Down Drunk is not drawing into this race. All right, Society man. Over to Rico Iglesias Beard.
Well, then you know what? I will go with the other Japanese horse. Give me T.O. Password.
Of course, and you stuck me with this donkey. I hate Dornoch, which means I just selected Mugatu. All right, give me Dornoch or whoever draws in. All right, my 4. Anna Marie, Just a Touch, Endlessly, Mystic Dan, and Dornoch / Mugatu. Remember, order of finish, inverse points. Tally and total. For lunch, next Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Are you actually going to watch?
Yes, I watch every year.
Excuse me.
I normally call you to see, hey, what's it going to be? Who should I bet on?
It's going to be that if Fierceness breaks and nothing terrible happens, he's just so much faster than these other horses. I can't believe.
Down the stretch they come.
Turn his effing mic off. 97-1. Oh, my God, I'm so happy that segment's over. The NBA playoffs, they're here. Well, they're not here.
Playoffs.
We live in Detroit. Leave now, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets. Any winning $5 bet, that's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, totals, props, whatever floats your boat and can keep you interested in NBA basketball that doesn't feature your team, basically. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. Firing Juwan Howard was the hardest thing Ward Manuel has ever done in his career. Michigan's AD said as much in a Thursday Q&A with the Free Press. Other topics covered included Jim Harbaugh, against whom Manuel says he has no hard feelings for leaving Michigan or the way he did it. Manuel also said he wasn't upset with Harbaugh or any of the number of U of M assistants Harbaugh took with him to the Chargers, saying, quote, "I don't spend much time with animosity against people. It's a waste of energy, and it's not fair." The Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight.
Did he answer how Xavier Simpson got the car?
The Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight set for July is now officially sanctioned and will count on each of the pair's pro boxing records. They'll wear 14-ounce gloves and no headgear over 8 2-minute rounds. 27-year-old Paul is the favorite. Current odds at -180 translates to about a 64% chance of beating the 58-year-old Tyson. And Jaylen Warren may have let the cat out of the bag regarding the Steelers' plans for Justin Fields. Speaking on Cam Hayward's podcast, Warren said this when asked about the NFL's new return rules. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, that's enough. I love how this stupid song has no end. It's the song that never ends. Like, how? All right, 3
Got a good
o'clock.
hook. You can dance to it.
You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. David, how much slander are we receiving for that last segment?
No slander at all. I hate to read this one because I don't agree with them. But can we get more megaphone, Rico? Not sure why, but it's fun.
I'll tell you what. Have all the megaphone, Rico, you want tomorrow.
It's only fun today.
Oh, please. Go ahead.
It says, Rico, the Grays never win. What are you talking about? You can't choose that
The
horse.
Grays are genetically faster. I can't prove that.
One day it's going to happen. He'll be the Jackie Robinson of horses.
A horse taken after Kenny. I didn't see a sandwich stallion in the lineup.
There's not a horse named Pill Popper in here. All right. That was a bridge too far.
Oh, my God.
Keep it going.
These horses, I love these names. There's one after Mo Sider. I love it.
Oh, that's just how we're choosing to take it.
Someone else says, I have missed that song, Austin NA2.
No, I told Kenny about this a while back. There's an owner who originally is from Windsor, and it's called Redham Racing, and a lot of his horses, including the best horse he's ever owned, Nyquist, he named after Red Wings. Pavel was named after Datsuk. He said Zetterberg. He said Mrazek.
So this Grandmo the First is one of his horses?
No. I'm saying that, there's a hockey influence to some of it. Like Eric Johnson owns horses, the former defenseman. There was also, I believe, Kenny, there's a horse named Shesterkin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
After
Rangers.
Igor?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep. Sorry, we can stop the nerding
No,
out.
I like this. This is the two things we have in common.
It was the
here.
only time Kenny has perked up in the presence of
Mike
discussion
has a
of
horse
horses.
in the Kentucky Derby. What's the name?
You could call the thing Cupcake Head. I wouldn't care.
I didn't know if you had a name that. No. You know what? When I get a horse, it's going to be named this.
No, absolutely not. Don't care. Means nothing.
Gotcha.
David, go ahead.
Someone says, I want to hear Roberto's drop about horse racing.
Wait, what? Okay, you know what? Keep it going. Just move it on. I know the one the caller was looking for, and I don't have it. When he asks, should we go?
And I thought that's what it was labeled, but I
and he
can't
mispronounced.
not. Yeah.
He forgot the S in horses. and he asked about that brand of racing. Yeah, I don't have that drop.
Yeah, I'll find that for
It's
the
okay.
listener. Someone else says, I absolutely love that segment. That draft was hilarious.
Now, you're actually going to do this? No, and we'll move on. We do have a we have a topic that I think is going to be very enjoyable.
Do what? Watch the Derby?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I watch the Derby every year.
Okay.
Well, Mike, it's the perfect race. And it's the perfect event because you're invested for a short amount of time, but you care about it. You pick a horse, you bet on it, and you see what happens. There's not this tons of buildup like it was for the Super Bowl or the draft where you're breaking down, okay, well, anybody in the one position has never won for, I have all of that.
That's
fair.
fair.
It's a lot of luck. You could be a brilliant person who says, if this is going to be the winner,
right,
and then it ends up being the horse that got the scratch.
It's the most unnatural race of all because most of these horses will never run this far. They'll never be with 20 horses again. And I have seen some fabulous horses. Their Derby ends 5 steps into this. I mean, It's a little bit of a demolition derby at the start, which is unnatural. That's just not what it's meant to be.
When Rich Strike ran, I'm like, wait, this is the horse that wasn't even supposed to be there. It was like a Disney movie. Like, yes. Didn't bet on him. I wanted him to win. Why? I don't know. Fun.
I sure didn't. All right.
I know.
It is.
I found out when I called you. Like, Mike, this was great. You know what? Go F yourself.
Not when I had the rest of the superfecta.
David.
Except that nag. That donkey.
I'm sitting here thinking, you know what? I just bonded with Mike. I pick up the phone. Man, that was a great race. And he just wow.
I was not happy.
Wow.
That was a once in 10 lifetimes ride. It was absurd. If you look at the overhead view, he was driving Rich Strike like a car. Let's let it go. So here's your thing. You got two pathways, and then we'll move on because I want to do this topic about good Christians going bad, a.k.a. you. You're either all in on Fierceness or all out. There's no in between. Fierceness is either going to win this race or he's going to be nowhere. Like, I don't see a scenario where that horse is second or third. Fierceness, as long as he breaks clean and gets out, he is so much faster than any of these.
So he's like your Giants. Either you win the Super Bowl
or you do nothing.
Or you're out.
But, like, here, let me put it in a context that even people who hate this sport or don't care about it will understand.
How can you hate horse racing?
Because people don't like things they don't understand. He has run numbers. So when he won the Breeders' Cup, okay, in the 2-year-old division, he ran a number that Justify, Triple Crown winner, and American Pharoah couldn't touch. Like, in their life. He did it at 2. He came back off at a break at 3. He's putting up numbers those horses could not stay with. He's so much faster than all of these other horses.
Does he come from a bloodline, like a famous horse?
All of them, yeah.
No, I mean, is this like Secretariat's great-great-great-great-grandson?
No, don't do that. No, because great racehorses don't make great stallions all the time.
Okay,
focus.
This is why we ask the questions, Mike, because you know the answers.
No, it doesn't matter. He could be bred out of a cat and a dog like California Chrome.
Okay.
California Chrome was a $10,000 horse.
I would pay to see that.
Well, it was a cat and a dog doing the nasty, and they produced California Chrome. The point is, he's so much faster that if disaster doesn't strike, there's nothing on his past form that says he won't win this race. But it is the Kentucky Derby, and in the 2 races Fierceness didn't run well, he didn't get it his own way. Things happen. One of them was a sloppy track at Saratoga. The other was some traffic and a bad trip. He didn't show up. But if he gets out, Rico, he's winning. Okay. So then your job is to put bombs underneath. You put him in first, you play some exactas, you put some bombs in there. Now, if you think...
by bombs, you mean...
Anything 15-1 or greater.
Okay.
Catch your price.
Gotcha.
The point is, if he doesn't run his race, and he's the bad Fierceness, which I'm not saying is happening, but if you want to play that way and want it to rain balloons, I don't think he'll run. Like, I don't think he'll be anywhere. Something would have gone wrong, and he has shown twice he'll pretty much shut it down.
Okay. Now, I love this man dearly. Who's Big G betting on?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
I need to know that information. Who's Big G's betting on? I love him. Love him like a father.
The problem is,
I don't know if I can bet when he bets.
Draw an X through whatever horse my dad selects.
The chair of shame is a photo that will always be funny to me.
I don't know if there's anything I've ever shared with you that has drawn a laugh like that, or that is my dad sitting above a pile of losing parimutuel tickets. It's the greatest.
I mean, the look of
greatest
disgust.
No,
I tried.
It's him holding the racing program like he's gonna find answers.
The next
Dude, you're
one.
9 races deep.
Aha!
The horse you bet in the 8th is still running. Like, Dad, just put the form down. Just seriously spin a wheel. That picture kills me. All right, we'll move on. We have a topic because Rico's playing the role of me. He has turned against an athlete with such fervor, with such fierceness, if you will, that we have to have a conversation because I think this guy has now reached rarefied air. And I do take delight in one of these very religious people spewing hate pre-show. We're going to talk about it. It's very exciting for me. We'll do it next. In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. You got to hire the right lawyer to make sure the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Feminino, him and his team have made insurance companies pay for almost 30 years. They can help you with your case as well. David, ready to speak to you personally right now. If you call 855-65-CRASH or you go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. Okay, we'll get this bus back on the highway here. So, I want to take you into our pre-show meeting. And it is very rare, as you can imagine. Rico is very different than me. And Rico very rarely uses the words hate or I'm going to root against or I want bad things to happen. Rico's very upset. So Rico has found a villain. There is a college football personality, player, coach, I'll let Rico tell you who, that has upset Rico to such a degree that he finds himself in what we're calling the Mikey world, where now the man who is more apt to quote Bible scripture than ever a cuss word is now openly rooting for a healthy demise.
Yeah, healthy.
I am not saying that Rico wants to see bad things in a unhealthy.
I don't want to see a season-ending injury. I don't want to see a Joe Theismann-like accident.
We have that on the record. I want you to tell the people who this is.
I want his career to go the way of Ron Paulus.
All right. Oh, he's going to win 2 Heismans.
Right.
Signed Beano Cook.
Right.
The point is, it creates something that you are now finally experiencing, something that most fans like myself are versed in, a failure index. Yeah. That there is an athlete that while your team has never played them and probably never will, you find a player at such a level of disdain and you don't even know why. That is where you have arrived at.
Yeah, for me, it's Shedeur Sanders, Colorado quarterback. And while we're at it, you can throw his father, Deion, in there. Deion was one of my favorite players in the NFL. Not anymore, because I would think that Deion would be the adult, but I get to that a little bit later. But Shedeur Sanders, Mike, we watched the video of him going to class for the first time to see what it's really like for all these people who go to class, and he takes a camera crew around. He's so just non-attached to everything that is college football. So The Athletic does this article because remember when Deion first got there and he came in saying, you know, basically I'm kicking people out. I came in with my own players, my own Louis luggage. So The Athletic followed up with the 53 players who left the team. And one guy was on there. His name was Xavier Smith. And he was just kind of talking about, okay, well, you know what? I never really got, you know, Deion never came and talked with him. Here it is. I actually was getting mad, like tears coming to my eyes because, bro, you never even tried to get to know me. That's what he said. Xavier Smith said about Deion Sanders when he came in there. So he leaves and he goes, Shedeur sees this. And rather than, look, we've all experienced people leaving and going someplace else in the portal. It happens. But then when Shedeur comes out and is like, bro, I didn't even know who you were. So you must have been mid at best. What are we doing here? Because Shedeur, last time I checked, this offense was set up for you to succeed, but you didn't. Your father fired everybody who supposedly couldn't fix you. You were told to just take a sack rather than throw an interception because it would hurt your completion percentage. And oh, by the way, you won as many games as MSU did last year with a failed coach. So 4. Even though you started off winning your first 3 and then water found this level and you were a joke. You were a joke as a quarterback. You got Deion saying, well, he's going to be a top 5 pick. Oh, because Deion did come back because, you know, people were coming after Shedeur for saying that. And it's like, dude, Shedeur, you're supposed to be a quarterback. You're supposed to be a captain. You're supposed to be a leader. Okay? This is not leadership material. Deion then claps back on social media, which I don't know why he's doing this, saying my son's going to be drafted top 5. Where's your son going to be drafted? Oh, boy. Is this what we're doing now? The Colorado president and athletic director have to be saying to themselves, what have we done? What are we doing here? We invested all this money in Coach Prime. He's going to be the detriment of Colorado football. Yeah, so now you trick people into coming there, and those who leave, you just throw under the bus. If the kid was no good, man, I'm looking at you, Deion. You couldn't fix him. But your son coming out here saying all of this stuff, like if everybody leaves a school, it's just the way it is now. For this, and Shedeur, who already was getting overhyped, people were acting like he was the next coming. I'm watching his Colorado games. I wasn't impressed at all. It's gotten to the point now, yeah, I just want to see you crash and burn. I want to see you lose. I will take joy in watching the Buffaloes get beat game after game after game. That's what I'm rooting for. Do I want him hurt? No, because that's going to be an excuse of why the Buffaloes lost. No, I want him in there taking every snap, getting beat week after week after week. That's where I am. Shedeur Sanders, Deion Sanders, the whole Colorado Buffalo, hey, look at me program. That's everything that's not college football.
It's stunning, isn't it? When good Christians go bad. I'll tell you, it's great to hear just anger out of Rico and vitriol. No, you're not wrong. Look, I was fine with the idea of Deion Sanders. The idea of it made sense. The idea was different, and it was counterculture. It was against the establishment. He was going to do it a new way. I think what I've seen a year and a half in is like, okay, this is a parody. He's gone from purpose to parody. Mm-hmm. We were told he was coming in and he had the best interest of players in mind and he was going to be a role model and he was going to – dude, this guy has turned this into a clown show. The social media stuff, the transfer portal, he's not recruiting anyone. He hasn't gone on a single recruiting trip. That's insane.
All right. Oh, by the way, Xavier Smith, somebody put his stats up and Deion quote tweeted his stats saying, good Lord, because he didn't have great stats last year. Like, Deion, once again, you're making fun of this kid. He left your program, man. Let it go.
So who is your Shedeur Sanders? That's really what I'm asking. Rico has now identified his, in a sports sense, public enemy number one. Listen, in many ways, Shedeur does represent a lot of what's wrong with college football. I don't know the young man, and I don't care to, but when you're driving a $400,000 car and you make a joke about going to class and putting it on video, and you're firebombing teammates who leave, and your body language is pretty GD awful when I watch college football and I watch your games, and you don't like the way things are going, it's a very much so I'm not the problem, you are attitude. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to like.
Yeah, Daddy, I wasn't completing enough passes. Fire the offensive coordinator. Get rid of all these offensive linemen. They're just getting in my way. So,
David, you're smiling, and I would love to know where you're at with it. I'd love to know where people are at. Who is your version of this? I mean, Rico's feelings towards Shedeur and Deion. Again, this isn't a divisional rival. This isn't a Big Ten team. And I get it, though.
Because I was watching it, Mike, like you, like, okay, maybe Deion's going to be this difference maker. I was a gigantic Deion Sanders fan. And it's each day I'm just like, I don't like you more and more, Deion. And now I'm looking at your son like, you're a Hall of Famer. Your son's not even in the Hall of Good yet.
Well, the problem,
and he thinks
too,
he is.
He's also already saying the only places his son will play, and you're like, what?
Okay, you're cocky, Deion, because you've already made it to the mountaintop a couple times. Your son? Yeah. You want to talk about mid? Huh? That's your son. Not that great. It's not. David, yeah, he will take a sack before he throws an incomplete pass because he's thinking about his pro career. He's not thinking about college. He's not trying to win a game. I'll just take the sack or do something. So, yeah. 248-539-9797.
I mean, Rico is exasperated. He can't even find his words. Go ahead, Dave.
No, I was going to say, this was supposed to be a positive thing in Colorado, and it's become everything but positive.
It's toxic. Let's
Deion
just call it.
No,
lift
David, kids up.
David,
See,
it's toxic.
Now, he don't even want to hear from you. He is exasperated. Rico is yelling at clouds.
Sorry, David.
You are out of control.
It's toxic. Let's just call it what it is.
But
when somebody leaves your team, you wish them well and you just go forward. You move on. You go to the portal and find somebody else. He's going to trick more kids into going to Colorado. God bless you. You're an idiot if you go there.
Now try it again, David.
No, you're right. And mine leans in the same direction as yours, and it's a father and the sons. It was the Ball family. Because the father spoke and talked so much, I wanted them all to fail. And then I think we've seen what happened with a few of them, injuries, but I never wished injuries.
One just got the sweet back tattoo because, stuff and things.
Well, that has no bearing on LaMelo Ball's future. I mean, I don't care. He can do whatever he wants.
But I hope he fails because of what his father has
All
done.
right. Well, he's a Hornet, so that's probably baked into that. I think the thing that offends me most is that Deion is not really a coach, and I'm bummed out by that. And I don't even mean it as in the CEO of operations. Like, when you don't go on recruiting trips, when you've punted all responsibility, and when you are basically now churning through kids and then throwing them under the bus, bro, you brought them in.
Right.
These were your hires. Like firing Sean Lewis midstream last year was asinine.
Because your son was losing games. It's like, or maybe you shouldn't just anoint your son the quarterback and actually go out and recruit a real quarterback.
Well, Shedur's good.
He's good, but Shedeur walked on water, according to Deion.
That's the problem. Right there. You're responsible for 85 scholarship athletes. And it is tricky to have your own kid play for you. Generally, the coach is harder on his own son than the other players.
Right.
This is a different thing.
Right.
Yeah, I have no problem with your hate being directed that way. I'm very disappointed because I want the Deion thing to work because it is different and I like different. I am growing a level of
disdain.
Yeah. Because I think...
Come on over, Mike.
No, I think it's laughable how he's approaching it. And I don't mind if it's not cocky if you back it up. But when you go 4-8 and you churned assistants and you churned players, now you're slandering guys who are like, man, the guy never tried to get to know me. And you're like, I don't even know who the hell you are. Like, dude, you're not on the playing field.
Right.
You're supposed to be an adult father figure to these players.
Right there. You were supposed to be the adult. You're supposed to pull your son around and say, hey, everybody is watching you. You want to go to the NFL next year? Stop doing dumb things because this will come back and you're going to have to explain all this action. No, you know what? How about a double down and we'll tag team and go after this guy in social media?
248-539-9797. All right, football is over. Rico's hatred never ending. Mix and match any two items starting at $6.99. The mixing and matching, it is endless possibilities with Hungry Howie's. And whether it's the breads, the flatbreads, the salads, you name it. Mix and match, dinner on the table in 20 minutes. So get to the mixing and matching, $6.99 each. Again, the possibilities are endless. Don't settle for less than the best. 8 different flavored crusts to choose from. It's Hungry Howie's. Order off that mix and match menu today. All right, David, few ticket texts. You know, it's funny, Rico just told me something during the break, and it's kind of like exactly what we're talking about. I mean, we sit here right now. Michigan State had a player leave the team, kid named Ethan Boyd. And I'm not trying to be rude, but like, Ethan Boyd's not good. And also, there was a lot of talk about whether he was going to continue to play football from everything I've heard. Like, there was a legitimate thought about walking away from the game. He just committed to go to Colorado. You know what's going to happen to him out there?
Colorado sees that he's 6'7", 320 pounds, and they're like, yeah, we got something. It's like, okay.
You can't play for Michigan State. You sure as hell can't play for Colorado.
But they're looking at somebody who's going to protect his son.
Okay, good luck. Enjoy that. Signed Spencer Brown. All right, David, ticket text, please.
Donovan Overrated Edwards is my athlete that I can't stand. He's done nothing but acts like he's already Barry Sanders. Mine is Grayson Allen for Duke. I just hated everything about him. Matt in Dearborn. 1,000% agree with you, Rico. I am tired of the Sanders clan as a whole. Harbaugh is my Shador. Low character people don't deserve success. Another one says Caleb Williams is my Shador Sanders. He thinks he's already the best quarterback in the division and didn't work out a bit during the combine.
I'm going to tell you, there's something about that kid that really bugs me. And I don't know if it was when he was putting whatever opponent they were playing on his nails. The way he is, he's got a weird personality to me. I'm David, I'm in line with it a little bit. Because I also, like, when you looked at how it went down last year, I didn't feel like there was leadership there. I just, something happens, I think, when you hand an 18-year-old kid $10 million. Tell them they're the greatest forever. I can't even blame the kid for not being grounded. But if he goes to Chicago with that attitude and is anything other than a meteoric star, that town will eat him alive. There's something with Caleb. It's just, I have a hard time. Is that the face of my franchise? And he's got a weird personality. He's very strange. Very strange. I can't figure it out. I can't. And again, I think he picked up a ton of bad habits at USC. Part of it is the offensive line forced him into bad habits. But I've never been sold on Caleb being the Messiah. I mean, I hope he's good because Lord knows that'll create Monday Night Football, Lions-Bears for a year to come. I'm in. But I'm not as sold on him as other people. I don't hate him, but something bugs me with him.
Mm-hmm. Here's a name I didn't think I would hear for this, but somebody texted in, Chris Greer. I hate him. The Dolphins should fire him out of a cannon.
Is that Paul Serra?
I think it is.
Did Paul Serra send that in?
I think it is.
Come on, Paul. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing?
I'm great. I just wanted to, I love the topic because I've been thinking about Caleb Williams a lot. You just kind of touched on it. His attitude, his body language, they started losing and all of a sudden, he just wasn't playing anymore. I do not like him. I hope he completely fails. It makes me so happy that the Bears have all these weapons so that when he fails, he has no excuses. He's just not a leader. And I don't know what it is about this new quarterback era where they're becoming these wide receivers where they think they need all this attention and all this money. And they just, I just have no respect for the guy. He's not a leader. Growing up in the age of Tom Brady, he is not even close to being that type of quarterback.
No, and look, Brian, he's a Bear now. So you have every right to hate his guts. Like it's a match made in heaven for you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's
all I got.
Brian, appreciate it. The Caleb one makes sense.
Well, I've said it for long. I don't think that he's like, oh, you got to take him number one. I was like, I don't think so. I think Chicago made a mistake.
By the end of this, there were people who agreed with you. There were some people saying they had Jaden Daniels higher on the board, or certain teams had Jaden higher on the board. I can't laugh at you.
Jaden Daniels, or I would have just kept your previous quarterback and just taken that pick, flipped it into more picks, and really went out and got weapons for him.
Anthony, 97.1. What's up, Anth?
Hey, how y'all doing today? What up, though? First off, I want to say Mike Valente, my fiance from New York, Bay Shore. New York pizza is godlike. And I have two players. One One, I don't really hate because only reason I don't like him because he beat me and Rico's favorite team twice in the Super Bowl. That's Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
But the other one is Shedeur Sanders. I'm gonna be all the way real with you. David and Rico, I was rooting for him for the culture, but he got to a point where he's not really defendable. You know what I mean? I think we should take that same type of energy and put it behind Swan Moore. Hell, I was even rooting for your coach that got caught in the hotel playing with his little joystick. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
But I want to say I'm going out to San Francisco for the Lions games and this year. And, I couldn't go out to no bars for the first half for the NFC Championship game. Y'all have a good day.
Anthony, appreciate you. And if you had playing with the joystick on your bingo board, you're a winner. Nope. All right. I'm sure Stu's going to be thrilled with this segue, but let me tell you about Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors and homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can move that much product. It's all in stock all the time. Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it. You buy it, you get it. Industry low pricing. If you need them to introduce you to a Trex certified pro, they got you covered as well. Stop by Northville Lumber today or simply call. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, little football today. Oh, Kenny is swinging the bulbous head his way. Good for you. We got a little Kenny Cott football today. Let's do it.
So the Illinois governor's office met with the Bears and called their stadium proposal, quote, a non-starter. We say it all this time, Chicago and cities alike, Chicago have bigger problems to deal with than funding a stadium, correct?
Yes, and for me, I really hope we're seeing a change. I hope we're all, and myself included, we just get to a point, no city should ever approve another owner's plan. I mean, the state of the economy, the state of where most of these big cities are at, they're all turning into hellholes. Same thing's happening in Cleveland, Kenny.
Yeah.
The Haslams are trying to build a bubble dome. We're going to do a dome stadium. One problem, nobody wants it. Kenny, it's asinine. To ask the taxpayers, the state of Illinois is broke. The city of Chicago's in disrepair. $2.3 billion. Take your team to the moon.
Right. You're a billionaire. Use your money. Fund the stadium. This was NIL before NIL. If you really love the team, you'll come out and we're going to pass the hat around and you guys go ahead and throw some money in there so we can keep this team here because you really love your team, right? Nah, we really don't. Not anymore. You can go someplace else.
No, I'm pretty sure the average person likes bread in the refrigerator. I'm not handing $2.3 billion to any of these idiots.
So the 2024 schedule has rumors of what's expected. Jacksonville expected back-to-back games in London for the second straight season. Why is it always Jacksonville?
Because
Shad Khan's business interests.
Yeah, I think he wants to move the team there, and he's trying to show that it's economically viable.
Well, that used to be the thing. Then he got this ridiculous stadium thing being built in Florida. Have you seen this?
No.
Wait till you see what Jacksonville's building. Okay. It used to be the rumor that if Shad didn't get the stadium, he would have tried to take it over the ocean. But they're still going to go over there twice.
Which I would be so angry because it tells me you don't have fans because you're losing 2 home games. Imagine Lions fans if you only had 6 or 7 games here at Ford Field because you're going overseas twice to play a game in front of nobody or NFL plants as you see people out there in Chris Spielman jerseys.
So mark this down as one of the more confusing headlines I saw today. Jaylen Warren, Steelers special teams coach, has discussed the possibility of Justin Fields returning kicks. What?
Oh, dear. You know what? Go right over to there. Let's go to Art Rooney.
I think this is a guy trying to get attention. He was on a podcast, Jaylen Warren was, and I think he's just trying to get eyes and ears to the podcast because in no way should Justin Fields return kicks, punts, anything. He should be the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Can I ask a question? Because you've been slower to this than me. I gave up the ship. How many people have to tell you this guy absolutely sucks before you start to listen?
Justin Fields?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we thought of him. The league is telling you he stinks.
I'm not believing that until I see it in Pittsburgh.
David, okay. I'm with you because I don't think the Bears set him up to succeed. And what could happen, very similar to what you see in this city, maybe if Pittsburgh embraces him, he could have a Jared Goff type of comeback where all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe he doesn't stink. Maybe he just needed a shot and some actual players around him with an offensive line. Wow. Okay, so the Jaguars are building SoFi Southeast is what they're doing.
Correct.
Okay.
So Tyler Boyd last week met with the Chargers. This week we'll meet with the Titans. Where do you guys see him landing? Where's the best fit?
I don't care. Canada. Right. He looks done to me. No, I just, Kenny, Tyler Boyd had his moment in the sun where he was a pretty good functional receiver. But the last couple of years with the Bengals, I mean, that's as choice as it gets with T. Higgins over here and with Jamar Chase over here, and he just vanished. He just might be done.
I guess I need to know, how much money does he want, and does he want to be a number 1 or number 2 receiver? Because I don't think he embraced the fact that he is a number 3 guy. If he embraces the number 3 receiver, I think a lot of teams will say, sure, we'll bring you on. You could be that guy when everybody else is covered. You're the safety valve.
I guess that means the better question would be, could there be a resurgence for him should he accept that role?
Not really. I mean, it's one of those, you're the third receiver. So you're the guy that's like, oh, you're the forgotten about guy. Like, oh, yeah, I forgot this guy. It's like, Reynolds for the Lions last year. He wasn't the main target, but he made a lot of big catches.
Dolphins owner Stephen Ross turned down $10 billion offer for the team. Fair to say they're not being sold.
Yeah, well, I heard this headline the other day. Who made the offer is as important as what the offer is. This thing gets very, very catty. It gets very political. The right people have to offer you the money, too. Here's the other thing. Stephen Ross is one of the wealthier owners with a net worth of, I believe, $11 billion already. Money's not the issue. Stephen Ross was busy developing Hudson Yards in New York. But, Kenny, it's who as much as how. And here's the other thing. I always wonder when these offers hit the media, how real are they? Remember when A-Rod was supposed to buy the Timberwolves? My financing is a Jenga tower. So I would need to see more. But if you're Stephen Ross, if you sell it and you're 1 million years old already, are you just out? He is South Florida. He owns it all. So, if he sells, what's he going to do? Go play bocce? There's really no point to it, to me.
Xavier Worthy gets a Chiefs tattoo after being the 2024 first-round pick for them.
Not advisable.
I was going to say, does this feel like getting your girlfriend's tattooed name on your body and then you haven't even played? He hasn't even played a game for them yet.
It's not advisable.
Equivalent. Yeah,
Here's what he should do. Skip the tattoo. Let's work on a protein shake. You weigh 165 pounds, and you're about to be an NFL wide receiver. I could not believe what he weighed in at. He is going to need to put on 25 pounds of muscle.
He's probably saying it worked for Devontae Smith. It can work for me.
Bro, go see Dr. Feelgood and get with it. He will not survive like that.
But the tattoo, horrible idea. Hopefully there's enough space on his arm for the other teams. And I guess that's what you have to now do is just put all the teams you played for on your arm or hope that you're going to be a Chief for life. But no, I never.
Or hope that he's not a bust. I mean, could you imagine? The worst memories, everybody boos you, everybody turns on you, and you have it tattooed on your arm. Okay, cool.
You know what? He's a professional athlete. Just because you can run a fast 40 doesn't make you a smart man.
It's true. Can I air a grievance that I feel like is aired every offseason in the NFL?
Sure.
Dallas. They just can't seem to stay out of the I'm in ESPN. I'm in Bleacher Report. Pro Football Talk. I'm seeing Zeke Elliott has a new number. What does Dak think of Zeke? Can they make it over the hump this year? Can we stop with this? Are they just on the carousel of mediocrity constantly?
Kenny, they're the Lakers. They're the Yankees. This is when you're dealing in national media in 2024 and you're dealing, it's all on algorithm. What's going to get the biggest social engagement? What article gets clicked on? It's a business model. But make no mistake, Kenny, they're going to keep talking Dallas because they are America's team. We can all hate it. They get more eyeballs. You love to hate them, and people hate to love them. That's how it is.
I think the bigger thing is if you're Trey Lance, what does that tell you? Somebody tapping you, hey, Zeke's going to take your number. But I was here first. Doesn't matter. Give your number to Zeke. We'll find one for you.
So let's end it on, I found on Action Network released a way too soon most bet overs for season totals and most bet unders for season totals in the NFL. There's two each. Let me know if you buy or sell. Over 8.5 for the Steelers and 9.5 for the Jets. Those are the two most bet overs.
I'm actually leaning over on Jets because I don't believe in the Bills at all. The Steelers, I got to see a functioning quarterback before I go that route. Oh, David, you would say over if it was 11.
Again. Over 8.5 Steelers, 9.5 Jets.
I would probably go over for the Steelers because they just find ways to win every year. Even when you think they're out of it, even when you think they can't get it done, they do.
And
by the way, Trey Lance, not Trey Young, Trey Lance.
Yeah, the most bet unders are the Commanders, 6.5, and under 10.5 for the Cowboys.
Oh, my God. Stephen Ross is 83? Jesus.
The Cowboys, well, let me see. They won a division
Sorry,
last
I was
year,
just revisiting.
Right. Oh, you can catch up.
I was trying to make sure I didn't need to correct myself on his net worth. I was actually very close.
Probably the Commanders.
Commanders under 6.5, Mike?
Yeah.
And Cowboys 10.5. Most
under there. Under.
Yep.
I'm going to go over for Washington.
Think so?
They have pieces. And I actually think with a defensive head coach and a good defensive line, the Giants are
Barely
horrible.
over or like Texans
Barely.
over?
No, barely. Okay. The Giants are ass. The Cowboys are ass. I'll go over there.
And no one ever wins your division 2 years in a row.
Lord knows we don't.
And that is in football today.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. A court has barred former Michigan State coach Mel Tucker from, quote, dissipation of marital assets after his wife, Jo Ellen, alleges he withdrew more than $1 million from their joint funds and his retirement accounts just before she filed for divorce. Tucker does have legal fees, of course, from his firing from MSU and the lawsuit against him from Brenda Tracy, whom he allegedly sexually harassed. Tucker and his representation had insinuated they would sue Michigan State for wrongful termination, seeking to recoup the $79 million left on his contract when he was fired. No such legal action has been taken, at least as of yet. Off day for the Tigers, who open up a 3-game set in the Bronx tomorrow night. And 2 teams with a chance to advance in the NBA playoffs tonight. The Pacers hosting the Bucks, leading 3-2. And the Knicks are in Philly, also with a 3-2 series lead. Get this. The owners of the Sixers have purchased over 2,000 tickets to tonight's game, trying to keep New York fans from taking over Wells Fargo Center like they did in Game 2, which the Knicks won, prompting this from Joel Embiid. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, before we get to that, I have to do something. This is a very special moment for me. And Rico, you can partake too.
Do I need the bullhorn?
Nope. You know what? How do you use the damn thing? I'd like to make an announcement for David.
You know what? Hold on. I'll go grab it.
Okay, David, Ticket Tech. Hold on. It's going to be great. You go, you get that stupid thing. Because I think that thing becomes fun when I get to do it to other people versus, hey, Rico yelling at me. David, Ticket Text first, and then we have a very big show announcement. We will get to Sports by the Numbers in a few moments. What do you have on the Ticket Text?
Talking about Justin Fields, somebody says Justin Fields is a potential Hall of Famer. I'm glad he's not on Chicago's roster anymore.
Okay, all I was saying is how many teams had the opportunity to get him for nothing and chose not to? At a certain point, the league is telling you something. And no matter what I used to think of him, my opinion does not hold any merit when how many teams you just talk right into it, huh? Hey, David, do you know what we don't do?
We don't pay running backs.
Say it again.
We don't pay running backs.
One more time in my good ear.
We don't pay running backs.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have declined Najee Harris's 5th-year option.
Decline the 4th-year option. He sucks.
Whatever. It's why you don't take backs in the first round, and I hope Lion fans are ready for when we don't pay Jahmyr Gibbs.
Man, you trying to start a fight.
I'm not starting any fight. We don't pay running backs.
The next Barry Sanders.
We don't pay running backs.
Get everything you can out of him now.
That's right.
You pay Barry.
Over the next 4 years, I want 1,200 touches for Jahmyr Gibbs, and then we launch him to the sun. We do not pay running backs. And the fact that David's team has just decided to not pay a running back. The 5th-year option was a whopping 6'5"?
Something like that,
I thought it was 6.8.
So David Montgomery money. And they went, nope. Nope, not even doing it. They invested in their offensive line. Not doing it. All right, give me the Ticket Text.
I think that is the funny part of that. He now has a line.
Right, but it's fun for me. That's all.
Someone says, is there anybody outside of Caleb Williams that has more punchable face than Shedeur Sanders?
Yes, Nick Mullins. Nick Mullins looks like he's wearing a helmet that's 2 sizes too small. And it's like he sucked on a lemon. Nick Mullins, very punchable face. Very.
Travis Kelce has rubbed me the wrong way.
Yes.
Since the whole Taylor Swift thing, I'm glad Laporta is almost at his level. I'm tired of seeing Travis.
Oh,
He really just jumped off the deep end.
Who? Kelce?
Yeah, it was like as soon as Gronk left, he was like, I'll be the new Gronk.
Yeah, because it's all a sales pitch. I mean, basically, if you play a character and you act like a big, dumb white guy, you can get all these sponsorships, apparently. That's what Gronk did. That's not how Gronk is in real life. But he plays a big dummy. Be a big, dumb frat guy. There's the playbook. And that's pre-Taylor Swift. Well, once Kelsey started dating her, forget it. Then we had to ratchet it up. No, I can't. The Kelsey thing, you can. Kelsey and Gronk are the same to me. I don't have any patience for either. The idea that Gronk is on Fox and he can't speak in complete sentences is amazing to me.
Yeah,
it's like Gronk is up there and he's doing whippets. It's unbelievable to me.
Shows you that football's undefeated because you're going to watch it regardless.
No, I don't. You can't. Don't put that evil on me. I do not watch pregames. Do not put that on me. You think I'm sitting there to hear what drunk Terry Bradshaw has to say? Or Strahan, Good Morning America? Or Jimmy Johnson, whose brain is rotted out by hairspray? I don't watch any of this. What's the matter with you? You watch that?
No, I thought I was the only one that didn't watch it.
Hey, look, Gronk's juggling again. Click. 1 o'clock. You know when I turn it on? When the Red Zone countdown clock starts. Because it's NFL Films music. And I could just sit there in peace and wait.
Yeah, well, normally I'm doing the Lions pregame show, so I don't get to watch any of that.
No, you have a captive audience of all of Metro Detroit hanging on your every word.
Or cookies.
Oh, to hell with him. Body bag him. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Deion's arrogance was acceptable to me, although annoying, because he was able to back it up. His obnoxious kid, however, has arrogance of Deion with the production of Noah Kim. Don't need him anymore.
No, look. Shedur's numbers were good, but let's be very clear about something.
They were fake numbers, though.
There it is. When you are down by 50 and other teams are basically lining up in prevent, after that, Matt, now, I know they won a few games early. All right, Colorado State totally blew that one. They played a horrific Nebraska team where
TCU. Well, TCU was just in the Final Four, and everybody left.
They were on their 90th quarterback. The point is they went 4-8. Now, Texas and OU are out. They're not in the conference anymore. But, I mean, are they really going to go 8-4? Are they going to flip the script?
Now, according to Vegas, I think their over-under is 4.5.
All right, so does Deion go full heel turn if he doesn't make a bowl? Mm-hmm. Do you think everyone turns on Deion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. I think
it's going to be weird for Gus and Joel, considering they told me he was football Jesus.
Well, they got it right in Ann Arbor, so that's all they'll say. That's your receipt there, Mr. Funny Man.
Funny Man.
I would say
Funny Man.
Yeah, if it does not work out, yeah, they're going to be basically. I think their athletic director is going to be the same way MSU was with Tucker, trying to find the slightest little thing to get out of this contract. And let Deion say something on social media. After you do that again, they're going to say, you know what? You breached the contract right there. Morality clause, you're gone.
Oh, my God.
I don't think they're going to turn on him, though.
I can't.
David, when you're losing and alums start turning on you and you still have to pay that person, that's where.
But here's the problem.
Burn your phone.
But you talk about the payment stuff. When they hired him, they had to find the money to then pay him.
Right.
So where's the money going to come from to then buy him out?
No, that's why I'm saying. Kind of like MSU. You wait for him to do something stupid so you can nullify the contract and be like, it's your own fault. We would have paid you, but you did that. You went on social media on that rant that night. That's all on you.
King James has always been the bane of my existence. Now we have Prince James to look forward to. Beef Stew punched the wrong guy. Adam in a truck.
Oh, no. I'm not going to transfer a dislike for LeBron for his kid. His kid hasn't done anything yet.
More successful career, Shedeur or Bronny?
Shedeur. I don't think Bronny can play. Shedeur needs some help, and he's got some ability, Rico. I mean, I think he had 27 touchdowns, 5 picks, albeit fake numbers. Dude, Bronny averaged 4 points a game, all right? Like, you're not going to win this argument. Like, do you want to do a PTI-style brawl and you put the sunglasses on and we go back and forth? Bronny averaged 4 points a game. That's Matty Sissoko level. One dude threw for 3,300 yards in 2017.
I mean, he's only in his first year, so.
Do me a kindness. Come on.
People can improve from year 1 to year 2.
Okay, David, take it away. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be Kornheiser. We're not doing this.
Oh, my Lord. This name, actually, I think Kenny hates this person. They say Brad Marchand.
Everyone hates him unless he's on your team.
Yes. Well, he's rooting for the Leafs because of Brad Marchand. Now, that's tough. Can't root for the Leafs.
Kenny, is there any circumstance you'd root for the Leafs?
This one. I'm currently rooting for the Leafs.
You really?
I hate Marchand that much, yes.
Really?
He's the least likable hockey player in my adult lifetime.
He becomes a Red Wing.
Love him. Best. One of my. I might buy a jersey. But
he's
as a
not
Bruin,
on your team.
So he becomes Chelios.
Bro, he was licking guys. Licking guys.
Wait, what?
Yes. During the game. I'm not. Look, Google it. Go on YouTube.
Do not Google that in a work environment.
The effort, I would still be fighting.
I know.
I'd have been kicked out the league.
And you wonder why I say he's the least likable player. That's why.
I literally would have broke a stick off in here.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we all good? I think that's right where we should end this segment. We have a sports by the numbers to get to. What?
Nothing.
What?
No, that to me is the ultimate disrespect.
Yeah. He's a different bird. Let's go to sports by the numbers next. 97.1.
You heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Why? Because Specs has classes that start year-round. You do not have to wait until the fall. So if you're interested and you want to get into radio, TV, you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal, and they can help you as soon as you go onto that website and get curious and go to ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. Taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You will be taught by instructors who work in the business. What does that mean? We're not going to waste your time. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today. Hello, I'm Michael Valenti.
Sorry, I was mid-conversation with Rico, and David just absolutely screwed me over there. So listen, America's favorite place to watch football, it's Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino. All the games, best viewing experience. And yes, it goes straight through 365. You watch the NBA Finals out there, poolside, 6 of them, 3 different levels. Massive screen, huge outdoor sports book. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right. Sports by the numbers returns. Let's get into it. Let's see what this week is. David, I pray you have vetted the work. Because Roberto's last couple of the number 3. And you're like, what? Let's go. Yes! Let's do it. This is so bad, it's good. Let's go.
So here's what I have for you. I have numbers here based on the Kentucky Derby. We're going to have fun here, but I have 3 categories.
Okay.
So you have to choose a category that you want to guess from. We have race as a category.
Wait, excuse me?
Race. Not that race, the actual race. Food and drink. And other.
Oh, that narrows it down. So we're all playing, right?
Oh, everyone's playing.
Okay,
yes.
good. All right. So how about this? Why don't we start age before beauty? Rico Beard, pick the category, please.
David, I would like to go race.
Potent potables.
Let's go race. I love that. I'm going to go with the number 5 million.
5 million is... Would that be the prize for the winning? It seems low to be the prize for the winning horse.
That also seems low to be like the cost of a horse, right? I have no perspective on this, by the way.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay. Mike?
No. I like seeing you guys struggle. This is outstanding.
5 million. Great. Oh, well, no. I was about to say the amount of bets, but it seems like that would be more than that.
How about the entry fee? $5 million.
No to all of that. No to all of that.
I'll give you a hint. You're close, Rico.
Yeah.
On your first guess.
Yeah.
Oh, the purse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To
You're
the winner?
close.
Yeah, it's Derby 150, juiced purse. They just spent $200 million on a renovated paddock area. Is 5 the actual number this year?
That is not the actual number for the winner. That is the total number that 1 through 5 will get. So the winner will get 3.1 million, then 1 million.
Right.
For second, 500,000 for third, 250 for fourth,
So
150 for
Okay,
fifth.
that just
the
seems
winner
really low.
No. I know it does because the economics of horse racing are backwards. But the winner gets 60% of the list purse. The list purse is 5 million. Winner gets 60%, 3.1. Then it's 20%, 10%, 5%. Thanks for coming. Everybody else gets a commemorative hat.
Big knives.
You're right. And third prize, you're fired.
So that has increased from 2019 to just last year. The winner or the purse in total was just $3 million.
Right. And again, David, they've bumped up the Belmont Stakes this year. They just added another $500,000. Don't worry, they're passing the savings on to the fans. As the pricing for Derby 150 is nearly quadruple what it was 10 years ago. This music is horrendous, by the way. This sounds like a rom-com.
I love the music. Choose a category, Kenny.
We know Key ain't picking race.
I'm going to go with other.
All right, go ahead. David, we're in the other category.
I'm going to go with 170,500.
I'll venture a guess, and then I'll be wrong. Is that the record attendance? Is that what the new Churchill Downs can hold?
Yeah, I'll give that to you. That was the 2015 Derby largest crowd ever.
Who won that one? I was there.
I'll give you there. Give you that.
Are you there? Who won that one?
15 was Pharaoh, right?
I believe so.
Yes. Poor Dortmund. Never stood a chance. Keep it going.
Choose another category, Mike.
No. Kenny, please. I slandered you there. Pick another category.
Food and drink, because I'm definitely not picking race, according to my friends on the other side of the glass.
I didn't say it. Kenny, I believe in a day that one day you and I can hold hands and sing in the old spiritual.
Come on. All right, food and drink.
Food and drink. I'm going to go
with
20,000 pounds.
20,000 pounds.
Chicken wings. Do you eat chicken wings there?
No.
Or is that too
Yeah, what do you
food?
eat there? What's the traditional cuisine?
You do realize that about 125,000 of the people there are just there having fun. It's only about 50,000 people in the bougie category.
No, but I'm saying, but even though it's still a bougie event.
Right, except Kenny would be in a mud pit in the infield rolling around. Like, there's plenty of people who would kill for, I don't know, a hot dog.
Wait, you can get in the infield?
Yes.
Like NASCAR?
Yes.
Wow.
All right.
You just taught me something.
I tried.
I just figured, no, everybody dresses up. So I'm like, you probably don't want to eat wings if you're all
I
in
thought
your
so,
Sunday
too.
best.
I was with you.
Plenty of people are dressed like Kenny. They're in the infield. It's not mint. You can't have 20,000 pounds of mint. They don't even sell that many juleps.
What was your guess, Rico?
Chicken wings. Chicken tenders.
I'll give you that because it's 20,000 pounds of chicken this year. So that in any form, they'll use 20,000 pounds of chicken.
The yard bird. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Because I said that, but then I'm thinking, because I've seen photos of you and other people, and
sure,
and it's
there
like
are certain parts of the track you have to dress up.
Right,
you don't get a
it's
choice.
like, you know what? Chicken's not a food like that.
Hold on.
That's
Time
like
out.
the watercress sandwiches.
Time out. What happened back there that sent Kenny out of his chair?
I have no idea. I was looking at my next number.
We can't share? Good. Probably
All right.
best that way. Let's go to, since Kenny is not well-rounded enough, let's go to race. I care about everybody.
I'm going to go with the number 0.
Number of gray horses that's won the Derby.
Now, hold on. You want a 0 stat that does exist? The number of horses that have won from the 17 post, where fierceness resides.
You got it, Mike. That is the number.
Yeah, I was going to go Japanese horses.
Now, that would also be true. Okay. But here's why that doesn't really matter. Because it's largely circumstantial. Because what is the quality of the horses that have lined up in the 17 post? And plus, fierceness is totally different. But yeah, it's just that is a stat, and so is yours. Yeah.
I'm going to be quite honest.
It's like the 512. Like, that's the one you just don't.
I'm going to be honest. That's why I didn't go fierceness in the draft, but it screwed me because he's 16 now because of the scratch.
And he could end up 15 because I do think Dornock will scratch.
So now this is random, right? The Derby.
No, they do a lottery style draw.
Okay.
They pull.
That's what I'm saying. It's random. Like how we. Okay.
No, they put him in like a leather bound. What was that game you used to play? Was it Uno?
Boggle.
Whatever it was, it's in like a cup, and they shake all the dice out, and they're like
Boggle. Yeah, that is Boggle.
Number 13.
So it's like the NBA draft lottery.
Yeah. Then they have Miss
Ernst
Kentucky
Young.
go put the damn thing up on the board, and that's how they do the draw.
Is it a show?
Yes.
How come we never watched this show?
Because you don't pay attention. It was on Saturday night. Well, you're doing other things.
I feel like we missed out.
Carry on.
Rico, choose a category, please.
Other.
Okay.
405 million.
405 million. Kenny?
Television viewers? Is that too low or too high for that? Again, no perspective.
405 million is a lot of television
That's
viewers.
more than we have in the United States of America, I'm pretty sure.
It's an international sport, okay? There's horses from Japan in this thing.
Why did he sound like a redneck? Man, they got them there horses from Japan.
You're always trying to turn me into a redneck.
Because you do it to yourself.
I'm from right here.
Man, that Jeff Gordon's the best.
You could ask Roberto if you need interpreters for the Japanese horses.
Oh, boy. All right. Would 405 million be what's bet on the Kentucky Derby?
That sounds more like it.
That would be a no.
Okay.
405 million.
Do we have a hint?
Think Louisville.
Okay, I'm thinking about it. 405 million.
the amount of people who've ever gone to the Derby?
No.
405 million would be the economic impact. According to the Louisville Tourism Group, 550,000 people are expected to attend Derby Week.
Oh, yeah. And they'll bleed every one of them dry. Let's go to the next one.
I'll end on this next one.
Race? That's your favorite.
I'm going to go food and drink.
Okay.
And we're going to go $4 million.
$4 million food and drink, Rico. $4 million. Derby 150. Food and drink. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if juleps are $25 a piece now.
I was about to say the amount of mint juleps bought.
No. Honestly, they don't sell that many of them. They're about yay big.
Oh, beer?
And I was going to say alcohol sale in general.
Problem is, I mean, look, Christ, 7-8 years ago, it was $15 for a Miller Lite and $14 for a julep. I mean, what is that now?
That's a goddamn ripoff right there.
I could bring some White Lightning up in here. We'll be all right.
This ain't BYOB.
My name's Gator McCluskey.
So I'll just give you everything that you mentioned. $4 million will be spent on mint juleps and Oaks Lilies this weekend. Then you have 15,000 gallons of bourbon that will be used. 425,000 cans of beer will be sold at the Downs, and only just 150,000 bottles of water.
You want a couple?
Do people actually get like tore down drunk at the Derby?
Yes.
Okay.
It turns
I just figured this was like a high society thing.
No, dude, no. The answer is no. Now, if you're sitting with Aaron Rodgers, it is, because you're on Millionaires Row. It's a different experience. Walking out of the Kentucky Derby, it's an episode of The Walking Dead. You have people, clothes are torn, strewn about. They're broke. They're hammered. They're exhausted. They don't know where they're going. You have to walk by Louisville's football stadium to get an Uber. It's the saddest thing in the world. The euphoria is here. Cutscene. Why is this man not wearing a shirt? David, thank you. This was tremendous. Kenny, shame on you shying away from race.
Buy the numbers.
The Derby. Buy the numbers. All right, Derby 150. David just did the buy the numbers. FanDuel, the only sportsbook app where you're going to be able to bet it. All customers get a no-sweat Derby bet up to $20. You'll get up to $20 back if your horse doesn't win. The way to play it is simple. You could easily play fierceness. I just don't think you're going to get better than 6-5 or 7-5. Take a shot on a long shot. You get the refund if it doesn't hit, and you get your money back. Just download the app, FanDuel.com/ticket. Score your no-sweat Derby bet up to $20 for the Kentucky Derby this Saturday. And no matter what you bet, it'll be cheaper than attending, because Lord knows they have lost cabin pressure. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Verified. FanDuel Racing account required. Refund issued. Now withdrawable sportsbook bonus that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, David, couple of ticket texts, and then Kenny has something. And I know at a certain point later this summer, it'll be a bigger topic. But look at the big brain on this guy. Could Kenny's idea accelerate the Iser plan? I'll give him a moment here momentarily. David, ticket text first. What do you got?
The Derby infield is a NASCAR infield. Roberto would be in heaven. Scott in A2.
It's chaos. But see, the Preakness infield is really where Roberto belongs. That's where they used to do the running of the porta potties. That's a Kenny.
That's what we were asking about.
That's a Kenny event right there.
That is a Kenny event.
Basically on top of them, and you
just pull up Preakness running of porta potties YouTube. Just go to it and tell me if you don't see Kenny running across those. That's absolutely Kenny was put on this earth to do that.
Getting hit in the face with a beer can, just flying at your head.
I didn't tell you it's the safest life decision. I just somehow in my mind it just works that way.
Someone is asking you, Mike. They said, I've read that the prices have gone up this year to attend the Derby. Why?
Okay. Hold on, time out.
He's looking at
it.
Or
are you watching Kenny's lineage run the porta potties?
Enough. That's enough of this, okay?
He's looking at it.
How's that not Kenny in a Macho Man t-shirt?
I'm thinking Kenny maybe about 7 beers in.
Oh, no.
I can do this.
You guys don't know what you're doing.
I'm going to run across these porta potties.
I got the strategy.
100%.
This will work.
All right. Here's what I want to answer the ticket texter, David. And it goes to yesterday's topic when I was talking about greedflation and how the sports world has lost its mind. And I don't know the people doing it. All right. Like, I love horse racing. I've been to 4 Kentucky Derbies. I've been very lucky in my life. But I cannot justify where they are positioning the event now. Because when you look at what it costs, now forget about, well, you don't have to sit X, Y, and Z. If you're going, you got to have 6 people. Because that's how the seating is generally sold for boxes or for places that are undercover. Because if it rains, I hope the money you saved was worth it. You're soaked, miserable, and probably have pneumonia. So, David, they are what I paid back in 17. I mean, they are 4X. We've lost. It's like Vegas in this manner. Like listeners out there know. Flights to Vegas, they used to give them away.
Yeah.
Rooms in Vegas, they would give them away. Now, a flight out of Metro to Vegas is no less than $700 or $800. And then you factor in rooms that used to be, you could stay at some of the nicest places in Las Vegas and it'd be $130, $120. Now, $350, $400, $500. It's just greed. So here's what happened. The Kentucky Churchill Downs spent about $200 million to renovate the paddock area and build some new seating, and it's beautiful. But they're just passing that savings on to you. I mean, the same, like if you had let's say you wanted a box near the finish line, undercover. Just a box. Now, a box, Rico, is a wrought iron pen with 6 folding chairs. Let's not get it twisted.
So it's not like...
No, Kenny ain't showing up in a tuxedo with strolling hors d'oeuvres. So get all of that out of your mind.
It's not like a suite at a stadium or something
No,
like that.
Those are unapproachable. You don't even... Man, there ain't even a price. It's like going to Augusta to golf. There's no price. You're invited. My point is, that box, God, near the finish line undercover, call it, you get tickets to Oaks Day and Derby Day, it'd be $5,000 split amongst 6 people. This event, $25,000. You can't justify it. I mean, it's Looney Tunes. But you're seeing it with sports. I mean,
so do you get any extra perks this year because you paid this amount of money?
Perks? No, you walk in and they open up your veins and bleed you dry.
No swag bag or something like that?
Swag bag? They don't give you a barf bag. No.
I'm just saying, with that amount of money, I thought maybe being it's $150, we're going to give you this.
Nothing. You are paying for the right to likely go lose money. It's an unjustifiable event. I'll give you the same thing. Belmont Stakes. And guys, I don't care if you hate horse racing. It's okay. I'm not trying to sell you this pen. I'm talking greed. That the greed has even reached a dying sport like horse racing. That the things that football's doing to you, baseball, basketball, whatever event it is, look at what it costs to go to an F1 race. Oh, my God.
So I guess the question is it just for race 150? Or next year, will the price stay the same, or is it going to come crashing back down to reality?
I can't explain who's doing it. Because like the Belmont
Super Bowl
Stakes,
tickets will never go back down.
I'll give you an example. So the Belmont Stakes was always a super approachable event because Belmont was mammoth. A mammoth grandstand, and you could sit in the nicest room in Belmont. I mean, like, beautiful. And you'll be lined up next to guys who have horses in the race. Those tickets used to be $200 a piece, okay? Mm-hmm. And you got food included. Now, Saratoga's hosting the event the next 2 years because they're spending $500 million on Belmont. So what they're doing? Trying to get their money back. Now you can't even just buy a ticket to the Belmont Stakes. You got to buy Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I know a guy who lives locally in Saratoga, right? I'm not close friends with him, but I know him, and I know him when I see him at the track. Nice guy. He's got a table at Saratoga for the summer. 40 race days. It's a 6-top table. Nothing fancy. No dress code area. No air conditioning. A table. He pays about $5,000 for the season. Belmont Stakes Day, they wanted $5,500. One day. Sports has lost its mind.
See, that, like I said, my thing is I was just wondering, will the prices come back down? Is this year special, or is this the new norm where you better get used to it?
Here's my question. Do you see prices in the NFL coming down?
No.
You see prices in college football coming down?
No. But
the only comp I have for you is, quote, real sports. I don't know what's going on.
See, I thought maybe we can charge that because you wanted to be there for 150. But 151, we really don't care.
No, it's been escalating and out of control. And obviously COVID, that whole wackiness. I just feel like people are making up prices in sports. And until we as fans collectively just say, in the famous words of Winnebago Man, no more, prices are not going to come down. They're not. I mean, look at it. The Lions had one decent season. They win one playoff game. Hey, here's your ticket invoice and a price increase.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say, man. Look at the cost of an NBA game. Look at what it costs to go to a real NBA playoff game and tell me what family of four is going to go out and do that. Tell you what, you want to have some fun? Come see a Celtics game with me in Boston. Please.
I was about to say, you could probably $10 and you can go to the Little Caesars.
Okay. Great. You can see a solo show of Sheila E. and her drum.
Don't knock Sheila.
David, any other ticket text and we will move along. And again, I'm not selling you this pen. You can mock the sport, hate it. I'm giving you an example of the greed. And on the heels of yesterday, when you've got Comcast and a battle with Bally, it's just the fan gets screwed at every turn. And whatever's happening right now, I can't explain it. In no sport can I explain it.
I'll give you this one that's coming in from Mike in Berkeley. Said, went to the Preakness 10 years ago in the infield, $75, all you can drink. Don't even think about that anymore.
No. Those days are done. The Derby has been taken away from the fan. And I had no problem at the different times in my life, whether it was the first time you go, you always go to the infield because you're in your early 20s and you're like, what is this? Then you get to a point you want to do something a little more civilized. And even when it got to a point where you had to be cognizant of, look, I'm going to save some money up. We're going to do this. It's egregious, but we're doing it. It's gone so far past it that the discussion of affordability is not even on the table because it's unjustifiable. Whether you can afford it or not, it's an absurdity. You're paying to go and lose? You're paying to go to a place where I have to walk a mile and a half to get an Uber. Hey, right here.
You know what? I think I'd rather take Kenny to the Preakness. At least it'd be a great video.
Done.
Great story.
All right, sorry, but sports is greedy and I've had enough. All right, so the Michigan weather can really torture your roof. You better make sure your roof is sound. You don't want to find out the hard way. Call Victor's Home Solutions. Get on their schedule today. Their calendar fills up fast. Schedule that appointment before the rush and let them come out. Let them do the 21-point video inspection. It's Victor's Home Solutions. You're taking the guesswork out of choosing the right roofing contractor. More 5-star reviews than anyone. You'll find cheaper. You won't find better. And look, bottom line, they offer a free guarantee, a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Period. That's how confident they are. Call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or go to victors.com.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Pistons are reportedly interested in J.J. Redick for their new president of basketball ops role. NBA insider Mark Stein broke that news, referencing Pistons chairman Arn Tellem, who was Redick's agent during his playing days. The 39-year-old Duke alum has been an analyst for ESPN since retiring from the NBA in 2021. Redick reportedly interviewed for the Hornets head coaching job last month. He has no front office experience. No Tigers today as they travel to the Bronx, where they'll start a 3-game series tomorrow night. And we have updated poll positions and odds for Saturday's 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. Fierceness remains the favorite at 5-2 odds, now in the 16 position. Second best chance belongs to Sierra Leone in the second slot at 3-2. Chasing Freedom at 8-1 odds, he's in the 4 spot. Fierceness had been in the 17 position until a scratch moved him up. He'll still wear the number 17 cloth, and that could influence betting because no horse in the 17 slot has ever won the Derby. By the way, the most successful slot historically, number 5. 10 of 94 horses to start from that gate have won the Run for the Roses, including last year's winner, Mage. This year's horse in number 5 is the 30-1 long shot, Catalytic. The Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you. Beautiful day outside. We've covered a number of different things. And yes, we've screwed around a little bit with the Derby this weekend. Just have some fun. I want to bring this up. I'll stay away from the J.J. Redick thing until later in the hour. And it's nothing to do. I'm not mad at J.J. Redick. You can interview for whatever job you want. The idea that the Pistons, another Arn Tellem former client. I mean, you got to be kidding me. We'll get to it later.
Sometimes things are just on brand.
I'd like to bring Kenny Cott to the main stage. This may be a terrible idea, but Kenny has sworn to me, Michael, I have the solution to not only get the Iser plan on track, but to supercharge it. Kenny thinks that Iserman's running on that 87 and he wants to go 93 octane. I go, all right, Kenny, fine. I'll give you the audience. Let's hear what Kenny has to say. And what I'm going to need from the Hockey Elite is the following. I need you to render a judgment here because I'm probably going to agree with whatever Kenny says because I'm so bored of not making the playoffs that I'll just go with it. But Kenny, sell me this pen.
So we've talked about this when we talk about the Iser plan about the next couple of years or the next year, we're going to see a bunch of the young guys step up into the forefront beyond this team, making this team younger and potentially take a step back because of their youth. That was one of your primary concerns. I remember the last time we talked about the Iser plan, which is not unfair. So you have to supplement that youth with veteran or actual talent on this team. I can give you both in one player.
And is this player a free agent?
This player is about to be a free agent, yes. He has not signed an extension. That player is Steven Stamkos.
He's 100.
He's 34. Which is not 100 in hockey terms yet. It is on the older end.
You're right. Okay. What kind of contract is he going to be looking for, and what will Iserman offer?
I'm looking in the 3-year range because I'm not trying to sign him past 37. I'm not trying to have old Stamkos. I think he might want longer term, but he has a history with Steve Yzerman. They go way back to their Tampa days.
Okay, that's a +1.
That is a +1. He's a 40-goal scorer, so it's not like he's an unproductive 34-year-old player.
+2, but however, he'd come here and there'd be a major downgrade in talent, no?
There would be a major downgrade in talent, but to what regard, though? I mean, it's Steven Stamkos.
What's the line he plays on? Give me the 2 people who play with him.
I'm not sure who he plays with right now. I'd have to look at it. But
okay, I just want no. I'm saying here.
Oh,
if you brought him in, who you surround him?
I'd have to look at the roster is what I'm saying. I'd assume you'd put him on the second line or maybe even the first line winger. He might be next to Larkin and Raymond on the other side, which I think is a great line.
Now you're piquing my interest.
Right, and then you bump DeBrincat to the second line, give him a little bit more cushion. He doesn't have to be the guy. He can score a quiet 25, 30 goals, hopefully, for you. Okay. That would be nice. Stamkos on your first line on the wing scores. I'm not saying he's going to score 40 again, but he's capable.
What's he want on term?
Term, he probably wants 4 to 5 years.
No. Money.
He probably wants 8 mil, 7 mil, which I don't think he gets. He's getting 8.5 now, David says. I'm not sure if that is what he would get now, considering he's 34. He's only getting older. There is a team willing to overpay, I'm sure.
That's what I was about to ask, is what is the dumb factor in the NHL in your mind right now?
Who's the team that it's just going to break the bank for him?
There's plenty of teams like that, but I also think he's in the part of his career where he wants to win. He's not trying to, just make money and collect a paycheck.
All right.
So he's not. So if Buffalo goes, here's a bunch of money, join our young core, he's going to be like, I don't know about that. Steve Yzerman's offering me a little bit less, but it's Steve Yzerman and it's the Red Wings, who are right there in the playoffs.
I need your help. Kenny has brought something creative to the air. It is a name. It is something interesting. It is a 40-goal scorer who I think 30 goals is much more realistic if he comes here. Prior relationship, veteran, first-line talent. Guys, if there are holes to be poked in this beyond the fact he's 34, because here's the other thing I'm thinking of. Kenny, if you bring in a Stamkos, doesn't that mean Patrick Kane?
Well, see, that's what I was going to say, because you got to re-sign or extend Seider
and Raymond.
Yep.
And Patrick Kane.
So who's leaving?
Patrick Kane's a maybe, because I feel like the more I look at Patrick Kane, I feel like he's used Detroit as his leaping pad to a better, longer, more lucrative contract, which I think Steve would be more willing to give to Stamkos, who's proven and healthier, versus Patrick Kane.
What I was going to say, my next
not.
question was if you had to choose between the two.
Oh, Stamkos.
All right, but here's the thing. Kane, in 52 games or whatever it was a point-a-game player. So getting Stamkos, we can all agree Stamkos probably a better hockey player.
Yes.
But how much better are you getting?
I think you're getting much better.
You are.
I think you're getting a for sure first-line player. Patrick Kane had that, am I healthy, am I not healthy? I'll put you on the second line.
Well, he had Estelle Getty's hip.
I understand that. And that hasn't gotten better, by the way. We still don't know. We still haven't seen him play a full year yet.
People, I need the hockey elite. I know it's 80 and sunny. I know that we're off season here. But this is interesting to me. And I know the easy thing for me to do is just agree with Kenny because it sounds right. I can't poke a lot of holes in it. And I'm just bored. The Red Wings really angered me from February 29th till, 2 weeks ago. So I would like to hear from you on this. Yeah. Is Kenny preaching the gospel or pure nonsense? 248-539-9797.
Because, Kenny, it looks like with the Lightning, the Predators, the Canadians, and maybe the Leafs would be your main competition.
Yeah, well, the Leafs are in cap hell. They're about to be. I don't know what's about to happen on that team. I don't see a lot of those other teams. List those teams again real quick.
Predators.
No.
Canadians.
No, absolutely not.
Lightning. What about Slafkovsky?
Lightning, they tried, and it looks like failed to bring him back. And before you say bring Sam Reinhart here for $10, $11 million and
at a 9-year term,
yeah, right.
Not happening.
It's not happening. I think he's going back to Florida, to be honest. He's a 50-goal scorer. He's a tremendous talent. There's 31 other teams in this league that are going to be gunning for that guy. I don't think that's going to happen.
And I don't think Yzerman will hand out that term to someone who's not one of his own. Like if Raymond got an 8-year deal right now, I don't think any of us would blink. It's just what they're going to do.
And by the way, he deserves that and the A on his jersey, if that's what he wants.
Why wouldn't you want it? It always looks so cool. Like, why wouldn't you want the A or the C?
Probably the pressure.
But the A is like pressure-free. The guy with the C takes all the heat. You just get the sweet little add-on.
Right. You're right. The A is not... Mike's right over there.
Right, it's like being the assistant general manager. Talk to Rico. He traded for Trey Lance, not me. But you still get the cool lapel pin. I'm in.
You still get the nice parking spot. Yeah.
Right. Is Kenny preaching gospel or nonsense? I can't poke any holes in it. I can't. The only knock would be 34. And in hockey years, this is not the NBA. It's not the NFL. Hockey's a weird thing is that it's such a physically engaging sport, but older people, Jágr is 78. He's still playing. Yeah. I don't know.
My problem wouldn't be the 34. It would be the 35 and 36 if you're signing them to a 3-year deal. That's the problem. 1-year deal I would have no problem with.
But but hold on. David, can we at least view it like this? If you look at the opportunity cost, if you don't do this, what are you doing? Do you want to give Kane a 2 or 3 year deal?
Say, is it Do you just bring back Kane along with the other extension and just say, you know what, maybe we try to get some of the younger guys in the mix earlier, or because you're going to have to let somebody go in order to bring him in to do
I want to pit Kenny versus the Hockey Elite. I think what you and I should do is be the announcers in dodgeball. We're just going to take the action in. You're Cotton, I'm Pepper. Cotton. I want to see if Kenny's idea has legs. I'm very indifferent to it because I don't feel great about anything the Wings do if it doesn't involve a goaltender. Just because we're years away from Kosa and Augustine and this Frankenstein goaltender batter, it's not good enough. Obviously, you need to get better on the blue line and your goalie will play better, but they don't have a goal. They don't have a goalie that could start 65 games. And I'm just at a point where it's like, man, how deep into this rebuild do I have to go to get one? I kind of want to allocate some resources there, but...
You don't like the Frankenstein, like the Tigers' third baseman?
I do not. I don't know if you're aware of that. 248-539-9797. Hockey Elite versus Kenny. It is a ladder match. This is exciting. He wants to bring Stamkos to town. We're about to go to war.
Okay.
Balake, we can go to war. Jay Quellen. Rico, tell them all about it. We got the Hockey Elite, and they're after Kenny. Next.
Specs at LTU is a bridge for the future of radio, TV, and media and broadcast professionals. Why? Because classes start year-round. So if you're looking for that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? With the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And while you're there, you find out when the next class is starting. You get your name on that list. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Companies are out here advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing's truly for free if you want a fair deal. Buy the best in class. It's Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, and they've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And if you bundle with a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save yourself up to $2,000 with the fastest installation and great same-day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. The Hockey Elite have lined up to take Kenny on. Rico and I are simply the two old men at the opera and the Muppets. We are bystanders. Kenny has said, I want to put 93 octane into this rebuild. He wants Steve Stamkos. I don't know that the Hockey Elite agrees with Mr. Kenny G. Cott. We'll get to it. David, go ahead.
Sure don't. Stamkos is not signing here and would be a garbage move. His defense has fallen off a cliff.
Yeah, what about his Fenwick, you boob?
Scott in Dearborn Heights says Stamkos isn't realistic. He's not leaving Tampa unless they give him a bad contract offer.
Hold on. Now, Kenny claims Tampa already tried, and they still don't have a deal.
Those negotiations have been going on all year, and it doesn't look like they're getting any closer.
So take that, mister.
$28 million in cap space, $17 going to Sider and Raymond, and you want to spend $8 more on Stamkos? So we're going to have rookies on the lineup that make up the cap?
Hold on.
There is no way.
Okay, time out. Now, can I defend Kenny even if I'm an impartial bystander to this?
Go ahead.
If you don't spend this money on Stamkos, where are you spending it? I mean, you already have dead bodies you need to get rid of. I mean, Hull shouldn't be here. Petrie shouldn't be here. You're going to have a couple of young kids playing anyways. So you're going to need more help. Now, I have said I would prefer a bold move. Can we acquire a goalie? And I don't want to hear about guys that are 2-3 years away. Whether it's Kosa, Augustine, you don't even know if they're any good. No disrespect, but even the best Hockey Elite will admit goaltender prospects wash out more than almost any other. I want to acquire someone that can play 65 games for me this season. I can't keep doing this goalie Frankenstein. Not in year 6 of a rebuild. Now, is that... Oh, no. Angry Man said something about hockey. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. Goaltending does need to be a priority, but...
it's expensive. It's hard to find. I know.
Exactly. That you run into a lot of issues, even with quote-unquote proven goalies.
Truth. Is Arturs Urbe available? Let's do a little reprisal here. By the way, Kenny, I did just remember this. There is a horse named Nabokov that runs this weekend.
Is there an Ole the goalie that runs?
No. Come on. I give you hockey-related horses when I find them.
That's awesome, though.
Shesterkin is a real thing as well. All right, let's go to the Hockey Elite. They want a piece of Kenny. Rico, get your popcorn. James is up next. What's up, James?
Hey, how are you guys? Good to be with you.
Good to be with you. What do you make of Kenny's idea here?
I agree with Kenny wholeheartedly. I also think that Patrick Kane is a defensive liability. He is only good when he's facing the opposite end of his goalie. So basically, he doesn't play any defense whatsoever. He might get lucky and get in the way of something, but Stamkos is a two-way player. He by far will make the wings much better, and then we definitely have to address the goalie situation. There's no doubt about that.
But you would be on board with Mr. Kenny Cott, and we'll call it 4 years, say $32 million.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
4 years?
You're not getting him for 3. You always hear...
No, you won't get him for 4.
No, I mean, and again, it's like, guys, in free agency, you can talk about it the way you want it to be or the way it really is. Free agency, you overpay. Either or both in term and AAV. It is very rare. Wow, what a value sign. You're on the open market for a guy who tallied 40 goals. Okay, defense is falling off a cliff. Guys, someone's going to do something stupid. So in order to ask the question, we have to provide a scenario that would get him to sign here.
I wouldn't mind ponying up a little bit more just to get him for 3 instead of 4, but that's just me. I feel like his relationship with Yzerman, too, does help these negotiations.
Have you sat in on meetings?
I have not.
I'm with David because now you're looking at, 39?
38, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You're on the wrong side of it, but this is your window. You're trying to win.
Let's go to Sean. Are we? What's up, Sean? How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, man. What do you make of Kenny's idea?
I think it's a terrible idea.
All right, let's hear. I love this. Let's hear why.
Stamkos is a power play specialist at this point. Most of his goals are coming on the power play. We just finished, fourth in the league in goals for, and we're not in the playoffs. We need to invest that money on a defenseman. We have so many chances in our own zone in the mid-slot if Seider's not on the ice. We got to get him help.
So you want to go defenseman. Now here, I'll lay across the train tracks. Is my standpoint on the goaltending situation ridiculous, or do you at least understand that?
No, I understand it, but the days of having a 1A goaltender where it's just he plays 65 games a year is few and far between. You can look across the league and see how many teams have more than 2 goalies on their roster right now.
Oh, listen,
you're looking at maybe 6 teams that have that guy that can do.
I think my problem is I feel like the Bruins have had 2 goalies for 10 years. I feel like now here, I'm going to make you an offer, Sean. You and Kenny, here's your offer, Sean. I have one word for you. Tell me if you're interested. Varlamov.
In the playoffs, he bothered me. The way that series ended bothered me.
Look, man, I'm committed to Sorokin. I'm offering you the best I got.
To Sean's point about the goalies, though, I mean, look at Toronto right now. Granted, it's Toronto and they always fail, but they have Samsonov and they also have Woll. Woll just replaced Samsonov in the playoffs, and he's playing remarkable. It's the days of a one-goalie system are
and I understand that
slipping away.
Okay, but Sean and Kenny both, no disrespect, you're operating in a no-goalie situation.
It's true.
I disagree.
Okay.
I'm not saying we have world beaters on our team, but I think if you reduce the high-quality scoring chances, you're going to see their numbers increase drastically.
Ultimate chicken and egg argument.
All the time.
No, Sean, you are right. It is the chicken and the egg. If I improve the defense, will it improve the goalie? If I improve the goalie, will it make up for some defensive warts? I cannot argue that, Sean.
And you do have a lockdown defenseman coming up in Albert Johansson. He's a defensive defenseman. He's one of our better prospects.
We got to keep hearing this.
I know he's not a guarantee. It's more than just a lottery ball, though, Mike.
That's okay, fair. But you understand my viewpoint of all prospects.
I agree. You're going to have Casper coming up. You're going to have him coming up. You may even have Kosa coming up this year, which I actually think is more realistic than
What about Rob Pelinka?
I'm saying there's
What
options.
the hell? How do you Pelika? Or how do you say that guy's name?
Pelika. It's not Rob Pelinka.
I was about to say that's a basketball.
Woo! More, let's do this. Let's load at the blue line with kids. That's the trick to a 100-point season.
It is, but Stamkos is also not like Patrick Kane in that he does get back a little bit defensively. He's not just hunting at the blue line for a puck to come up. That's just not the way he plays.
Ian disagrees with you, and he's next on the ticket. Ian, how are you?
Good, thanks for having me, guys.
Welcome.
Yeah, definitely a little concerned signing Stamkos. So many of his points, I believe almost 50% this year, came on the power play. It doesn't feel like he's going to provide that $8-9 million a year value on the 5-on-5, and I think that's where we really need assistance. That's where we need help. I do agree that we should probably spend some money on defense, but the big problem is I feel like we have the guys locked up that we don't want to have locked up, and the guys expiring that we want to have long-term contracts in terms of like Seider and Gostisbehere versus like a Jeff Petrie, a Justin Hall, and a Ben Sherratt.
Yeah, and I think you could add Andrew Kopp to that. I know we're not talking defensemen.
Yeah,
but
that's the worst of the bunch.
Well, you've got 3, 4, 5 guys on this team, fellas. I mean, Ian, I know it's heresy in this town to say that you signed some bad deals. You did.
I mean, yeah, and see, that's the biggest thing is like Kopp. I can live with Kopp's contract because I know what I'm getting. I know I'm getting like third line numbers. I can get second line minutes out of him. He's going to kill penalties and he's going to win faceoffs. And if I know I'm getting that, I can live with it. Versus sometimes when I'm sitting there watching Sherratt, I don't know what I'm getting. I might get a solid defenseman that Florida paid a first-round pick at the deadline for a couple years ago, and I might get a guy that I'm ready to bury him in the minors or just buy him out.
Well, Sherrod did get a little bit better at the end of the year, but it's not a bad point. And plus, I mean, for defensemen, we do have Johansson coming up, but Edvinsson has proven he can play at this level.
What about Pelinka?
At a high level, Michael.
Say his name for me.
Pelika.
What? No, the full name.
I forget his first name.
Here. Oh, Mike
Hockey elite over here having a brain fart.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. How about those words?
Didn't say that.
You said it.
That's not what I said.
You said it in the same sentence.
Axel Sandin Pelika just came to me.
Yes.
There you go. All right.
What about Sandis Ozelinch? Let's go get him. All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber, Trex decking and railing. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason it's all in stock, industry low pricing, and whether you're a builder or do-it-yourself or anything in between, Northville has you covered. So all you need to do is to get a deck built. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Stop on in. Beat the rush, beat the price increases. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Michigan State has created a new position to oversee name, image, and likeness. State has named Garrett Brenningstool Assistant AD/General Manager of NIL. He'll serve as liaison between the athletic department and MSU's official NIL collective, Spartan Nation. Brenningstool had been Director of Basketball Ops and Chief of Staff for Tom Izzo since 2021. MSU was unranked by On3's recent Power 4 NIL Top 25. Kirby Smart is once again the highest paid coach in college football. Georgia announced this afternoon Smart has signed a 2-year extension that runs through 2033 and raises his salary to $13 million. Bulldogs are 94-16 under Smart, including a 42-2 mark with 2 national championships over the last 3 seasons. And the Steelers have declined 5th-year options for running back Najee Harris and QB/apparent return man Justin Fields. Harris, the first Steeler ever to rush for 1,000 yards in each of his first 3 seasons, would have cost Pittsburgh $6.7 million. Fields' option was worth $25 million. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Get ready to get green and stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Limited time only. Purchase a full lawn program. Receive free grub control. And remember, you mention my name, the station, whatever you need. They'll give you their best pricing of the year. Natural Way. Free. Guys, it's simple. Expert application. You're getting custom-tailored solutions to your lawn, not anybody else's, and 100% satisfaction guaranteed. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or simply visit naturalwaylawn.com. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get with Rieger is here next. What do you got, David?
Kane or Stamkos. I'm sorry, Kane over Stamkos. Half of Stamkos' points come on power points, and I'm not for that. We need 5-on-5 scoring.
Yeah, Kenny.
And Patrick Kane is on half of the ice, so I don't want to hear about that.
This is Kenny versus his people, David. This is exciting.
It's a marginal improvement from Kane to Stamkos. Would I take it? Yes. Does it put us over the hump? No.
Okay, but what does? See, this is part of my problem when you're this deep into a rebuild. If you don't have pathways to being tangibly better, then how good is the rebuild in the first place? That's a bit of the issue. And I think it's okay to talk about those things without, like, attacking people.
No point to get Stamkos and not keep Kane. Let's keep both.
Kenny, your thoughts on that?
Can you afford them all?
I think the money wouldn't be there to do that. I hate using money as an excuse, but it's not like the NFL where the cap doesn't exist.
Correct.
No, you guys got a very hard.
What kind of capital would you need to attach to the dead body of somebody like Stoll, Petrie, Kopp, any of these guys? What would it take to free up a little bit of that?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it.
I can't.
I don't know that it'd be worth it to do that.
Okay. I'm just trying to look for ways to, I don't know, make playoffs. And not in the softest bubble ever when you were the least bad of the bad team. No, I'm talking about earning a spot. I'm talking about making a jump to be top 3 in your division. I'm talking about being a legitimate playoff team.
So not just making the playoffs.
Correct.
Hoping to get out the first round.
Correct.
And that's the last piece of the Stamkos thing is he's a playoff warrior. Once you're in that spot, he can help you in those spots.
Well, the people disagree with you. They think your idea is silly.
Why?
Just trust Steve. Let him cook. 2028. I don't think it's wrong for a hockey elite like Kenny to be like, hey, I'm getting tired of this. Like, we need to get tangibly better. Hi, Reeks.
What's up, guys?
I don't know. You're doing the Lord's work with what went down last night.
Wojci's on his way in. We got 2 hours with Woj. I got 4 hours.
Only 6 minutes before broadcast. I mean, who needs to actually be here?
I think he's listening, though.
I don't care.
Mikey has stuff to do.
He was verbally abusive to you last night. And it was inappropriate. Inappropriate.
You know what? All I know is that more than likely I'm going to be proven right. That's all. And I don't want to be right, by the way, but, it is what it is. By the way, talking about Steven Stamkos,
sure.
I love the idea. I do, but I know the hockey elite, they bring up he's going to be too expensive. Oh, he's not good 5-on-5. Oh, he doesn't play center anymore. I do think people forget about the fact that Yzerman was there for 9 of his 16 years. But, is Steven Stamkos really want to stay in Tampa Bay? Kucherov eventually is going to be traded. Brandon Point is eventually going to be traded. Vasilevsky is going to be traded. Why? Because they've lost in the first round the last 2 years. At age 34, is he really going to want to stick around?
Hold on. Did you say Vasilevsky is going to get traded?
Eventually. Probably not this year. They had 99 points. I'm pretty sure they're not trading anybody.
We're going to fix that ill-fated draft pick that Kenny Holland gave up, and we're going to make it right.
Why not just go get one of those Bruins netminders? They got 2 of them.
The Bruins have had multiple goalies for a decade.
Go get one of them.
Hey, I offered you Varlamov.
From the Islanders?
Yes.
That's fine.
We're tied to Sorokin. We're butted up against the cap. We don't have prospects. Give us a few of your sweet, sweet prospects, and I'll give you Varley. Come on. Let's make a deal
I got
right
no
now.
issue with that. Speaking of Wojo, he's right there.
Verbally abusive to poor Rieger. I couldn't believe
Mike hated you last night.
Did you hear that?
I did. I go, what did Rieger do to you?
You must admit the crappy little patio TV that he was talking about.
No. He's talking about the fact that you came on the radio
that
through 31 games
you
and
hit
acted
him
like
with
this.
a chair.
I berated him on 2 different topics. I couldn't keep up which one.
I didn't understand why. I didn't even know there was the establishment of a topic. I thought you were
because
just
Wojo's pro team and pro owner and pro homer.
See, you're going to trip him out doing that. Don't do
Don't
that.
do that because all Rieger wants to talk about is reiterate the crappy offense, which we've done a million times.
I had stats to back it up.
I agree with it. All I'm saying is the pitching good enough to.
I'm saying he can go, and I'll talk to you.
And
he's got to read.
Oh,
he's got to read something.
No, very quickly.
It said the pitching might be good enough to sustain a crappy offense.
The thing that killed me about Wojo.
Don't make me go after you too.
He's a baseball writer of America.
No.
You did. You just didn't use my name. You were talking about me last night.
I think Costa too.
Don't play games.
Yeah, I did say Rieger in your jacket.
Other people.
Yeah, you did.
All right.
What did he say?
Don't worry about
I thought
it.
I could slide
He was
that
acting
through.
like 31 games makes a baseball season.
Everybody calm down. What's coming up next so this man can do business?
Rieger, can I beat you up on something else?
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. We're going to talk. I'm going to start with what I find absolutely effing ridiculous in sports. And believe it or not, Wojo agrees with me.
I do, actually. Yeah.
And that's going to lead to an interesting topic.
Shador Sanders.
That's one of them.
Similar, actually. Similar to what you guys were talking about.
I heard you and then planted it in my head. Yeah. Well,
Oh, hey, Mark. He's in at 10 today.
Oh, is he? You get to go crosswalk with him. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just pointing.
David, just turn up your mic.
I needed their mics off. All right.